Hello, everybody. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be watching all around the world, wherever you are today. As long as it's April 13th, we are celebrating National Scrabble Day here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel for our third annual Scrabble Day celebration. I, of course, am Will Anderson. Thank you, everybody in the chat right now, for stopping by bright and early. And to kick things off today, I am joined by the incomparable Art Moore. Good morning, Art. How are you doing today on this National Scrabble Day?
Good morning, Will. Good morning, everyone in chat. Good to see you all. Ready to have some fun today. It's Scrabble Day. It's Scrabble Day. Let's have some Scrabble.
Yeah, that's so for those that aren't aware, this is our amazing inventor of Scrabble, Alfred Mosher Butts. This is his birthday today. I think he was born back in 1899. And who knows if without his amazing invention of this game, what we would all be doing. Who knows, Art? I would be out on the streets doing some nasty stuff if not for Alfred Mosher Butts inventing this incredible game. But thankfully he did, and we are all here to celebrate. And again, Let's Play Scrabble hosting for several years running a really nice little event to just a lighthearted way of watching some Scrabble, kicking back, and enjoying the game we love so much. So yeah, thank you, Art, for joining me here. It should be a blast. Our first game of the day is going to be between Marcella Kadanka and Chris Sykes. So that's a nice matchup. Chris, one of the top players in Canada and by extension North America. And Art would know a lot about the top players in North America because for many years now, Art, you have been the director of the Scrabble Players Championship, which is a monumental task, I have to imagine. I'm sure we'll get into that during the breaks in play, but yeah, that has to be a year-long enterprise. Would that be true?
It's 12 months. If we're not working on the current year, we're looking at we're wrapping up the year and looking into the next one. It doesn't stop. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, but it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that can really, get out there, see the national championship for yourself, it becomes immediately apparent that a lot of people have worked extremely hard to make that happen, and you foremost among them. So anybody in the chat here on Let's Play Scrabble that's ever been to that Scrabble Players Championship, put some thanks to, do we thank Art enough? I definitely think no. So let's give some thank you, Art, in the chat chat for being how many years now, Art, have you been the head honcho of this event?
Oh, I forget the year. I mean, the first year was in New Orleans, and I think you might remember that year just as well as I would. So,
Wow. I should be even fonder of you than I am, I guess, if that's true. So that was back in 2017. So obviously interrupted a little bit by the pandemic, but that makes almost a decade of doing this. That's man, we should all be saying thank you, Art, like I said. So yeah. So anyway, that's not even the only thing to thank you for, but I think the players are getting set. So maybe if we cut over to the board, we can start actually watching our little Scrabble event here. This is, I'm not sure what the status of this is as like an official tournament or whether this is just for fun National Scrabble Day thing. But either way, we've got many of the strongest players in Canada and in the region over at the Let's Play Scrabble home base. And just for the record, I think the tile racks are just a placeholder here. Not sure. So we see the 8 tiles. Not that the 8th tile is doing Marcella any favors, Art. All right, there
no,
we
if that's
go.
my opening draw, I want nothing to do with it.
Well, the nice thing is if your rack is that bad, there comes a point where you're going to exchange tiles no matter what. So it doesn't even matter if your rack is really bad or really, 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 really bad. You're going to exchange tiles either way. So either way, that wasn't Marcella's set of tiles. And here we're seeing a couple of H's and a B. So this is going to be a tough one. Racks like this, you'd love to play as many of those high pointers as you can, preferably with a 5-letter word, but there might not be one available for Marcella here, Art.
No, I feel like you're playing short here, and hope we set up for a better result next turn.
Yeah, for sure. Just by necessity, she's going to play herb, which is a nice way to get rid of at least one H and then the B as well. Another option that would have gotten that done would just be hob, Hob. At least in that situation, you keep the E and the R together on your rack, both of which are kind of nice tiles to go into your next turn. But I have no major quibble with this. Herb is the opening play, and let me just make sure I'm in the habit of getting all of that updated for you out there as our viewers here. Hopefully we see that, Marcel. There we go. All right, the score updater is working. That's a load off of my mind. And Art, if we should see a challenge take place in this event, we might be seeing even more of your face here.
Maybe a little more than I intend, but Josh has a great sense of humor with it, and I said, let's run with it. So, yeah, WorkJudge.me has been handling the challenges for many tournaments, and you see my crazy face on Josh's stream all the time. So, it was a gift made from necessity, but I'm glad the community is able to use it, enjoy it.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have a web-based ability to do those challenge adjudications just because setting up the software on each and every computer takes time and energy. So to have that sort of cloud-based solution in place is definitely a huge help to directors everywhere, I would assume. And it's interesting to know that, yeah, I could imagine that the conversation with that. Hopefully, we do see a challenge or two to get to see what our producer Josh has in store, as we're going to see quad coming down here for Chris, getting rid of that Q, just pointing out that it's kind of a tricky choice. You could play quid in the same spot, quad taking an S hook, but quid taking the E hook and the S hook. So this is a little bit more defensive. So normally you might want to keep that A on your rack instead of the I, but Chris doesn't want this to get hooked all that fast. So I think it makes sense from that perspective, Art.
I can't argue. I mean, I saw one of our favorite Scrabble words, umiak, which didn't quite play, but its anagram did. But I can't argue with Christopher's play.
The only other thing I might have considered is normally it is definitely red alert to get rid of that Q as fast as possible. Really hard to bingo with, can be difficult to score with on certain boards, maybe including this one. But he did have the U along with that Q, which makes it significantly easier to handle. So maybe there's an argument to play Vim somewhere instead and keep that QU together. But he decides to get rid of it, taking no chances. And Marcella quickly playing Hilly there. Note that she's playing it for 16 points in that spot. She could have shifted this word up high and played it with Chi for 26 points. But Art, that would have made a gigantic S hook with cheese going across, and Chris playing really, really fast here. Oh, that's probably what he's thinking when he plays quad. Nice idea.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. Nice use of the hot spot there, holding on to the M. So, like I said, I can't argue with Christopher's play, and he shows why he's a lot stronger player than I am.
Yeah, he's a lot stronger player than almost anybody. I think he is one of the top, 15 or 20 players in North America, and that's for good reason. Every time we watch him play, we're seeing very accurate plays, good word knowledge, definitely an uphill battle for almost anybody watching Chris compete. Marcella certainly no slouch herself, but you give yourself a little more credit, Art. Most of us are sitting back watching Chris and saying, damn, that guy is quite good at Scrabble. But Art, I have to ask, are you concerned with, the fact that half of the stream viewers, I guess maybe it's not a big deal because your beautiful visage is only appearing on the stream. You're not actually integrated into your own software like that. So I was concerned that maybe if you were actually on the screen for wordjudge.me, that half of the Scrabble community would love you and half would hate you because they associate you with losing a challenge. But I guess you don't have to worry about that.
I have thought about integrating some sort of animated, some sort of animation when the judge comes down, and not my face though. No.
Yes. Yeah. Have it be some other, anthropomorphized like Scrabble tile or something like that. You don't need to get that heat because, that challenge computer is definitely the site of either a great victory or, a crushing defeat. Certainly, if the word is, the game is hinging on the validity of a certain word. So, yeah, it's fun. It's great to have it, and yeah, another reason that we should all be very grateful for your contributions here. So, Marcella is working on this rack, 2 R's. Not the best tiles, no bingos, but the saving grace is that she does have, probably she'll be able to make a play that leads her into next turn with a good leave. Oh, she is going to go ahead and cash in her S. This could have been an interesting time to be aggressive with this, Art. Maybe something like Durl off of the eye of Hilly, setting up her S in a really aggressive way, leaving ORS going into next turn. Then you've got the Durl's hook and the Herbs hook after a play like that. But again, she's going to play it a little safer, spend that S to avoid making such a scary spot. And Chris is going to answer right back with the first bingo of the game. So that is a tough one, Art. It could have swung either way with Marcella's play, but Chris getting the floating tile he needs.
I'm a fan of the aggressive play, especially early when it's not likely your opponent has had their hand in the bag long enough to draw the yes or blank. So go for it.
Yeah, it's tough, right? It's scary. You're sitting across the table from a really, really good player, but you got to remember that those players are no likelier than anybody else to, draw incredibly well. It's good, I think, when you are a little bit of an underdog to press your advantage and play aggressively when the situation warrants. In this particular case, I don't think so. Even Durrell, the way I'm recommending it, you still get hit with this very same bingo. If you can imagine it, Durrell going down from the second eye of Hilly, that puts the R in the right spot for unparted to still play. So almost no matter what Marcella did there, she's getting hit with this. The only question is, what can she answer back with? And she's drawn the first blank. Not sure what she's going to be able to find here, but there are a couple bingos available for her, Art, including Unveiled. I think that one is findable here.
I think so. It's we're trying to build words. Put the UN together, put the ED together, and see what falls in the middle. So, with any luck, she'll be able to pull that one out. We can
Art,
hope.
I have some comments on YouTube. One is get the green screen out and record two videos. One of Art giving a thumbs up, one of him giving a thumbs down, like in the Gladiator movies. What do you think about that?
It's something we can have fun with, and you may be surprised what unveils itself at the championship
Oh,
when I have time to mess with the code.
wow.
But
Oh,
um,
huge teaser here, folks, on the LPS stream that perhaps the word judge that we're all going to see at the championship is going to have some funny tweaks. I welcome that. Hopefully, nobody takes that too personally or seriously, because that would be fantastic. Another comment, the challenge screen should have something similar to the animations at bowling alleys. Any thoughts on that one?
I went bowling a couple weeks ago, and we watched animations, and I thought they were a bit much, but that could be fun also. It doesn't take too much to add a little code to make some fun happen. So,
Yeah,
I want us to the trip to the computer can be dreadful. It can be exciting. Why not spice it up a little bit? So we'll see.
there we go. Unveiled is spotted here. It should be noted for the super word knowledge knowers among us that potentially Unlevied would score a couple extra points, putting the V on the double letter square instead of that I that you see with Unveiled. But that being said, fantastic job by Marcella to spot this bingo in a tricky spot. There were no 7-letter bingos available. That speaks a lot to how closed down this board actually is after the opening action. It's really difficult to see where a 7-letter word would even fit without tremendous overlaps on this board. So it's all about the 8-letter words here, and Marcella has found one for 74 points in the nick of time to keep that score close. And it's back over to Chris and Art. These racks are kind of, if you happen to have an 8-letter bingo available, cause for celebration. But if not, they can be some of the toughest turns you'll face in a game.
Oh, the rack of one pointers that don't score anything and don't do much for you. Yeah, we've been there. It's maddening. It's the game.
Yeah, it
Unfortunately.
is a classic Scrabble experience to have to suffer through racks like this. And I do think that they legitimately can be the toughest decisions that you make. You have to assess a lot, right? You have all of these low scoring plays that all seem very similar. So choosing between them can be a huge challenge. It's not like when you've got those high point tiles and you have one or two plays that stand out from the rest as just scoring fantastically. And it looks like the play for Chris is going to be Oat parallel to Unveiled. This is a nice idea to balance that rack. He gets two of the duplicated sets of tiles fixed there, 2 A's, 2 T's. He goes into next turn with just one of both. And he doesn't really open anything new back to Marcella. So it's kind of a waiting move on his part. He doesn't feel like, I guess he doesn't think he has a great way of opening the board. So he's going to keep it closed and sort of play cagey until the situation changes. So I think it's a reasonable play on his part. Definitely other ways he could have opened things more aggressively, but he's going to be patient here, Art.
I agree. This is a lot of the game is figuring out what to do when you have but looks like so little. So if you can't score, all right, then let's look at your leave and let's improve and see what we get out of the bag.
So yeah, Marcella with the higher scoring tiles, and she is going to play Yao here. It really speaks to how closed down this board actually is. That there isn't much better here in terms of score, and she's keeping that fantastic ERSS leave. Only issue with it, of course, is where are you going to bingo? As Chris immediately responds with Jivey, liking that play for him. Art to get rid of those high point tiles in one go.
Yep, yeah, that's an easy play to make there. Doesn't open anything, scores great, and um, Marcella, she's getting close, but again, we don't know where to go with it once we get there.
Yeah, for sure. It's tantalizing too to have those S's and you've got the cheese hook right there, but it's basically inaccessible here. Maybe she could draw the other P for ump or something, and that would let her play SP and whatever, right? Spa or something there. Even that isn't that, you know, incredible of a play. So yeah, just when you're trying to evaluate, if you're watching out here and you hear us using terms like the board is open, the board is closed, what that means is imagine for a second that you had, you know, a great 7-letter word on your rack, you know, something like retinas. Would you be able to fit it on the board? And the answer here is it would be very, very difficult to fit anything like that on the board. There's no easy way to hook that S. So things are very closed. That's just what Chris likes here, Art. When you have really weak tiles and a small lead, you want that board to stay closed because you know that you're not in position to capitalize on an open board. Your opponent might be, and only the closedness of the board is keeping them from vaulting ahead.
Yep, that's where we are, and somebody is gonna either get the tiles or make the play to bring it to make it come open. See Marcella getting bear down. That scores a good bit.
That's nice. Yeah. I mean, I think the nice thing about this is that she happens to be catching Chris with pretty much no way of underlapping that. He just does not have a tile that goes under the ya on the board there to really get a devastating overlap. So a lot could hinge on what Marcella draws. If she gets the right vowels here, she's got a G, she's got S's, she has letters that fit under the Y and A there. So this is a tough situation for Chris. He would love to block down there, and maybe he will do that and sacrifice if he just plays TA to prevent Marcella from doing that. But that would be a big concession for him to make when he has other plays that would get rid of 2 of his 3 T's instead. So we'll see. This is an interesting situation. I'm curious to see where he's going to go. There you go. Okay. So he is going to go ahead and block that spot. I think this makes a lot of sense, Art.
I think so. Also, it's a tough spot, but anything it's defensive. It doesn't open up again, and he's just biding his time till he can find the tiles to make the play he wants.
Yeah, I think a lot of it boils down to that spot in the lower left corner after Baird was so far the best scoring spot on this board. Sometimes you want to block a spot. Your instincts are, I have to block this certain spot on the board. But maybe what you don't realize is there is another or a third spot on the board where there are a lot of points on offer. So the issue here is there really is just that one spot, which is so far the best that blocking it does become a red alert. Other times, your instinct to block might not be as well founded because, like I'm saying, points can be found all over the board, and the best way forward is to just play aggressively. So I think Chris making a really good judgment that that lower left is a red alert spot. And now, I mean, Marcella's got these beautiful tiles are at the S, E, R, maybe another vowel would help her out. But man, points are not readily available here.
They are not, and I'm glad I'm watching and not sitting in front of this rack because it would drive me mad to make a
Yeah.
decision there.
And
So
look what she does. She just plops that S down. That's it. It says a lot, Art, that that is basically the highest scoring play that Marcella had available there.
yeah, I, I I hope she pulls a vowel here and can make something happen. It's getting
Yeah.
really tough.
For sure. I mean, she's got the lead, right? She does draw a vowel, as you suggest, so that's a nice pull for her here. But yeah, this is it's good on a board so tight to be ahead, first of all. So Marcella is up by 19. So that's what you want to be on a closed board like this. And again, a 19-point lead on an open board would definitely feel a little more tenuous. On this board, it feels huge, right? We just saw a really good set of tiles have a 24-point play as the highest scoring play. So all of a sudden, 19 points feels much bigger than it might in a different situation. So this is a test for Chris. Can he figure out a way to either stay patient and hope to draw some of those really powerful tiles like the X and the Z that might help him equalize the score? Or can he figure out a way to open the board that favors him dramatically? That would be a huge trick if he can come up with a way to do that here. So I'm not sure if I see a great option, Art. And just like you, I'm happy to be in the booth and not over the board for this one.
Well, perhaps a parallel play next to Healy is what's going to make a change in this game. I just don't know if that's something Chris wants to do. It doesn't benefit him a whole lot. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, so certainly whatever he does, I could see. Oh, all right, there you go. So he has opted to take the patient route. He just plays May, parallel to the top letters of Unveiled. That scores 22, which is actually pretty good, given what we're saying about the state of this board. So yeah, he's gonna just continue to try to chip away. Maybe he thinks that his ability to outmaneuver on this really closed board will pull him through in the end. And this is a very cagey one. If you were hoping for, high flying bingo action to celebrate National Scrabble Day, well, you have something else coming here because we're celebrating in a different way, Art, with a much more tactical battle.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, Scrabble was a lot more defensive game. So maybe we're having a throwback to start the day, and we will extend to something a little more modern. But the board opens up the way it does, and both players are playing the same board, so you've got to make the best of it.
You mentioned earlier on the Doors versus Durrell decision that maybe you feel a little more comfortable playing aggressively. Does that mean that if you had your druthers, you would rather be playing long words, playing cool words on an open board than battling in this tactical, in the trenches type game here, Art?
I mean, I like fireworks, so yeah, that's my kind of game. You don't always get them, but given the choice, yeah, let's spread our wings and fly.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you on that. As I definitely feel like in my career, I have tended towards that openness, loving the action-packed boards. But I feel like games like this and having an appreciation for them has really it's helped my game, and it's also helped me appreciate how amazing Scrabble really is to offer all of those different types of games and different types of experiences from one game to the next. I just love that variety that you can have, even if you favor one specific type or another. You really do never know quite what you're going to get when you sit down to play, and that's something I'm very fond of about Scrabble for sure. So for those of you in the chat, maybe you can weigh in as well. What type of boards would you be at home on this incredibly compacted board, or would you want to be playing a more of a high flying game let us know on YouTube. And thank you to everybody for watching along in our morning here, U.S. time. And all right, veg is the play here for Marcella. This is an interesting one, Art, because this does not hook with an S. It does hook with an A in this lexicon, and Marcella does not have one, nor does Chris. So now we've got a big situation here. Who will draw an A and be able to play? This is kind of interesting.
All right. Well, here comes down that parallel play I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Giving a little space, not a whole lot, but there's something to do here. Yeah, without the A, no one would hold in the A. It's going to be the tile that may turn the game.
Am I so with Dint leaving CET? Am I reading this right? That maybe he missed Tincted in that spot where Dint just went down. I think Tincted would have actually fit there. So that would be a huge swing. I myself was not even thinking about the possibility that Chris might have a bingo there, but it looks like
Wow.
Dint leaving CET was the play. So maybe a big missed opportunity to swing the game heavily. You mentioned it earlier, Art, that was really the only place to fit a bingo, and I think he just might have let an opportunity get past him. Again, I was not even thinking about that, Art.
I can tell you, at least my own experience as a mid player, is that sometimes these boards get closed up and you don't see the opportunity that's there. So I can't say that for Chris. I don't know what happened there. I know I would have missed that spot. I probably would have missed a bingo. Even though I saw the spot, I probably would have missed a play as well.
Yeah, kudos to producer Josh, who is noting that the time difference here could be a factor. It could be the case that Chris, knowing this board is so tight and so difficult to play on, he's got 16 minutes and 30 seconds to Marcella's 7. That is a big time advantage. Doesn't feel like Marcella is playing in a rushed or concerned manner. Feel like she's using her time appropriately given the complexity of the game, but maybe Chris opting to try to put as much pressure on the clock of Marcella as possible, making that move of Dint nearly instantaneously. That could have been a factor for sure. So she's got a tough situation. And again, you can see the remaining tiles, 3 A's, neither of which are on either player's rack. I really think that the draw of the A, certainly the second blank as well, is going to go a long way to deciding this game. So 4 is the play for Marcella. We're going to see if she draws an A, and not a very good replenishment draw for Chris, Art.
Oh boy, yes, he's got E's and E's and another E and the G and a U. That nothing there plays together very well. So maybe he'll use that spot that Marcelo opened up to get rid of some of this. I'm not sure.
An amazing point in YouTube being made by Charles Goldstein that if Chris had found his bingo of Tincted, in this particular case, Marcella, with that rack that she had, would have played Fondlers as a triple through it. So
Wow.
that's insane. That's amazing. So basically, that is part of the luck of Scrabble as we see Chris playing cute alongside Oat there for a good score. That's basically one of his only plays that scores anything. But Art, I feel like that's an underrated way that luck can present itself in this game. Sometimes your mistakes actually work out better for you.
Yep, that's a funny thing about the game. That dumb luck is still luck, and it can work for you. Marcella looks like she's ready to do something here.
Yeah, she drew an A. She had Latines set up on her rack. So I feel like if she's thinking about that Vega hook, she's seen the 7-letter word that she has. I wonder what she's looking for here. Maybe she is momentarily not thinking of that A hook, because that definitely seems like the play she wants here is to hook on that A. Huge swing here. If she spots it, she's in very, very good shape in this game. And if she doesn't, And especially if she uses up that A in a spot somewhere else, it could be a sign to Chris that she isn't thinking about the Vega hook, and maybe he feels more emboldened to leave that hook open, knowing that his opponent is not thinking of it here. So this is a big, big inflection point in the game. It would be disappointing, I think, given that play of veg earlier. I thought she must be thinking of, I'm going to try to draw A here. She's got one. She's got Latines. I really hope she sees that hook.
I hope she does too, because this gives her a chance to take a nice lead, and doesn't look like Chris would have a strong reply. So she may be able to start to run with this. So let's hope for Marcella.
Yeah, now she looks like she was. Yep, she sees leanest here, so she sees her 2 7-letter words. Gotta call out that clock ticking down is absolutely a factor. We are all human beings here playing this game. I could tell you, when I look over and see my clock getting under 5 minutes and there's still a number of tiles left to go in the game, there you can't help but be a little rattled by that. So maybe certain moves that you would see really quickly with 20 minutes on your clock, your nervous system starts to play tricks on you in situations like this. So she sees her words. All right, she's just got to find that hook.
Yeah, and sometimes that veg to Vega isn't always obvious. So we'll see. It's kind of like that flaming to flamingo. It's there, but it takes a little twist of the mind to find it.
When it changes the sound of the word, I find it is really easy to miss. I can say in my career, I've missed the hook of vet into veto. I've missed that 3 or 4 times in my career. It just changes the sound and the feel of the word, and I just sometimes, I mean, hopefully now I tell this story to the full audience on Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube, and we thank you all for being here to celebrate National Scrabble Day with us, of course. But hopefully sharing it with all of you. I won't do that again, but I feel like there's so many hooks like that. As you said, flamingo, that's a great one. Flaming into flamingo is fantastic. At this point, though, I really feel like it would take a very sudden epiphany for Marcella to spot this. And I think we're going to see it's going to escape notice. She plays tell here. On top of 4. That's a nice overlap for sure. She keeps her A, so that does give her a chance to have that epiphany. Maybe on a subsequent turn, Chris will, it seems like he's probably going to be playing very fast here and not give her that much time to think or even breathe. But maybe Art, she'll think of that hook next turn. It's not like too late.
No, and it's certainly not a knock on Marcella, because it can be tough to see, even without the time pressure. And maybe she's not on stream a lot, so it's there's a lot of things, and hopefully she finds it.
Yeah, I think if anybody's played enough Scrabble, you're going to know what it feels like to just not think of a certain hook, right? That the dictionary is huge, full of weird words, full of words that aren't in, normal, English speakers' vocabularies. It's so easy to let a hook or two, even as an extremely experienced player that knows the dictionary very well, and really both of these players are that. It's very, very easy to have situations like that come up. So it's certainly no judgment here. But ultimately, even with letting that hook get past her here, she is ahead in the game. She is up by 11 points on this very tricky board. So really, there's still plenty of pathways here for Marcella, as Chris plays F in the corner, holding on to his X for better days in the future. We'll see if he can draw something even heavier hitting for that X. So this is a back and forth one. It's very, very exciting, Art, to see as our first game of the day.
Oh, it is. Oh, and then now she has found the A hook, so we're
Oh,
happy there. Maybe she's kicking herself for missing it last turn. Who knows? But they good thing is she found it before Chris picked up the last A and beat her with it. So
That's crazy. So she does see it. So I think that's a solid play, of course, on her part to use up that hook. For all she knows, Chris could be sitting on one of the last A's himself. From her perspective, there actually was another one unseen. So she might feel like she's blocking it now, which could easily have been the case. But I am curious to wonder, when she sees that hook on this previous turn, did she put it together that she had that bingo on her turn before that? Because that can be an extra little emotional kind of needle there, Art, which kind of hurts when you think about that in game.
oh yes, we have all found the play after we made the play and kicked ourselves for it. So um, we'll see. Chris has a chance with the X to score well. Um, Maybe deciding if he doesn't want to give up the OXO hook. Um,
Yeah, for sure.
so
Pox parallel to loan, as Art is pointing out, would give up the potential OXO hook back, exactly as Art said. Art, are you like me, where once you hit the clock, you become omniscient about the previous turn?
oh yes, oh yes, a little too much.
Yeah, isn't
Um,
that how is that possible? Why do I become all seeing and powerful about the previous turn only after I hit the clock? I wish that would be a great question to answer.
I was playing some games online this morning over on Woogles, and the same thing happened where I committed my play and just slapped myself. And sure enough, as I went through the analysis, like, yep, there
Yeah,
it was, there it
of
was.
course. It's crazy. I mean, I'm the way I think about it is that Scrabble, in essence, there are a lot of tasks that you have to juggle to play a game of Scrabble, and any individual one of those might be, you might say, wow, this isn't actually like that hard, right? Like to track tiles, all I have to do is cross off the letters that are played on the board. How could I ever mess that up? Well, that's because you're doing 100 other things at once in the game, and actually balancing all of that stuff is really the true challenge of it. So sometimes when you're actually playing on your turn, you're balancing so much, you're trying to find plays, trying to think about leaves. And then as soon as you hit that clock and the pressure of it being your turn is relieved, that's like that pressure valve being released where now your brain can do the other stuff that it wanted to do. So, oh, interesting. Vegan. So that's so yeah, that also is another factor. I wasn't thinking about vegan actually after the play of Vega and Lone by Marcella, but uh, that's interesting because oh wow, look at this Art. Chris, instead of playing Pox, he's thinking about playing Pix, keeping an O for Oxo. That would be
uh,
brilliant if he does that.
that's why he's great.
That would just be fantastic if he does it. Now, in his shoes, so the unseen tiles you see on your screen on the top left of your streaming interface there, that is from Chris's point of view. So he has to be concerned that Marcella could easily have one of the last two O's, and that play would backfire on him in a way he doesn't want. But maybe he's going to decide that it's worth the risk. And if Marcella doesn't have an O, playing picks up there is very difficult to do that much with. You get hit with overlaps that maybe score in the 20s at most, maybe 30, in a great situation. And there it is. Oh, man, nice. Very nice. This is an aggressive play, Art. It's going to benefit him hugely.
It is because yeah, Marcella is helpless to do anything here. Yeah, he can really take a big jump. So yeah, Marcella's got the oh, she's already ready to make the points with K.
Yeah, she's got to be thinking about her clock as well. So I think she's basically saying, all right, I don't have time to think about this. I don't have an O. I don't really have a good play to block, but I've got that S, so I'm going to play something aggressive. So all of a sudden, both players kind of showing their cards in this very, very tight, cagey game, both of them making aggressive openings that favor themselves and not their opponent. Let's see who can capitalize on their aggression faster. As, oh my gosh, answers is going to fit for Marcella under kegs as she draws just the right set of letters. It would also play alongside the N of lone. So if she sees that word, she's got bingos here. Oh man, Art, I have no idea what's going to transpire from here.
All right. Well, Chris is dropping down Aeon in the corner, which is going to score a lot. Keep pressure on Marcella. So does she have the answer?
Yeah, that is a fantastic play by him, scoring 40 points. Answers actually does not fit with kegs. Sorry, she has to play. Oh, she sees it, but it will play alongside the N of lone. So, oh my gosh, and look at this, Chris drawing the Z and the blank. So even if Marcella bingos here, things are still not looking that good for her as Chris draws fantastic tiles. I think she has to go ahead and take it and pray that the last two tiles out of the bag for her are something good that she can work with. We know that the last two tiles in the bag are CI, which is actually not exactly what she wants here, just because it's going to be a bit of a struggle for her to do much with those tiles that also scores points. So it's going to be 362 to 339 heading into this end game. And what can Chris do to overcome her in this end game?
I mean, off the bat, Ozone looks like a great place. Great score.
Oh, nice, Art. Nice. Ozone off of that S of answers. That's fantastic, Art. That scores a boatload of points, probably enough to withstand anything that Marcella can do in response. So, wow, he's got to think to burn his blank here, but man, that might do it. That scores 71 points for him, putting him up by more than enough. But if he doesn't spot that, he has no other way to score that many points. So this is, oh man, there it is. Incredible.
Yep. Wow.
What a barn burner in game one, Art. Holy crap. That's you spotted that nice and quick, as did Chris, and that looks like it's going to score enough to deliver him the win. He's going to go up to 410 on the scoreboard. Marcella with only a minute left, and that IC combination just isn't flexible enough. Really not very good outplays here. Ices into the ES of Vega and Cis elsewhere here on the board, going into the S of Answers. Looks like her best outplays. What a game, Art. That was fantastic.
For something that started off so slow, it picked up at the end there, and great finish. So great play by both players. Gave us a great show.
Yeah, very, very much so. So final score 410 to 374. That was a great one to start National Scrabble Day with. And I think we may be able to hear from the players, but if not, we can also, I think we're getting that set up. Let's see if we cut to that.
There for that reason, but I couldn't see another spot. Is that like an anagram answers? I couldn't see anything else that went, but I would have had a problem there too.
That doesn't come up.
Yeah, you just have to.
That was the only place I saw it.
Just cut the blanks.
Good reminder. Paranoid. Or no.
A on the left, I and G.
Yeah, because your
So I think it's,
That was surprising. Almost 17.
Who's-
Just found rock. I almost put fog.
Who's tricky?
Yeah.
Oh, so a result. How the results? 433. Here it was.
I didn't get anything.
It
Seemed like he was heading towards a bingo like after this.
And then neither of us got this spot. I kept on looking at it. I had a couple things I wasn't sure about, but I didn't write them down.
You never know what's going to happen with that.
That's true. And the titles always come out so differently, and the decisions are.
Yeah.
Was that a defensive play? So that I wouldn't go there.
That was my T period.
Mhm. Okay.
Three T's, two A's. And E. So I just left A and T square products. So I think it's over product. Yeah, both left A and T. Johnny left A and T again. I think. So much more. So yeah, I mean, this was a dangerous spot. So it was just,
It made sense to go there, yeah.
I didn't want to play TAT here. It was rid of your estimates. So you just dropped it there anyway.
Well, I had groups at the time, so.
So it's a bit set with the bingo test. If I did play that.
Yeah. Well, that killed me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I had to do it.
For sure. If I think it was fine to be able to play that, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Okay, so, let's see. Oh, and also, earlier, I had a couple bingos that didn't play, but I wasn't sure whether I saw all the anagrams. Let me see.
But I did.
Oh, no, I saw them both, Latines and Leanist. I had Latines and Leanist at that point, and I couldn't go there. It was dense there, I couldn't go there.
Yeah.
And this wasn't there, so.
I was afraid of saying I could not draw an eight ball. Yeah, it was after ditching these that I could get an eight ball.
Yeah, I picked up 2 eggs at that point. Okay, good. I kept on thinking I had made a mistake by not being able to play an 8 through the F, but I could not. At that point, I am Latines Leanist, and that's who
Yeah, I almost played NI.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was putting things down. Wait a second.
Oh, see, I didn't see it upside down. I didn't see it. I thought, oh, I wonder why you didn't play that. But I did. Upside down.
Yeah, I hate to blame this. I mean, there was still like 3 others.
I didn't have any of them. And you got the others. But see, yeah, that was lucky that you were able to clean up your rack and get a good score there. I couldn't do anything with it because I didn't have one.
Yes, I was happy enough to still be in the game through bingo.
Yeah, exactly.
Good game.
But you got the Z on the double. Wow.
Teaching.
All right. So I think we heard, Art, there some acknowledgement of the Latines situation, but there were a lot of good insights there post game. And at one point, I heard Chris say that was tough. So yeah, that was pretty intense. I got to say that was a really stimulating game to start the day here. And hopefully you all enjoyed that in the chat as well. Not sure if we were to run a poll, whether a game that tight and cagey versus an offensive shootout would be what everybody wants to play, but it certainly was fantastic to watch.
I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, like I said at the outset, I like fireworks, and they were late coming, but they did not disappoint. So a lot of fun. If you like a closed board, if you like high score, you got a little bit of both in this game, and we're all happy.
It's funny how games like that can really, games are closed and tight until they're not, right? Like sometimes the fireworks come fast and furious in games like that, and often by necessity. I think that game was unique because both players were so neck and neck for so long that there was an unwillingness to cave and give in to the opponent. So you see games like that stay closed for almost the entire way because both players are feeling like, I don't want to be the one to blink. But then at the very end, it was that play by Chris of picks instead of pox, which was really, really next level on his part. To normally, you would definitely want to keep that eye with the N and G that was on his rack. So it speaks volumes that he saw the other option, that it involved him taking ING, our beautiful combination in Scrabble, and intentionally breaking it up because he saw that really powerful hook potential with OXO. I feel like that was a really fantastic play on Chris Sykes' part.
Yeah, as you get better in the game, you have to recognize that tunnel vision isn't good, and ING may be helpful, but the board is saying no, that's not what we need here. And yes, to realize that, hold on to the O and make something better for yourself. Yeah, it was fantastic play.
Yeah, it was really good. So, in any case, just a quick recap also for those just joining. It's been a pleasure to commentate game one with Art, who is our, 8 years running now, with, again, a year or two off during the pandemic time. Our head director of the Scrabble Players Championship, which, as we spoke about briefly earlier, it seems like it has to be, and Art confirmed, kind of a year-round thing to organize the Scrabble Championship. It is a huge undertaking, and Art is right at the top, spearheading all of that. So, Art, we've got the SPC coming up again in just a few months. How are you feeling? Are you excited for another year leading this rodeo here for us?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've got a great team that I work with, so from the top all the way down. So yeah, I'm always excited. Last year we had probably the most amazing finish we could ever hope for in the championship. So I don't know that we'll have a best of five run like it did last year, but to get everyone together again, it's our family reunion as well as our championship. It's a great time, and I look forward to being a facilitator. And I wish I could play, but I want to make it work. And one day when I retire from it, I'll get back in and play. But I'm having too much fun doing what I'm doing as is. So.
Yeah, it's a big sacrifice that we should definitely be thankful for, that you're willing to defer the thrill of playing, which really there are divisions for players of every single skill level. So not everybody that is defending champion Mac Meller has to, be going up against players of that caliber. It really is the best place on the calendar to go up against players of similar skill and battle it out in a really grand stage. And another person person who has deferred her own ability to compete in those events because I think she is reprising her role as an annotator this year, is one of our directors of the Ottawa Scrabble Club, and that is Heidi Robertson. Heidi is here. There she is, waiting in the wings to join us here. Heidi is on that staff, Art, and Heidi, are you excited to work under Art yet again coming up in Baltimore this year?
Oh, absolutely. Art and his wife are just so amazing. They just do so much, and it's incredible to watch the organization and everything happen, and always thinking of fun things to do as well. So Art had his big, what was your bling last year? It was pretty funny.
Oh, the big W. Yes, the big W.
So yeah.
Heidi is great on staff. I loved her since the moment she joined on, and I don't want to let her go. So it's good to see her again here and see her in Hanover in August.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's an amazing staff of, people like yourself that I get to freeload and play every time, as do hundreds of us in the community. So we definitely owe you a big thanks, and we should celebrate you on National Scrabble Day, along with the game itself, because it really is appreciated by everybody in the community. So yeah, huge thank you to both of these two rock stars in the chat. Art's going to stick with us until we start with game 2. So we're just going to chat a little bit as we get set up with our next game, which is going to come to us from the Collins contingent out at Casa LPS and producer Josh Greenway's neck of the woods. But yeah, we saw you in the chat there, Heidi, watching along with game 1. That was a crazy game to kick the stream off with here.
Yeah, that was amazing. That first half of the board, at least, was my nightmare. I can't deal with closed boards like that. I'm getting better at it, but oh man, it's not my preference at all. But yeah, then just to watch it just all blow up at the end was obviously so fun. So yeah. I'm sure that Marcella was a little bit disappointed when she realized her miss, but it happens to all of us. So yeah, it was a good one. And I wonder too about Chris. Like, did he play Dint? Did he do that on purpose, like to not open everything up? Because, like you say, he had so much time, and yeah, I don't know.
That would be incredible, because as we didn't detect this until after the fact, right, Art? That would have given back a pretty findable 9-timer, triple back to Marcella there.
Yeah, and that would have, of course, changed the whole game completely. It's probably over at that point. I don't know if that's I see that bingo. I'm playing it, and if you triple through the D, then you win. But I'm making them play 100 times out of 100.
Yeah. But yeah, Chris with either the well-timed miss or the absolutely, next level sort of dodge of that potentially devastating outcome. So yeah, like I said on the broadcast, sometimes one of the underrated ways that luck can manifest itself in Scrabble is sometimes your mistakes are devastating and cost you the game, and other times you might make a mistake that saves you the game somehow, and that's really amazing to be on the receiving end of that type of good fortune. So yeah, we're talking a lot about the upcoming SPC, where both of you will be staff members, and of course we will be seeing a lot of, just to reprise, the wordjudge.me on the computers there, coded up by Art to help us adjudicate those challenges. And yeah, we definitely owe Art a huge debt of gratitude for that tool as well. So yeah, the challenge machine can be, how do we all feel about the challenge machine? Heidi, is the challenge machine a place of triumph or agony for you in general?
Well, you know me, I phony a lot. I don't study very religiously like most people. It's really hard for me to study. So I definitely play a lot of words out of hope rather than having studied them. And I get many words challenged off. But every once in a while, I'm surprised by my risk taking and I get rewarded for it. So that's super fun when that happens. So yeah, I don't know. I'm always like, I never know what the outcome is going to be when I go to the challenge board computer.
So it's not the word judge itself; it's the trip. That's
Yeah.
The friends you made along the way. It's not about that. Would it be, Heidi, would you like it better if there was, some kind of animation of Art praising you, or, doing like tough luck? Would that help take the sting out of it?
That would be amazing. Let's make that happen.
Yeah. There you go. So, all right. Well, with that, Art, we thank you so much for, spearheading our SPC every year. WordJudge.me, a fantastic resource. And thank you very much for commentating game 1 of our Let's Play Scrabble stream alongside me. And with that, if you want to hop back into the chat, and for those of you out there on YouTube, just a quick note, we are going to be hopping back and forth in between different lexicons today. So I know for those that are partisans of one or the other, that could be a bit jarring, but hopefully we're going to make it fun for you to watch no matter what. So with that, thank you so much, Art. Any final words to the audience out there on the LPS YouTube?
I hope to see you in Hanover this summer. Thanks for having me, and enjoy the rest of your Scrabble day.
All right. Thanks so much, Art. And that leaves me and you, Heidi. We are going to watch David Stocco and Roger Coleman do battle in the Collins division. And much like yourself, I feel like Roger, my experience with Roger, he is one too. If he thinks there is a chance that a word might be good, he's going to roll with it and let the challenge machine decide. Is that your experience with him as well?
Oh, definitely. We have a lot of fun in our games. I think the last game I played him, I ended up with like, I don't even know, I think 600 maybe, or something. No, it definitely wasn't. Or what? Anyways, it was a very high score. It was one of those like shootouts, so it was pretty fun.
In stark contrast to what we just saw. So
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see something similar from Roger and David today. I played David for the first time in one recent tournament, and he played a couple very obscure words against me. So I know that he is a solid expert level player. So yeah, it should be a good battle between these two very creative players here. Roger, I think, is kind of a fixture in the Toronto Scrabble area. I guess that every month in Toronto, there's like a pub Scrabble situation, which I think is not, we've seen that in other areas in Canada. Something about Canadians and pubs and Scrabble is a great combination, apparently.
Yeah, we enjoy that. I just want to give a shout out. We are simulcasting right now to my Twitch channel and also Axotypo's Twitch channel. So just shout out to all the Twitch viewers out there. Sorry if we sometimes forget to acknowledge you, but just thank you for being here, and cheers. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Let's Play Scrabble does this every year now, and it's becoming quite the honored tradition. It's so fun, such a fun way to celebrate National Scrabble Day. So thank you all for joining us.
Very nice. Not at all. Yeah, I want to follow up on that, but let's go to our game. I think our players are ready to rock in this game. Let me see who's going first and whether I have that right. All right, no problem. I will pass it over to, I think, all right, it is David going first. But adding on to your point there, Heidi, this is the first year, I think, that the LPS broadcast has been multi-streamed to Twitch, which is a fantastic development. So just want to echo.
I feel like we did that once before too.
Oh, did we? Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we did that last year. So yeah, I have some footage of Brian and me commenting. I think you and I did it also. So yeah, was it National Scrabble Day? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's I don't remember.
There's so many Scrabble things that we do, but I'm pretty sure that was what that was. Anyway.
Yeah, I definitely defer to your memory. My memory is very good for the Scrabble dictionary, and I feel like your memory is good for literally every other thing that is not the Scrabble dictionary. So I'll defer to you on that. As David going first, and he has Coop lined up, so it looks like he's going to go with that. This feels like it does everything he wants. He could put the D on at the end of it, but keeping the D, he could be thinking, if I draw a word ending in ED, that's where I'm going to play it. So I like it. Heidi, any thoughts on Coop as an opener?
Yeah, that looks like a play that even I would make. So, where you know me, I tend to make some pretty weird choices. But it looks like even I would come up with that one. Gets rid of the U, gets rid of 2 of the high point tiles, leaves ED. What more do you want? Hits that double letter. So yeah, does all the things like you say that you want to do in the first turn.
Yeah, it definitely looks solid. It should be noted that, this does take just, I'm trying to see what hooks it takes, and I think, it just takes the D and S. So no worries about any, hidden hooks that could surprise us here. But not a very good draw at all for David, as he keeps the very nice ED combination, and look what he gets there, Heidi. Not what he wants to see.
Yeah, Jelamoka says he was keeping the DE in case Roger played Natsify.
Yes. Yeah, that was, I released a video today about that insane game as well, which, we don't have to worry too much about that. I'm sure people will see it. But click the response there. This is actually a pretty solid play by Roger. He doesn't have a great way to use his X on this turn. Maybe Oxic off of the O of Coop, but even that would leave KLW together. So I feel like click is a perfectly reasonable play. And back we go to David with this incredible surplus of consonants. Not what he was expecting, leaving ED on his first turn, like I said. So what to do here?
Yeah, I'm definitely no stranger to these types of wrecks. But I never know what to do with them when I get them. It's so hard. But that looks like a great choice.
Yeah, that dumps a lot. So he gets rid of 4 consonants there. If he's going to use up, so you have plays here that keep your vowel, right? You could just play find or fund here, keeping the E. But if you're going to go ahead and spend the vowel, nice to get rid of 4 consonants with it and give yourself a chance to redraw more vowels next turn. So I think it's a very defensible play for David. And back we go to Roger, who kind of has the opposite problem. All those vowels that David is wanting are collecting, especially those E's are right there. And there's Wex. This looks pretty good.
Yeah. Although this is one where I might make a mistake and not play this here because I don't want to leave the X beside the double word score. So I don't know,
Yeah, so that's a great point. And all right, so I just switched my lexicon because I just wanted to look. I had in my mind that you can actually put an E on Coop in the Collins lexicon, and I forgot to switch my lexicon and see that is actually true. So now I'm confirming that coupe is a word. So that is interesting to see whether either player will spot that. As you suggest, though, Heidi, that X there definitely looking so nice for parallel plays. The only question is, can David figure out a way to use his J in that spot? Look at that. Oh, he's got a nice word set up on his rack there. But where is that going to go down? I'm not sure yet. So, oddly, you can't really use that J if you want to play alongside the X. Right. So the best he can do is something like, Ronnie, that could be good with the Ned hook to ED. Or he could play Jinx into the X, which is another option that I would have a hard time, Heidi, thinking about anything other than an overlap here.
Same here. And I definitely find that in my game, I prioritize overlaps and miss simple plays like that, like Jinx. It's like you said, it's a lot to juggle Scrabble game. There's so many little tasks and so many ideas and things that you need to prioritize. So you can get mixed up here and there and just omit to think about the simplest things some turns. So Jinx looks pretty good, but I would definitely be looking to overlap here.
Yeah, there are good overlaps if he knows it. There is a more obscure Collins word, A-N-A-N, anon, that would
Yeah.
play getting the points for the W as well. So if you
Mm,
imagine
yes.
moving all these letters up one on the board,
Yeah.
you get a few more points for it. The reason that Jinx is kind of deceptively nice here is that any play like this alongside Wex is going to give good
Yeah.
overlaps back with Axe again, right? So
Yeah.
with if you're able to play Jinx, you're not giving up that same level of reparallel. So either way, Ronnie is the play for David. It is a solid play. Maybe other plays would have been slightly different for the board or for responses from Roger, but Roger's tiles are pretty awful here, and
Yeah,
it's
I
going to
was
be
just gonna
tough.
say he dodged a bullet because I don't even think Roger has a productive overlap there with the axe. I don't think he can do anything. So, yep,
Up.
just is gonna exchange.
All
That's
those tiles get dumped down, and yeah, it looks like an exchange 6, keeping an E.
yeah,
Seems reasonable, especially if he knows that Coop actually does take an E as a back hook, which we
right,
don't know that yet. But
right,
if you did, that would make it even more clear. So
right.
yeah, back over to David. He's got a J, and now I think he's gonna actually benefit Heidi from
Yes,
being able to reparallel
right.
if he wants to, at least. Something like Jot would be okay, but maybe that doesn't keep the balanced leave that he wants. I think that's perfectly defensible for him here. Oh, and look at
Yeah,
Roger. We're going to
yep,
see probably a bingo
nice.
coming back.
Can you spell
So,
bateaus with S or X?
I think Gatto is the word that can be S
Hmm.
made an S. This one I think can only be an X as a
Mm,
plural. Bateaux. However, you could play bateau with 2 T's as well. So Batteau would
mm,
also play in a couple different spots on the board. And the X is already played, so you wouldn't have to worry about that
right.
being hooked. So it looks like Roger also has unabate set up on his rack, if I'm not mistaken. That would
Hmm.
not be a valid word.
Right.
It's something can only be unabated.
Yes.
So we'll have to see what he's going to do here. He did see Bateau.
Yes.
It would be so heartbreaking, Heidi, if he played Bateau and designated the blank NS.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. I don't know if we're set up with our wordjudge.me screen. I assume we are, due to just the meticulous attention to detail of the Let's Play Scrabble, our producer, Josh Greenway, who
Yes.
says we are
Yeah.
not.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. All right, that's all. He's doing enough, so we
Yeah,
can't
so
do
for
too
sure.
much. Okay, they're going to show their phone screen when they adjudicate
Yeah.
this. But yeah, so we'll see. A number of bingos available. I'm sure Roger is going to attempt one here. The only question is what that is. So, yeah, so we mentioned it before, Heidi, that you're going to be on staff at the, assuming all goes well, you'll be on
Yes.
staff at the SPC later this year. But there's a lot of other stuff going on with you, not least of which is a rapidly growing youth club in Ottawa that you have basically taken on as like a personal project.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say rapidly growing, but definitely got a few kids. I think the most I had at one point was like 6 or 7 kids show up, but usually it's pretty small. That's okay. It's not. It's. I've been running it since probably October, and it's at the library right next to a school. So I thought it would be a good thing to do. Runs while like homework club is running upstairs. So I thought we'd get a lot of interest. Hasn't really taken off so far, but definitely got a couple of keeners who show a lot of promise. So I don't know. It's been fun. I think it'll just slowly keep building. It's funny because I started doing it because somebody said that they wanted to run it and wanted help. And so I was going to be a helper. And I was like, I could definitely help. And then I ended up, she wasn't close enough to my library where I started it. And so she's not helping me now. Now it's all on me. So I never would have done it except that I thought I would have help.
Well, you got roped into it, and I think you need to give yourself much more credit for the fact that 6 kids out of, I mean, you say it's not growing rapidly, but 6 compared to 0 in the area is a huge thing, right? Like going from 0 to having a thriving club is fantastic. And definitely want to give huge kudos for that, because that is the sort of thing that is going to keep Scrabble vibrant in all parts of North America. So quick procedural note about the game. Roger had the good sense to designate that blank an X, and David did challenge it just to make sure, and it was valid. So very nicely done by Roger to make the correct call to designate that an X. Had he called it an S, we could have seen some tragedy there. So nicely played by Roger for sure. And back over to David with a Q that he's going to be trying to use in short order. Don't think he has a better place than that to play it. So yeah, so we're caught up there. But yeah, again, it's just fantastic to hear about that. More school Scrabble all around the country can only be a good thing. And it's just been great. So kudos to you for that. Hopefully we get some positive comments. Go Heidi in the chat on YouTube and Twitch. Get those emotes flying on Twitch for sure. So. And all right.
Jello Mochas just asked my bot to define calamdens. QALAMDANS.
Yeah.
Did David have something close to that with his?
Yeah, he did. So he had QAD leaving MANS. So if there was, maybe I guess AL or LA on the board, would have resulted in the possibility for an absolutely insane 9-letter word, which is another, that's another thing to shout out. We're going to be having lots of great guests throughout the stream today, all of whom pretty much are doing something cool, interesting to make our community more vibrant and just add something. And one of those things that you've shared recently is your Twitch bot, which is absolutely insane that you've basically figured out a way to level up our Twitch bot technology, Heidi.
I think you're being overly.
You're supposed to accept the kudos. Stop pushing back on my kudos. The point is to bask in the kudos.
So yeah, I don't know. Like I was tired of relying on everybody else and never having the Scrabble bot up. And, I don't know anything about coding, obviously. Had no idea, but I had help originally with a bot from Eric Smith, or what was his username usually? WTF.
Yes, WTF.
Anyways, he helped me create a bot, but then it broke somehow. Anyways, and I didn't have it, and then he's really busy, and so I was like, okay, I need to be self-sufficient here, and so I just took all the existing coding and started asking ChatGPT to help me fix it up so that my bot could work again. And it took a couple of days, like literally like full days of trying to like iterating back and forth. Like, no, this works. And now this is broken. Can we fix that? And so, but eventually we got it working. Something else is broken now, but and now I know how to fix it. So it's not a big deal. But then I also made sure that it would run off a cloud system instead of having to bring it manually on my computer every time, which I don't know if anybody else is doing that. Hopefully I don't know. I find it hard to believe that I would be the only one who has done that, but yeah, just now the bot runs 24/7 virtually.
I think you are the only one that had the gumption to even dream that could be done, and that's a huge deal for us on Twitch to have that ability with our definition bot, which I think is so useful. We don't have that yet on YouTube. It's a little easier to integrate that sort of thing in with Twitch. So if you are on either Josh or Heidi's stream on Twitch, you can do commands that help you to define the words you see on screen screen, and you gotta, imagine that there are so many words that an average person's not going to know. It really, really aids understanding of the broadcast that, yeah, these might be obscure, but they all have definitions and you can find out what they are. So that's another huge accomplishment that you should definitely just accept the praise for and no pushing back on that. So, all right. So we saw another challenge, I think, for Treater, which, so on that turn, a couple of you in the chat pointed out there was a crazy bingo of tartrate through the T of bateaux in a couple different permutations. That is one that very few players would find. Roger making a very reasonable play of Treater as a double-double, collecting 5 points for that. And now back over to David and Heidi. He has a bingo, but it's from the W at the top of the board. That's kind of off the beaten path, easy to miss.
Yeah. I don't think your eye with these letters, you're usually not going to be looking to a W to a bingo, but David's a strong player, right? So he could definitely generate it if he looks hard enough. And when you're motivated to find a bingo, then it's a lot easier to spot those things. So
yeah, for sure. So he could come up with it. I think if it's one of those things where if you just told him, hey, you got a bingo from the W, he's going to spot it instantly.
Yeah, he's going to spot it instantly, yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like he's thinking, as you suggest, he's got those two S's.
Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to play something with quads or treater. Maybe he was getting set to play manse and treaters, or maybe clicks. There's a lot of nice spots for an S to play. And you're going to think, well, I got two of them. Surely the best play is to use one here. Now he's got his tiles arranged back in that alphabetical order. Maybe that suggests he's saying, maybe he's going back to this idea of maybe I got to have something.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're seeing Rams lined up. It feels like he might let this one get past him.
Funny because every time I see any SS on my rack, I put it at the end just to see if there's anything there. So I'm surprised that hasn't really happened yet, I don't think.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, that's very natural. I feel like something happens to our brains as we study more Scrabble words, that you stop worrying so much about prefixes and suffixes and you just kind of stare at the letters alphabetically and hope the words come to you, which actually in this case, going back to that more natural way that we anagram words would really help. If he just thinks, all right, well, what suffixes could I possibly have here? Ness would come to mind very fast, and I think he would get there from there. So you're totally, oh, there we go. Oh, man. Didn't it look like he was about to?
Yes.
All right. He juked us there. He still has time. I felt like he was so close to putting those letters in the order that suggested, I see it now. And he still has time. I think he's, it doesn't feel like he's locked into any play here. So he's got a little time to keep an open mind and look at those parts of the board that are off the beaten path. So, so we'll see. But what he elects to do, there's a lot going on here. So if I'm not playing Warmness, I really don't know what I'm supposed to do. So, all right, he plays man. No bingo here. It should be noted, too, that the bingo of Warmness, it only would have scored 67. Of course, you're happy to get that many points here, but it also gives back really nice counterplay a lot of the time to the triple. So if you're going to miss one, this isn't the worst one to do it with, Heidi.
Yeah, as you say, sometimes your misses can actually be blessings in disguise. We don't know that. I mean, I don't know what Roger would have done after, but yeah. Yeah,
with his WV combo, it probably wouldn't actually have been that easy for Roger to do a ton in that spot. So, yeah, I think in this particular case would have worked out quite well. So, wow, there is a crazy play available. I just want to shout this out. A vow plays from the A of bateaux here.
Oh, nice.
That is a beautiful spot. If Roger spots that, and it looks like he has a vow lined up on his rack, the more natural place to play this would be maybe with mana. He might be thinking, David just made this very aggressive opening of man. which hooks with like half the alphabet here, if
Yeah.
not more. So I need to
Yeah.
deal with that.
Yeah.
So that might be where he's seeing a vowel could be a really nice place to play. And man does hook with almost every vowel. Hooks with A, E, I in Collins, O, hooks with a D, G. Like it's like everything. So you definitely would be looking there, but what a cool fit that would be to play from the A.
And I think, Roger will often find those types of plays. He's a very creative player on the board, I find.
Yeah, I would definitely give him a chance to spot a play like that. Instead, he's going to go basically saying, I'm not going to address your man hook. I'm going to just keep things open.
Throw it open. That's a Heidi move.
I was going to say, this probably has the Heidi Robertson seal of approval for that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's leading to more excitement for us. Let me make sure that I get the score updated. There we go. So it's 188 to 148 right now. Still very, very close for David, who actually has a couple options here. That I of Viola, I think the way David has his tile set up suggests he sees an 8-letter word there of argosies, which I think is a type of nautical vessel, like a ship. So he has that, but also a more obscure 7-letter word on his rack of sorages here. So let's see what he does. There we go. Looks like the 8 is going down, and he's going to retake the lead.
Nice.
So 72-pointer. I wonder if Roger might challenge this if he doesn't know it at all. We'll find out pretty quickly. Yeah, I think pretty sure that looks like a challenge. Yeah. I think the body language, the phone coming out.
He's collected a couple nickels this game, so.
And he's going to pay him right back. Yes. Yeah. So extra 5 for David, bringing him up a little bit higher on the scoreboard. So there we go. Nice. Back and forth game again. Not always the case in Scrabble. Sometimes we get these huge blowouts, but we haven't gotten either one of those to start the game. I'm very grateful.
Yeah, same. There's really no fun watching a game that's a total blowout, right? It's just demoralizing to watch. It's demoralizing when it happens to you, but yeah, I don't know. Some people seem so immune. Well, okay, very few people. But there are a couple people who are immune to that, right? Where it's just, okay, whatever, this is happening, and I'm just going to do the best I can with the rack in front of me, and the board.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant there are people immune to being blown out in Scrabble, and I was going to say, yeah, I see. You're saying emotionally unaffected by that. Yeah, it is the most human thing, right? When you're sitting over the board and your opponent gets every good letter and it's just blasting you, and there's nothing you can do. That definitely doesn't. I don't think that should feel good. The only thing you can really do is to get it to not feel bad.
You know what though? Sometimes when you're getting blown out like that, like you're just, you're not winning this game, it can relieve a certain pressure, and then you can just focus on playing the game. Well, like, okay, if you don't have the tiles, you're not playing the game that you like, but you can focus on just, okay, now is my chance to exercise these certain aspects of my game that I want to practice on, or whatever, I'm just going to take this opportunity to do the best that I can with the tiles that I have without having to worry about defending a win or something like that, right? Like, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, the stress level is definitely lower, and as human beings, we only have, limited reserves of how much stress we can undergo until, bigger mistakes start happening. So yeah, it is nice. Of course, if you're going to win a tournament, you probably want more of those games to be the ones where you draw so well that the pressure is relieved and you just know, I can't lose this game. But there is something about incredibly close tactical battle that is so much more draining than getting blown out. So there is that element to it.
Well, Wombo Scrabble, this is another good point. When being blown out, do you get it over with ASAP to rest your brain before the next one, or battle for spread?
That is a challenge that I feel like I will always, in my career, I've always, erred on the side of battling, and I'm not sure that's been always to my benefit. I think there could have been times where just letting the game go and not grind so hard is
Yeah.
just a better decision long term, but I just don't seem to have
You
that in
can't
me,
do it. Yeah.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, Lola says, I tend to get adventurous when I've clearly lost. Start looking for fun plays instead of how I can win plays.
I think
Which,
that's totally justified.
yeah,
Scrabble should be fun after all. And if the
exactly.
game is not fun because it's a close back and forth battle,
Right.
then it can be fun because you're doing something amusing. I mean, that's a lesson that our friend Josh Sokol has also
Yes.
taught me multiple times over, is that really when you sit down to play, having fun should be a very high goal. Whether
Yes.
it's as high as winning the game, who knows? But I feel like Josh has shown me that you can have having fun be your primary goal when you sit down to play and have great results. So thank you, Josh, for that. I know he's out there
Yeah, he
watching
is
along.
definitely. Yeah.
So this is crazy though, Heidi. You've got a blank if you're David. The rack is balanced. You've got an LY combination.
Yeah.
You've got multiple hooks to man on the board, but there is no playable bingo for David
That
here, if you
that
can
would drive
believe
me
it.
crazy. I would be looking forever here thinking there must be something. I must be missing something.
I mean, I'm in astonishment. Look at how nicely balanced
Yeah.
those tiles are, and
Yeah.
there's no 7 in there. So for me, this would be a huge danger of I'm going to use up an enormous amount of time on this turn.
Mhm. Yeah.
Maybe there's a way that you can, if you're David, you can think to yourself, well, if I play something like HYE off of
Yeah.
click,
Yeah.
right? That scores 41 and
Yeah.
leaves me the blank.
Yeah.
Maybe he can quickly realize, wow, that's got to be about as good as any bingo that I have here. And
Yeah.
maybe he can get out of spending 5 minutes on this turn here, because I know I would want to
Yeah.
spend a lot of time here.
And I said that I would spend a lot of time, but I think actually my tendency is often to find a super high scoring play without using the blank, keeping the blank for next turn in situations like this. So if I see that HYE play, which I was just looking there when you said that, I think I would drop that down fairly quickly and just be
Yeah.
like, I'll just bingo next turn.
And
I like
that's
to have that.
true.
I like to have that little bit of assurance too that I'm going into the next rack with, like, I'm in good position going into the next turn because I get hosed so often with my draws.
Yeah, I mean there's definitely a great logic to that. I mean, we can all relate to that, no matter how we all feel about drawing tiles. If you feel unlucky, if you are unlucky, if you feel lucky, it's always going to add to your flow. If you can make a 40-point play going into next turn with a really nicely balanced set of letters. And what did we just? Oh,
So
okay, I see. Hey at the top
just
of the
the
board.
HY. Also,
Yeah.
is clicky? Is clicky a word?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It seems like it easily could be.
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate. And interesting play of Mensch here.
Hmm.
So that's a really kind of clever play from Roger to get that S and get a few extra points with the quads hook, but wasn't able to use an I. Let's see if
Yeah.
that winds up. A challenge, another. Look at all these challenges
Yeah.
back and forth. So nice. Yeah, the interesting thing about that is, let me give the 5 points here, is that, yeah, Roger using up his S, he could be thinking, well, I still have the man hooks if I want to, if I draw a bingo in that spot. Looks like they're recounting the scores here, but he definitely had a few options that might have been improvements, including the trickiest of which would be through the 2 A's of treater and quads. You could play a main into the triple for 38. That is a beautiful play. Very, very difficult to see. And that looks like a great option for him here. So, that might have been a little bit better, but very stylish, and you get 5 extra points from David for this. So back over to David, and he's drawn the first blank, Heidi.
Ooh.
So
Well, he already had that blank. He already had that blank.
Oh, right. Sorry. You're totally right. My bad. One step a little too slow for me, but now I think the rest of his letters have really come around, and he's definitely going to be bingoing here. The only question is what. Roger might be hoping for an L out in space, or maybe he's going to play Milliner with one L. So we could see some fireworks here in a hurry. But David's got to pick a bingo, and I just wonder which way he's going to go with it. I feel like his only realistic place to bingo is hooking man, so he's going to benefit from that choice. But this is a tough one, too, because as much as it would have been easy on his previous turn to burn a ton of time looking for a bingo that's not there, now he has the opposite problem, Heidi, where he has bingos with a ton of different letters.
Yes.
So how to proceed with a choice here? It's tricky.
Yeah, it's always difficult when I mean, for me, it's not that difficult because I don't know a lot of words. So I just play the first one that I'm like, okay, that's a word. What is this? I don't even know.
This is a V. So David is making the blank a V here. So Amazing. I think this is basically as defensive of an option as he could have played. And I think it makes a lot of sense when you look at the board after this play. That V out in space is so restrictive. It even makes it very, very difficult now to play something with clicks, right? You would have to play a 7-letter word with an S in the 4th position of the word to play something with clicks here. So this gives nothing back with that V out in space and makes it really, really hard. And another challenge, the nickels are flying here for both players.
How many do we think we've had in this game? 5 or 6?
3 in Roger's favor and 2 in David's favor, and obviously every word that's been played has been valid, so it is a pretty clean game for the players here. Normally you would expect to see, with 5 challenges in a game, maybe 1 or 2 would actually result in a word coming off, but not here. So that's a tough one for Roger, and he is going to have to buckle down. And, oh, man, there is the last S and the Z for David. So very, very good draws for him. I would be in his shoes, Heidi. I would be very happy to see those letters.
Yes, very happy. What is Roger going to do now? I don't.
So he has to think about, so again, the same play that I called out earlier is still available of a main for 38. Right. But then again, if you don't do something more active to open the board, it doesn't feel like, so that's a nice looking play. It scores 38. It leaves good piles, but you can't just rely on David opening the board for you. So you might need to take more of an active approach, just to do something to get a letter out there in space. Maybe something like Mirren through the R of Veliger, however you would say that. At least then you have a letter to play 8 to. It's not a very good letter in the N in the corner, but it's better than nothing. This is a really, really tough situation for Roger, and I'm not 100% sure that he's going to have a play that makes him feel good.
Yeah. N's pretty good for ION bingos, but I guess there's only a couple of T's left. I was going to say there's lots of O's and I's left from his vantage, but anyway, that's all academic, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's me, I'm just, if I have omniscience and I can see every move, I'm probably just playing a main, just because it scores so well, and maybe I can draw the Z, the S, some of the other good scoring tiles, because bingoing feels so difficult on this board that maybe I just have to hope to draw all the good scoring tiles and get back in the game that way. If you imagine a main going down here, it actually gets Roger to within 30 points. So maybe that's close enough where you can outscore your way back, but not a good situation for him at all here. So yeah, these are
It's not
tough.
an easy word. It's not an easy word to generate either for somebody at our level, Rogers and my level.
Oh, I think it's a hard play to generate for anyone, really. Anyone outside of, the very, very best play finders. You, Heidi, you get weekly practice with some of the best players in North America who would probably reliably find this, such as Adam Logan, Matthew Tunnicliffe, many other super strong players at the Ottawa Club, where you are sort of a leading figure at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know a main. I know it now because you said it, but I didn't know it before. So I would have missed that play for sure. But I definitely learn a lot from my peeps, and the Ottawa Scrabble Club is thriving, and the people there are amazing. So everybody should come check it out if they're in Ottawa. It's a good time.
It's hard to think of a club that is stronger in both just total number of players. There's a ton of players every week. I must be close to 15 or 20 people that go regularly, but also that top end where I know Adam Logan moves around a little bit, but when he's been in town, you've got, arguably the best North American player. He's right in that conversation. Along with, other people like Matthew who are so fantastic. So definitely, in my mind, one of the strongest clubs in North America.
Well, I mean, obviously we have Montreal too, with some of the most champions coming out of Montreal, like we had Wapnick and obviously Extra Typo, Josh, and Michael Fagan. So
for sure.
yeah, a lot of talent coming in, and they like to claim Adam also. So.
Well, who wouldn't? One of the really strongest players out there, and an incredibly nice guy. Great to sit over across the board from him, except if you are wanting to win the game. That is probably the only way that going up against Adam would not be ideal, but really a lot of fun to play against him. So yeah, it's great. The Ottawa Club certainly thriving. A lot of great, as you allude to, Montreal, and of course this LPS stream taking place in Toronto, where you can see a fantastic turnout of so many great players. So a lot of so Canada has many of the best clubs in North America.
We should definitely move the championship to Canada.
That is an idea that seems increasingly appealing. I think that's, who knows when that could happen, but I certainly feel like there are a lot of good reasons for it. And yeah, maybe it's an idea whose time has come, but I guess we have to defer to our previous guest, Art, whoever, decision makers there are about that. All right, here is the play. Oh, this is kind of interesting, except as I'm quickly seeing, there are no A's. I thought, oh man, this could be fun to set up the A hook on this, but actually all 9 A's are already on the board. So Amos is not a possibility here for Roger. Who knows? Maybe Roger's thinking I'm going to play mice, and then something through the M will actually open up multiple lanes here. Oh, fantastic. Oh my God, Heidi, that's such a good play.
I love that play. I especially love those sneaky hooks like that, like Maneb. It's so beautiful. As you say, changes the whole word. So it's not something that would spring to mind immediately. It's inside, it's just a brilliant play. I love it.
And I think we're seeing our balance be equalized here. Looks like Roger challenged this. So we are now at even Steven with the challenges going back and forth. But yeah, just to make it absolutely clear, what makes this such a good play is Maneb is a beautiful hook in its own right, but David correctly realizing I have the last S of the game. So Maneb is the hook of that can only benefit him, and he has not karmically drawn what you would want to see for such a very, very clever play. But I'm really impressed by that play, Heidi.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play. Fully approved. It's creative and smart, so that's why I love it. It does all the
Yes.
things that make my brain fire up. So yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's one thing to make a really simple, 2-letter word or something that happens to be strategically brilliant, but this
Yes.
also has the aesthetic
Yes.
pleasure of seeing Maine be hooked to Maneb. So as you suggest, I think all of us in watching on YouTube or on Josh or your own Twitch channel can enjoy this play. We're going to have to wait a little bit probably to see. Well, I guess David can just play as he has lined up ZOS in that spot. Oh, look at that. So creative idea by Roger to open more space. This sort of, you alluded to the fact that Roger is kind of a creative player who goes, off of the beaten path to find some cool options. And this is a nice idea to open a little more space on the board. But I think this is going to incentivize David even more so to just play ZOS and block off that triple.
Leaving the beautiful IUUV. But of course, it doesn't matter at this point.
IUUV is definitely not the set of tiles that we want as Scrabble players. But if you're going to have them, nice to have them when you're up by 100.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
So, we talked about your budding school Scrabble program, talked about your Twitch bot that you've made for all of us in the community, talked about the Ottawa Scrabble Club, talked about you being on staff. And I guess the last thing is, as we know, you're going to be playing in the Niagara Falls tournament. And as you've done recently, this is sort of a plug for those of you watching on Twitch, or if you're on YouTube, just a PSA that you're going to try streaming from some games from Niagara Falls as well, which I'm going to do my best to help out with that, as I did for your most recent tournament. I think it's fantastic to have Twitch streams where you can follow along with the streamer. So I'm sure you're excited about that.
I'm very, very excited, and thank you so much for agreeing to do it. It's a big ask, but it's really, it adds so much to the Twitch streams, right? Like a Twitch stream is nothing if it's not interactive. And when I'm playing in a tournament and streaming, obviously I cannot interact with the chat. So, and it's my nightmare. That's all I want to do is talk to my peeps. So I always want to feel like when they arrive there, that somebody's there to greet them and let them know what's going on and everything, and explain what's happening, and also have all the information on the screen so that they can follow along and know what's happening. And so you very, very generously provide that extra support. And so for Niagara Falls, it's a Sue Tremblay, Jason Boersma tournament, probably the last one that they're going to do for Niagara Falls. And they traditionally don't have streaming, so this will be probably the only games that will be streamed from that tournament. And I've got a couple of people lined up to help do commentary, I think, so that should be great to jump in and make sure Will doesn't have to do the whole thing. But yeah, it's such a good, I don't know, I just think it's really good to get people to see how a tournament happens and everything else. So I love the opportunity to do it, and I think it's going to be really, really fun. So yeah, thanks so much for doing that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to, call that out and make sure, if you're wanting to make sure you don't miss that, dropping Harrow into Birds a follow on Twitch would be a great way to achieve that. And I do feel like it is a model that we have precedent for in other games like chess, where if a big chess streamer is out playing a tournament over the board, I would love to, see more of that sort of thing in Scrabble as well. Of course, it is a burden of, you have to have equipment, you have to be willing to set that up. So I feel like, it's a testament to those that actually do that, which is basically kind of just you and Josh Sokol are the only people. And we got to support those two whenever they want to do something like that. So, haven't had the stars align to do that with Josh yet, but I hope to at some point, and definitely excited to help you with that. So it's, follow Heidi's Twitch, and it's going to be coming up in May.
It's a long weekend in Canada, I believe. So May 17th, 18th, something like that, around there.
Yep. So about a little more than a month, I guess. So we'll be ready. But yeah, poor Roger back to the game as we have this stream here to attend to.
Well, this looks like a pretty balanced rack again, as you say. But of course, like there's not really going to be any bingoing on this board unless you can with that M or something.
Yeah, which is a tough ask to play through an M there. So he's going to go ahead and just continue to play as openly as possible. Makes total sense from a strategic standpoint that, I'm not going to win this game unless I get a bingo, and probably a big one. But really, from Roger's POV, he's kind of reliant on David to make a huge mistake. And the crazy thing is, David almost has the type of rack that would make this next to impossible to deal with this opening. He almost has nothing that he could play, but he could just play YOU or Yip or Yup, any of those things. But his tiles are so bad. That's exactly the sort of tiles that Roger was hoping he would have. But even in that case, he's going to be able to block it. So no danger here. For David, as actually that was a bag emptying play as well. I don't have the tiles correct. Give me a second. Actually, there's a P on David's rack instead of that I. Okay, now it's correct on screen. So yeah, we can see that David should be just fine. He doesn't even need to really block the Y. In fact, knowing in full what Roger's tiles are, but he probably will do so just to be safe anyway. So yeah, so this was a pretty crazy game. We saw, could this be a record of challenges that we've ever seen on stream, Heidi? 6
in one game.
6 in one game.
Although, as I say, the last game I played with Roger, we were up that many times for sure. It was like every second play we were getting up to go to the childish computer. So I don't know. I don't know if it's probably, if Roger's involved, the chances are higher that it could have happened before.
I would definitely expect the two of you over the board to have a great chance of setting that record. Two players who are very ambitious and creative, and that is going to lead to a really fun game. Yeah, for sure. So I
fearless
guess,
or reckless, whatever, however you want to characterize it.
You can put a positive spin on almost anything, right? Brave or foolhardy, right? Confident or bitchy. Sorry. I shouldn't use that word. But all right, Yup is the play. In fact, if David had wanted to, he could have completely ignored that Y and just played VROU off of the R of his previous bingo in the lower right. Instead, he plays it safe, and that's a very normal thing to do.
He has it. Yeah, he has it next turn too.
He can play it next turn. True. So yeah. So pointed out in the chat that if this were a different game, the Y in a different scenario, you would have toiletry from that Y, but unfortunately wouldn't have fit on this board, and now it gets blocked anyway. So we will just have to see how this game concludes. But either way, this was going to do it for me. I'm on tap for 2 games to start off. So just want to say a very heartfelt thank you to all those watching on YouTube on the Let's Play Scrabble channel, where the channel is originating. And also, I am away with family this weekend, so I don't have all my monitors. So I don't have any of the Twitch chats up and running on your Twitch or on Josh's Twitch. But just want to say hello to all of you out there, and thanks very much for tuning in. So how has it been on Twitch there, Heidi? Do you have some people watching?
I have a couple of people watching. I can't tell exactly how many, but some of my loyal viewers, Yasmin and Jelamoka, Starcasted, Exertypos put in. So yeah, a few people. It's good. It's always good to see you guys. Thank you. And of course, Mike was there from the beginning.
Very nice.
So yeah, thanks to all my peeps for being here once again. Appreciate you all.
So nice turnout on all the different platforms, seemingly, as Roger's going to get set to go out. Maybe, I'm sure he's going to figure out a way to end this game. It looks like he's over time as well. Funny how that works, right? Like this game
Yeah.
has long since been decided, but you still
Yeah.
want to keep grinding. Let me get the score updated. I think should be a little higher for both players. There we go. Oh, okay. Might is the play for Roger, leaving just that L. So that's going to let David go out with his F and I. He plays fur. Oh, there was a cool. So refi, as in refinance, would have been playable from Vrat, the RE. That would have been a
Oh,
pretty
wow.
slick outplay. But fix is going to be the play for David to finish this game off, his second best option. So, all right, well, there you have it. So that was game 2. Certainly a little more open and a lot more bingos. There's the fist, the fist pound after the game.
Or open show for you. Because there's still lots to play through. I didn't need to do that. It was, of course, we were close, but it was my high score. I could have just played down here somewhere to your points. But I wanted to be in the W at the same time. Yeah, that was probably my error.
I played native. I had the last ass. So
Yeah.
it was like that's like I
I
got it.
figured you're ahead of that point enough that you're going to score it off the Z regardless. I only opened this opportunity myself. There's just scoring opportunities. Like I could have played there earlier, but then you block the last line here. Like that's kind of a deadline anyway. So if you didn't block it over here or through here, then I'd have no chance of leaving. There again, just give myself opportunities.
But why is it tough ladder too?
I know.
I mean, it's a tough ladder to stick out.
Yeah.
So
I was running in.
Mice is good because I think Emma's is good.
Yeah, the A's were gone.
Yeah. Okay.
So I didn't worry about it. I would have loved to set myself up. But, all right.
I thought Mitch was with a C. But I
Both
guess
are
it's
good.
both.
Yeah.
You say so?
Yep, we're done.
Do you look at yours?
49 and to 330.
All right, so you can see we heard some little tidbits of info there that Roger was aware that there were no A's when he played mice, and that he would have loved if there were so that he could set them up. And of course, we heard David say quite clearly that he was playing Maneb with that S in hand. So that was probably the play of the game for the two of us. I don't know if you concur with that, Heidi.
Oh yeah, I think I agree with that for sure. Like that was my favorite play of the game, I would have to say.
Yeah, so we've seen a couple really nice strategic plays here in the first 2 games. We saw Chris Sykes with that Pix play instead of Pox, setting up Oxo. Really, really nice play for all the players that we've seen so far in our 2 games here. And by way of plugging here, that is the type of Scrabble strategy that you see on the LPS YouTube channel, Let's Play Scrabble. They have recently rolled out an option for those of you that have loved plays like that and all the streams that Josh and really just Josh Greenway with some help from his partner Kieran O'Connor at LPS have done behind the scenes. They now have YouTube memberships where you can support him. I'm gonna make sure that I'm getting out my credit card and trying to support, because what they're doing is incredible for the game of Scrabble. So it's $5 a month of additional support to LPS. The amount of money that Josh has spent on his equipment and all the hours that he spent, it far outstrips that cost. So obviously, we're pinching pennies. Some of us are, trying to lower costs. But if you have that available to give, great way to show a little extra thanks to Let's Play Scrabble for the amazing streams that we've all gotten to see and that we will get to see in the future, Heidi. I think it's a very worthy cause.
It is really incredible to think, just to try and conceive of the amount of time that Josh and, we'll just say Josh and Karen, obviously, but Josh more so, devoting to Scrabble, just day and night. Like I saw an email come in at 3 a.m. Like, come on, because he's so dedicated to making sure these things go smoothly and well, and to spread the word and bring more people in and make this game exciting and visible for everybody. So yeah, it's really incredible. It definitely deserves the support if it can manage it. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely well worth doing. Glad to see that option for those that want to lend a little extra support to LPS. So yeah, I think we got to pretty much every topic I could think of with things that you are up to these days, Heidi, which is a lot. It is a lot. And there's other stuff that, we're leaving out, being on the advisory board for NASPA, there's all kinds of stuff. It's a long list of things that you're doing.
Unlike Josh, though, I don't do all of it well. I just
yeah. I think
unfinished projects here and there. Yeah.
I mean, you habitually sell yourself short as well, so that is on brand as well. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting too. We were talking about all the really strong clubs in Canada. Canada is definitely the source of many of the best players. A lot of our recent champions as well at the North American Championship. So, just curious. I mean, you've mentioned a couple times that, it's not that cut and dried of, I've sort of been hedging my bets with, I think we're going to see you at the SPC or at this or that tournament, but, it's not exactly a clear cut whether it's going to be that easy for Canadians to come play with us. Is that, how much is that looming on your mind?
It is looming, and that's the right word for it, because obviously I love my Scrabble community. I love everybody who I'm supposed to be going to meet this summer. There's a couple of huge tournaments going on. SPC is one of them, and the other one is the Bob Lynn sponsored Albany 4th of July tournament, which I'm super looking forward to, and just devastated at the prospect that I might honestly not be able to go, because we don't know what is happening, and things, get a little bit crazy. You hear some crazy things. And so I don't know, on the one hand, it seems, I want to believe that it's harmless enough that I can go and be safe and it'll be fine. But on the other hand, I just really don't know things, and who knows, just the unpredictability is so high that it's really hard to make that call as to whether I can actually be there or not. But I definitely want to. And so the prospect of not being able to is really disheartening and devastating for me. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm sure that echoes the sentiment of a lot of Canadian players, and frankly, I can't quibble with any of it. So yeah, that's we certainly hope that it makes sense for all of our Canadian friends to make it out for the big US-based events later this summer. Just want to quickly shout out that after our plug, we have our first Let's Play Scrabble supporter is Jason Hazard. So Jason, very generous. Thank you so much. Jason. LPS, thanks you so much. I think I don't know if anyone, he might be supporter number 1. So thank you so much, Jason, for that. That's very generous. And I think with that, Heidi, we're going to throw it back over to Josh behind the scenes. I think that's going to do it for our stint on commentary as well. So it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for hopping in the booth. Let's head back to the venue over at Casa LPS and hear from producer Josh Greenway here.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I want to welcome everybody. I can't be seen on camera, but we've got a lovely bunch of Canadian players who are all on camera here. And we thought, what better topic? Will and Heidi was covering some of this, but we wanted to talk about what Canadians' takes are on traveling to U.S. tournaments. Obviously, we're coming up. There's a lot in the news, as everybody knows. And we're coming up to some of the biggest Scrabble tournaments of the year, which are typically in the States. We have the Scrabble Players Championship, we have Word Cup, we have tournaments like mine, like July 4. And I just thought people would be interested to hear what everybody is thinking about U.S. travel. I've certainly heard from a lot of Canadians that they are not considering any U.S. travel right now, and that Scrabble just doesn't make the list, doesn't make the cut. But other people are a different way. So I wanted to throw out to the group. Maybe I'll start with a show of hands. Who's not traveling to the States for Scrabble this year, let's say? Look at that. Pretty, that is.
Not 100%.
He's not 100%. That's about 3/4. Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to do. So of some of the people who threw up their hands, we'll go one at a time. Let's hear a couple of reasons why. David, do you want to give us a reason?
Just wasn't in the planning calendar.
Got it. So it wouldn't have changed one way or the other with the latest news. You weren't headed to the States anyway.
I was leaning. I don't have an incentive to go to the States, but I typically don't travel for tournaments or very far. So in that regard, not much has changed.
Got it. Does anyone who raised their hand, were they going to go and then they made a decision not to?
Yes. Yes. For very political reasons. I don't like to bring politics into Scrabble. Still love all my American friends, but the situation is what it is. And what's up?
What's up? Yeah.
Got it. Anybody else from that side before we flip to the other side for people who are still considering it? Any other thoughts in general? Just, I mean, look, we don't want to make it overly political, but are there particular reasons why we're not considering, other than maybe, like David said, it wasn't necessarily on the list already?
Sure. I think that given the political situation, I'm far more inclined to spend my money in Canada on Canadian things.
You're here.
Yeah. And I also find the U.S. to be a bit of a scary place right now, given that the rule of law seems to have been weakened considerably with all the deportations that's happening at the border.
Got it. Well, and we certainly have Canadian tournaments. I mean, I don't know if we get a show of hands for anyone who's playing either Niagara Falls or Montreal coming up. Do we have? There you go, unanimous. Everybody's playing Canadian tournaments, and of course, we welcome our U.S. friends to come on up. I'm curious for the people who are still considering U.S. travel. How does that calculus work? Like, I'll kick things off. I'm going to be in the U.S. for some of those tournaments because it's running those tournaments is a big part of what I do and just part of my identity and part of how I have fun and stuff like that. So I made the decision to head down. But we did have a couple of people without their hands up. How are you guys thinking about it?
For me, I'm in between because I want to go because I like Scrabble, and I figure life is short, and how I consider it the last part of my life. And I'm thinking, do I want to wait 4 years not to be able to go to the States and play? I just came back from Florida, and I will tell you that the people that I did meet were very apologetic to no end that they were embarrassed to even be considered U.S. It's unfortunate, but that's sort of where I'm at. So I do want to go because I don't know how much time I've got left. And on the other part is that, yeah, the political climate, I don't like.
Roger, anything to add?
Politics aside, our Canadian dollar is still quite weak. I think it's up to 72 cents on the dollar, which doesn't go very far for us Canadians going to the States. So that's probably a bigger deciding factor for me recently. That said, I did go to the States recently, not for travel, but again, I found a similar experience with Americans. Yeah, they joke about Canada becoming the 51st state, but it was all a joke and like wink, wink. Like, we're not really with that, but they're happy to have me there, and I would somewhat reluctantly go back to the States. I'm not jumping at to go there again. there are other Canadian tournaments like you suggested that I would like to support larger tournaments. I might go, I'm sort of 50-50 right now. I might go to the bigger tournaments in the States, maybe just one in the summer, like July or August. So that's kind of where I stand right now.
Got it. Well, listen, I appreciate everybody weighing in. Did anyone have something to say that didn't get a chance to say anything on any piece of it? We good? All right. We're just trying a little experiment here on National Scrabble Day, in addition to games, which we are going to get back to in a minute. I just thought people might want to hear from Canadians on this subject. So thanks, everybody. We are going to take a very short break as we get ready to bring in our new commentators, and we will get back to games in like 2 minutes. So hang on, everybody. Thanks so much. Thanks to the group, and more Scrabble coming. Thanks.
Good morning / afternoon / midday to everybody out there watching on the internet. It is National Scrabble Day, in case you've missed it, April 13th. And we are playing an informal tournament at the home of Josh Greenway. Of course, myself and David are not physically there. We are virtually providing commentary for all of you out there. My name is Charles Reinke. You've probably seen me before on these Let's Play Scrabble streams, but we're joined by a new face today, David Spargo, a North American expert player. David, do you want to introduce yourself? And we'll make sure that we get your name changed as well.
Yep. As you probably assume, my name is not Heidi, and Charles's name is not Will. My name is David Spargo. I've been playing tournaments for NASPA since 2018. And I run my own club in Burlington, Vermont. I've been doing that for a couple of years, so that's a bit about me. And I'm psyched to be joining Charles on stream here today and celebrating National Scrabble Day with everybody and commenting on some great games.
Yep, it's good to have some new blood in the commentary booth. I promise we'll be gentle with you. It's your first time doing this. You mentioned that you run the club in Burlington, Vermont. That's interesting. I actually run with my brother the club in Madison, Wisconsin. So we've got a pair of club directors here. I think both of us probably very aware of the important role that local clubs all around Canada and the United States, the role that those clubs play in bringing new players to the game. And we got word recently that you've been doing some work on that front, making it easier for other club directors to run their stats. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's my Scrabble Club leaderboard software. And it's an alternative to what many club directors do, which is most directors like to keep stats, I would think. And most people do that using Excel spreadsheets and just manually inputting data, and that can often be very time-consuming and tedious. And what my software allows you to do is it provides a pretty efficient process for uploading games, and then if you just upload the games and upload some information about each player, upload a lexicon or two, then it'll show you just a number of different statistics. And it also has the ELO rating system, just like NASPA uses. It has that built in. It can show you how each player progresses over time. It has some data visualization for that. You can upload all of your data to Google Sheets with a click of a button and share that out to club members and whoever else. So it's very set. All statistics are very readily available to the general public, makes that very easy. And there are also a whole bunch of other features. So if you're interested, go check out. I made a post in the NASPA Facebook group about it. There's also some information on the Burlington Scrabble Club page, I think. There's a full demo of it. And yeah, I highly encourage any interested club directors to go and check that out.
Yeah, that all sounds like great stuff. Hopefully we can get a link possibly to your Facebook post in the chat. If somebody out there has it, please feel free to drop it in there. Because it's been sort of a deficiency in the scene, I would say, for perhaps since the beginning of time, since the beginning of clubs being formed in the 60s and 70s. There's no real centralized software. There's no real solution for doing this kind of statistical stuff. And I don't know about you. I think we're probably in the same boat here. One of the great things about Scrabble is all the stats that it generates. You know, we love looking at tournament ratings, averages, bingos played. All of that stuff completely tickles my fancy, but there's never really been an easy way for club directors to achieve all of that other than, as you say, typing everything into an Excel sheet, which works, but is time consuming and it's kind of hard to share with others. So I think your software is a good step forward in getting some more usable, easy to understand statistical tools in the hands of our club directors, who I know I've personally received, requests like, how are you doing it? Can you tell us what you're doing? it would be really nice to have something that's easy to use for everybody. So really excited to see that coming out.
Yeah, same here. I'm very excited to be providing that, and I hope you and your brother can use it at your club, and many others can take advantage of it.
It's actually worth noting, myself and my brother are both computer programmers. We actually coded up something ourselves for the Madison Club, but it was never polished enough for the rest of the world to use. So it seemed like too much work to make something that you'd have to support. You'd have to give it to other people, and they'd come back to you with, questions, complaints, what have you. So we just kept our solution to ourselves. It's really great that somebody was actually able to take the time and the initiative to make something that was more broadly usable, which it sounds like your software is all of those things. So I think this is going to be great for club directors, especially those that don't have a ton of technical savvy or don't have a member who has technical savvy. It's very accessible. I took a look at the demo. It looked all fantastic. Really excited to see this coming out. All right, so
Sorry, go ahead.
It looks like players are ready to go, so we might be able to cut over to the game here. We can continue talking about Scrabble clubs as it comes up. But we have a game here between Mad Palazzo, and we've already seen her on stream once before, Marcella Kadanka, with Mad to go first. So a clash of two, I think, very well-seasoned Canadian players here.
Yeah, I think the first thing that's going to come up in this game or any game really is whether a player chooses to be a verti or chooses to be a horizonti, opening vertically or horizontally with the opening play. It's one of the most hotly debated topics in Scrabble. Personally, I choose to be a verti because when I heard that some people are irritated by people opening vertically, I thought that was hilarious. And so I vowed to always open vertically to hopefully get under those kinds of people's skin. So I found that entertaining.
Yeah, I'm actually a verti myself, so it's we're in good company here. At least we understand each other. I kind of have the same thought, where if I can make my opponent pause for just a few seconds to get used to my vertical play, that's a few seconds off the clock to not have later. So we didn't see Mad make a play. I think her exchange makes a lot of sense. She really didn't have a decent play there, and now we're seeing two things here. Marcella is opening vertically. That's cool. The commentators are in agreement here, but this is not a word.
Yeah, I have to wonder what's going on there with Quorn. For a sec I thought this might have been a Collins game, and I was unaware that we were playing Collins, but no, it's NWL. So maybe it's just a genuine word knowledge mistake, or it's some kind of gambit. Sometimes players will play a phony word in hopes of it getting challenged off, and then the other player will put a floater out that enables them to the first player to make an 8-letter word. So that does happen sometimes. But what do you think, Charles?
Yeah, I think this may have just been a legitimate mistake. So Quorn is kind of a word. I think it's like a brand name for some kind of non-meat product. I might be totally wrong. It is the name of a food product of some sort, and maybe it's more popular in Canada than it is in the States. I couldn't say, but it apparently got through without even a hold. So familiar enough to Mad that she didn't want to touch it. So we see Mad, not touching Quorn. She is somewhat disrupting the S hook. So if this was some sort of long ploy to get, for Marcella to bait an S hook, which then she challenged off the board, you see that sometimes. It's a little bit less likely now.
Yeah, Marcella actually was just one off from a Mixedly as a bingo. That would have been cool to see that come down. But I think Mix is pretty good play. I think just Mix without the ED also might have been good. Just make that a stronger lead for just 3 fewer points Also not setting up the double word score next to the E for Mad to have a good counterplay there. So I think either mix or mixed would both be two top choices in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the one of the benefits of just playing mix here rather than with the ED at the end is you're setting up your T for MIXT. And so there's a little bit of upside there that you lose when you play off your ED, but still a very good play. Certainly not a huge error if you could consider it an error at all. And now we see Mad she had very poor tiles on her first track and now has not really improved her situation any. Yeah, her previous play was just fine, but the bag just hates her at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. This is an interesting play of Avoid. I was thinking about just exchanging down to an E here myself, but Avoid gets 18 points, which is not negligible. And also the QEI actually goes pretty well with the open Q out there, potentially setting up a good Q play next turn. So I think I actually like her play of Avoid here.
Yeah, there's some upside to keeping the Q on that turn, as you say, David. There's a very, very easy to use Q just sitting out there in space. I do think Mad should make a play there rather than exchanging, just to make sure she doesn't fall too far behind. She's already down by 50 points. With an exchange, she would have been down by like 70 with Marcella's next turn, maybe even down by 100 very early in the game. So it's a fate you want to avoid. One other option for her might have been to dump files with Exuvia through the X of mixed. But I think a play there keeping the U is certainly reasonable. And now we're back over to Marcella, who doesn't have great letters of her own, but does have one very high scoring play through the Eye of Avoid that just got put out. The word is Tafia, Tafia. It doesn't keep good letters, keeps OOY, but scoring 37 points, I feel like that would be worth it if she finds it in kind of an obscure spot on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. That would, not a great leave, but totally worth it for the points.
She also does have something she might be thinking about here is the word men is on the board. She does have the O for omen and the A for amen, however you say it. So the plays involving omen or amen could be on her radar screen as well. Looks like she's moving tiles around. We'll see. She looks like she doesn't have the letters of Tafia picked up, so we might not see that come down, but we'll see what she comes up with.
Yeah, not the easiest play to see, so I would be impressed if she rolled to find Tafia and put that down. That'd be really good. I guess if we're gonna go for making omen or amen, I see a Toyo potentially an omen to hit that double word score. I guess what other options would? Oh, okay, Foxy.
I think this play does have some upside. It scores decently. One thing that if I'm Marcel and I'm sitting on a lead here, is I'm really worried about that double line that Mixed created. Playing Foxy doesn't completely obscure it because the B does go between the O and the I, but it basically neutralizes the threat of a 90-point play in that spot. So I think a good idea from Marcella to make a play like that.
Yeah, unless you have something that starts with BEA or something very improbable like that, then I think we can say for sure that double is not going to happen.
And we see Mad play very quickly here with Choir. So just as you noted, David, keeping that U does pay off for her. She did draw a second U, but being able to play one of them off for a good score is quite nice. She did have a slightly better play using both U's. She could have played Liqueur through that same Q, which would have both scored a little bit more and gotten rid of one of those U's. With the Q already on the board, there's no reason to keep U's unnecessarily. So I feel like maybe just made that play a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, that would have been a step up for sure. Yeah, U's are absolutely my least favorite vowel, and definitely one of my least favorite tiles in the whole game. Yeah, usually just love to get rid of them whenever I can.
Yeah, definitely drawing two of them at once is one of the worst things that can happen. It's widely known among seasoned Scrabble players that UU is one of the worst two tile combinations in the game. So it's easy to draw those two letters in combination, see a decent play that kind of gets you unstuck from it, and just sort of autopilot it. And I think that's what Matt did there. Now we're moving back over to Marcella. She does hold the D to turn choir into quired. That seems like a really nice place to play. She doesn't really have a good play there that doesn't open up maybe more than it scores. So I'm not surprised here that she's saving it for a future turn. I think this is actually a really good idea.
Yeah, especially with both blanks still out there and all the S's. One thing to consider at this point in the game is turnover. So that's just how many tiles you use in a given turn. If you use 5 tiles here with Volta as opposed to 3 tiles, for example, that's an additional 2 chances you have to reach in the bag and draw a blank or an S, which can be critical. And she draws a blank. Maybe thanks to that high turnover that she had with Volta.
Yeah, I think, David, you spoke that one into existence. Just as you were making the point, she was turning over the blank. So we're gonna have to do more tests on that to see if that really worked. Back over to Mad. She has again drawn quite poorly. This is pretty rough to watch, honestly. She's just constantly drawing vowels, and not the good kind of vowels either. Just collections of really unworkable vowels, this time with 2 eyes on her rack. And I think she's doing the same thing you just suggested, David, just trying to get through this as quickly as possible, play as many tiles off as you can. I think this is a good way to do it. Quackle is saying that just playing Uriel rather than urinal, keeping the N, is a slight improvement. But either way, she didn't really have a good play there, and this is about as good as any.
Yeah, I think urinal and Uriel are comparable. I guess Uriel has the advantage of keeping the N with the I and the O, just a better consonant vowel ratio. But then the disadvantage of Uriel is that it puts the A next to the triple letter score, and the Z is still out there. So that could result in what essentially scores as much as a bingo if that Z gets hit really hard in that spot.
Yeah, that is definitely one of my own weaknesses, is not realizing when I'm setting up 60-point Z plays. So you make a very good point that it's, you have to wait in your mind. Maybe she thinks that if a 60-point Z play comes down, the game is over. So she's just not going to ever give that up. Meanwhile, Marcella does actually find she has the same playable bingo in 3 different spots, but the only 7 playable on this rack was DL8, and she found it quite quickly. So nicely spotted by Marcella. I guess I'm surprised we didn't see Quired come down.
Yeah, I guess that would have scored more than DL8 and in the place that she put it, right? Yeah,
this is a 10-point sacrifice to play this, and it also actually opens up additional bingo lines since DL8 takes a D and an S, whereas DL8 in the other spot was. I guess it does open up bingo lines parallel, but this is a little bit of a point sacrifice to play it here.
Yeah, there are some situations where you might play one bingo in a spot that gets you 10 points less, but in this case, I don't think there's quite enough to justify taking 10 fewer points.
So we pointed out this spot a little bit earlier that B does slot in nicely on that double letter, and Mad did draw both B's, and she does make the spot. So a nice little insertion play there to sort of stay within range in this game. She's still down by a bingo plus a little bit more. She's going to need a little bit of help here to get back in this game. Definitely going to need a bingo, but the tiles aren't really cooperating with that goal.
I guess there is a chance that Marcella could give her the L for obligati,
Ooh.
Just yeah, we'll have to pray for that and see that come down, because that would be cool to see.
Yeah, you already spoke one thing into existence, so maybe we can speak it into existence again and see if Marcella floats out that L for obligati. That would be a stroke of very good fortune for Matt, who has not really had anything approaching a bingo rack this game. It's, usually by this point in the game, we're a couple turns in. You've started sort of grooming your rack towards a bingo. Hopefully you've already bingoed or are going to bingo soon. In this case, it's just really not happening. So we'll see what Marcella does. I think at this point, it would be wise to start playing closed. If you're Marcella, if you can make a board closing play here and maintain a 100-point lead, you're going to be in really good shape in this game. So I feel like maybe something through the A of avoid, like plage or plate would, well, I guess those both set up big S hooks, so maybe we don't want to do that. I'm curious what Marcella does here, if she decides to play close or just plays more conventionally.
I think a good closing play here would maybe put the L on the double word or double underscore next to EL, and then play down from that. So you're kind of obstructing hooks to choir. You're taking that spot to the right of EL itself, making that unusable, and maybe you also block the A in D-Allied and the T in D-Allied, both of which you can play bingos through. So a play like that could potentially close a lot of lanes and make it even harder for Matt to bingo.
Yeah, that's a very good thought. Those are some of the most obvious spots to bingo on this board. You still got the pesky hook on D-Allied, which might be there for a couple more turns, but you can at least start making progress towards your goal in this game, which would be to close down the board. But it's tough here because Marcella's probably also got this intuition that she's somewhat close to a bingo herself. If she could play off PG somewhere, keep a very strong leave of EILRT. I think in her situation, she should not fall into that trap. She shouldn't necessarily be going all out for another bingo because she doesn't need it. She's up by 86 points. Should sort of switch tactics to trying to make sure that if Mad does bingo, that it's not too damaging and hopefully, prevent her from doing it at all. And some sort of play making ELL, I think, would be very logical here. She could do something like legit that keeps P and the R together have decent synergy. So something like that, I think, would be a nice idea here.
Yeah, I think that would be a great way to go. And yeah, it's way too easy sometimes to fall into the trap of you have a really great bingo rack that's just not quite there, and everybody loves bingoing. There's such a thrill and a rush associated with it. We all want that, and it can be too hard sometimes to let that go in favor of just maximizing your winning chances. So sometimes it's just hard to be practical like that.
Yeah, definitely. It feels good to bingo. It feels like a demonstration of skill when you bingo. I don't know how you feel about it, David, but I certainly love it when my bingo study pays off and I, slap a nice looking bingo on the board. But sometimes that's not the ploy. The ploy is to sort of keep things close. Just if you bingo, but you're not going to worry about it too much. We're seeing Marcel play the word girl here, which is a nicely scoring play. It does score 19 points. However, major downside, it does take an S. And there's still 4 S's and a blank unseen. So, yeah, so this is probably not what she wants to do on this turn, just for the sake that she could be giving up an 80-point bingo. We can see from our end that Mad is nowhere close. She doesn't even have an S, but it's still probably not something you want to open up lightly.
Yeah, I would have. It's nice that it blocks some stuff, but yeah, what it opens up. I don't like what it opens up. So yeah, I think I might have also chosen something a bit different there.
And so we see neither player sitting on an S right now. So the S's might become somewhat in demand as this game goes on, and it might necessitate a little bit more turnover to see if you can get an S. And we see Matt, I think, making what is her best play, Biota, for 25 points, playing off 5 tiles. That's 5 more chances at an S or the remaining blank, or the Y that's still in the bag. I think this is clearly the best play for her.
Yeah, it just seems to be the best play in every way for sure. Like high turnover, great equity, number of points versus GI isn't a great 2-tile lead, but it also isn't bad for sure. And she does end up drawing that S because of what she did last turn, so that worked out. Yeah,
I think that's other than she didn't quite draw bingo, she's close but not quite there. That's basically exactly what she wanted to happen. And now Marcella doesn't have a ton of good options, at least not any that are very easy to spot. At this point, probably her best option would be to play, it's sort of an uncommon word here, Peage, P-E-A-G-E, through the A of avoid. A lot of players might know the word Peag, P-E-A-G. It does take an E to make a 5 Peage. Now that there's already one major S hook on the board, doing something like Peage and setting up another one isn't quite as damaging, and it scores nicely for her with 28 points. The downside is it's kind of a hard word to see, maybe not the spot that she's looking in, and there's a faint chance that the triple you're opening up on the left also comes back to bite you. So we see her making a different play, maybe doing the same thing that Matt did last turn, just turning over a bunch of tiles, going for some S's and blanks with Jeanette for 15.
Yeah, it looks like it might just come down to being a race to get the good stuff left in the bag.
Looks like we've got some confusion on how much that play actually scores. Me sitting here with Quackle, I always know exactly what each play scores. Don't have to worry about the manual counting. Players here on the floor do have to do all that stuff still. So it looks like they've resolved their differences, and we're back on Mad's turn, where she's down by 95. Almost bingo letters, but not quite. What do you think, David, here? Do you cash in the S here on this turn, or do you wait another turn and play with fire a little bit to see if you can get a bingo on that spot?
Yeah, I think what Mad's doing here is a very reasonable choice. That's going to score 38, I think, plus or minus a couple.
39, it looks like.
39. So hard to pass up. That does chip away a good bit at the margin between the two scores. She's only down a bit less than 60 now. So puts a good dent in it. But also she's still down about a bingo, and the sport is very close at the moment. Right now there's only the G and Sprig to bingo off of. There's the A and avoid. There are a select few bingos where you could put it in next to Janet and maybe have a bingo ending in ION or something like that, but that's going to be very hard to hit. So yeah, I might have also just tried to open up an entirely different region of the board, like maybe the top left somehow, and make it so the board is forked, and maybe that ends up giving you an even better chance to get back in the game, despite maybe foregoing a good number of points in the process.
Yeah, that's a really tough decision to make, because if you're only scoring 14 that turn, playing something like Give through the Via Volta, even when you do bingo, you're still going to be down, kind of in the same situation Matt is not, where she's basically still down by bingo even after a nice scoring play. So
she's basically got a bingo here, score-wise, with Jeans.
Yeah, the J draw actually works out very nicely for her here. She is using up her S, but really, after girls got exhausted, there's not really any reason to keep an S, especially if you're going to score 56 points. So I think pretty straightforward for Matt to just cash in the points with the J. Now she's only down by about 20. So she is making a little bit of a comeback here. Earlier we were saying, oh, she really needs to bingo, but it turns out maybe that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it's easy to think that just because like you have a pretty solid lead, maybe a bingo or bingo and a half, that it's going to stay that way. But yeah, it's easy to get complacent and like turn after turn, like you're scoring a bit less than the person who's down a bingo or bingo and a half, and 3 turns later or so, you see that your lead is maybe only 20 or 30 points, and it's just kind of snuck up on you. So it takes some skill and discipline to kind of keep that in mind and not let a lead slip away gradually.
Yeah, definitely. It's easy to get complacent with your lead and think it's always going to be there if your opponent's not bingoing, but they can just outscore you the old-fashioned way, and so you always have to be aware of that. Marcella, we didn't actually talk too much about her previous turn where she played Ha. I think that was a very reasonable idea to block ING bingos. There were still a few I's and a few N's in the bag that would make that spot dangerous. So I think a good idea to score some points while blocking there. Now she, again, sitting on sort of an unwieldy selection of consonants here. They don't really play nicely with each other. She does still have Quired, who's been sitting there for a while. We saw her pass up a play there earlier. She could try to go for that again, playing something like Wed and Quired. Major downside of that, Wed takes some front hooks that you don't want to expose. Same with Ped. Opens up the triple in ways that you probably don't want to do at this score. So maybe something like Ted doesn't take anything in front of it. Keeps some scoring tiles for next turn. What are you thinking here, David?
Yeah, I agree that putting Wed or Ped, there are still a couple A's and an O out there, which makes it not too ideal. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I like Ped. Sorry.
We missed it. We missed a play here. Sorry, I got distracted. Marcella actually played EF in the corner, and we're looking at her next track. So we are so caught up in strategic discussions that I think we messed that up.
It's actually Matt's turn.
Yep. Yeah, I saw the clock running, and I'm like, oh, when did that happen? Did she just pass for no reason? But it was us getting lost in the sauce there. So we see Marcella making a play of EF. Extending her lead up to 40, and now Mad has drawn a blank, but it's not really doing a lot for her on this board.
Yeah, I bet Marcella is really glad that she blocked the G in Sprig, because then Matt would have racking for I don't know, maybe 100 points or something.
Yeah, that gets kind of hard to count, but it would be a lot, certainly enough to put her in a very big lead. So that was prescient by Marcella to be proactive about taking out the G in Sprig. Again, a good idea when something like that pops out and you have a decent play there and a good size lead. Just don't waste any time. Just take it out of the picture and make your opponent find another spot to play their bingo. And so now if I'm Mad, I'm trying to figure out how I can open up another bingo line on this board. Really, the only one left here is to the right of Jeanette, and that's really hard to hit. You need to have a very precise set of letters in order to hit there. The blank does help, but probably doesn't help enough. So we'll see. I think decent idea here. Putting that C out in space with Crow, that actually works very nicely with the K she already has. She might be able to hit something there, something ending in CKING.
I might have even considered playing just Row there, so that it's easier to hook. And then I might have a 7. But yeah, I think Crow is also a good idea, and that still opening the lane and maybe hitting an 8 with a C in it that's also a good idea.
Yep, I think there's definitely some upside to that. It's not always going to work. I don't think it worked out for her this turn, but it's something that Marcel is going to have to be worried about for until it gets closed. Marcel does still have a 30-point lead on a closed board, so she is still, I think, pretty heavily the favorite in this one. And there still is some life left in Mad, but I think Marcella does need to take care here not to open anything up unnecessarily.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even though Marcella is only up 31 in this position, that's actually a pretty commanding lead. Like, the board position has everything to do with how insurmountable a given lead actually is. Like, let's say somebody opens the game with a 100-point bingo. The player who's down still has the entire rest of the game to make up that deficit. Whereas if you're in an end game and down by 30 points, that can be way harder to come back from because there are just way fewer options, way fewer opportunities, and just barely any time to mount a comeback. So it's very position dependent how insurmountable a given lead is.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very good point. Like on this board, now Marcella's back up to a 40-point lead. She plays putt for just 10 points, but 10 points is actually kind of okay on this board, and she does still have the DEF required. On this board, if Mad can't bingo, it's really hard to make up that difference, especially with the amount of tiles in the bag dwindling. There's not too many turns left for her to make something happen. And she did draw a D of her own. Now both players are sitting on a D, so I'm kind of liking here Mad doing something like Kid Inquired. There's still two S's unseen, but she does have the blank for Skid. It might be something she thinks about doing here.
Yeah, I think it might be a necessary risk at this point. Like, sure that it's possible that Marcella might have an S and use it herself, but if you don't take a chance, then you're guaranteed to be in an unwinnable position as opposed to just having a bit of risk. So I think it's probably a risk worth taking.
Yeah, I think Mad might be a little bit concerned here that Marcella on her last 3 turns has only played 2 tiles. That feels like Marcella is fishing for a bingo. From our perspective, we know the players' racks. We can see that Marcella's not actually fishing for a bingo, but it might feel that way to Mad, and she might do something like Kid and just be so afraid that a 7 ending in an S goes down and the game is over at that point. So we see Mad go on a different tack, playing Mick. I think that's an offensive word. And is going to come off the board. So bad luck for Mad. I think that was a word at one point, but has an unkind definition, and that's really going to set her back.
Yeah, it's tricky with a lot of those words because in 2020, there was a big purge from NWL of all kinds of slurs. And then in 2023, roughly half of them were added back in. So it can be pretty confusing as to what got removed in the first place, what was never removed, what got removed and then was added back in. It can be pretty hard to keep all that straight.
Yeah, definitely. It's keeping track of just dictionary updates in general is hard enough. When words are taken out and putting back in, but only some of them, it gets even more challenging. And Marcella with I guess enough confidence there to take that one off the board, and that's really going to help her out because we know that Mad's not going to bingo next turn, and again, time in this game is dwindling. The amount of plays you have left in this game is dwindling, and there's not a ton of time at this point for Mad to get the bingo that I think she probably does need that bingo for the comeback.
For sure, I would agree with that. And then, for Marcella, I think all she has to worry about is just closing down lanes, and probably her number one priority should be just obstructing that C. I worry about that more than anything being played parallel to Janet. Yeah, I think that should be her priority here.
Yeah, definitely. That C, especially, Matt has the K. There's still a potential for like an 80-point bingo. Maybe not this next turn, but future turns that you'd want to address. The downside is she doesn't really have great letters to go there. She could do something. Well, actually, I don't even. Just something easy like cowed or something. But that probably has ramifications that you don't want to deal with. I think she has a decent idea here. Playing woad, putting that W in the triple line is not really that bad. The chances of your opponent hitting you with a bingo there, especially that they're sitting on MIK, is basically non-existent. You also, with the knowledge that Marcella has of her opponent's rack, knows that there's probably not anything too bad that's going to happen in that spot. So Marcella going back up to a 70-point lead, opening up sort of a marginal spot, I think is a risk worth taking.
Yeah, unless you have something like a bow wowed, which of course Matt is guaranteed not to have, then I think that's probably pretty okay.
And now this is kind of do or die for Matt. We see that the bag's getting pretty empty. There's not a whole lot of places to bingo. I wonder if she might do something like play KI next to woad, just to sort of set up a last-ditch bingo spot, force Marcella to block it, and then maybe bingo through the C. That might be the one path to victory here, although it seems a little bit remote at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a standout game plan. Yeah, because the lane that's created by playing OK and KI, that's great to hit. So I think Marcel would have to block that one, given the choice between blocking the C and Crow and the lane newly created by playing KI. And then there's still a decent chance that Matt could bingo through the C. So I think that's exactly what I would do.
So we see Mad just going for the triple here, 18 points for win. I'd say this is an okay idea. The downside of it is it doesn't keep great letters, and it's hard to start eights with an N. That's sort of an intuition thing that you build up over the years is, wow, it turns out that putting in an N in that spot isn't really that dangerous because there's comparatively few 8-letter words starting with an N. So it's really not creating a very usable bingo spot for her.
But she could also be trying to manifest a win by playing win, which, it could be game changing.
Yeah, that is an underrated tactic to play words that pertain to your goal in the game. Win is definitely the goal of most Scrabble players. So in the absence of many other better ideas, maybe just try to manifest reality in some way. And I think we see Marcel make a very logical play here, basically totally locking down the C of Crow, forcing Mad to basically make something happen, either something new this turn or something from the N of win. And still holding on to a pretty big lead seems like a very good idea.
For sure. And then with the K and the M that she kept, I think it's pretty much impossible for her to have a bingo at this point. So I guess she'll just have to drop that K or the M or both and maybe create a new lane in the process. Maybe play like Maker or something off of the ER around Crow and Eve and maybe draw something. Maybe draw an 8 with an M or starting with an N, playing off of the N and win. So just could fork the board that way.
Yeah, that's maybe a good idea. Last ditch effort. Just open up something that Marcella cannot possibly ignore. Something like Maker. You put that M out. I guess the possible downside of that is it does empty the bag if Marcella's tracking and if her tracking's accurate. She would be able to figure out what was worth blocking, if anything. It maybe would be slightly preferable for Matt to only play 2 tiles here, but maybe I'm not seeing a good way to do that while also sort of setting up the killer bingo line that she would need to take a win here. So it's definitely a challenging position for Mad. Not seeing a whole lot else. Like if she does something parallel to Jeanette, like to open up that triple line, the downside of that is both the N of win and that new line can get blocked at the same time. So she should be looking at other spots on the board to open something up, but there's not a lot of easy ways to do that.
Yeah, another thing that might come into play here is they're both Toronto players, so they probably play games against each other pretty often, I assume, and knowing your opponent well can be helpful in a lot of situations. Like maybe like how good is her tracking? Like do they even track in the first place? Like maybe you can use something player specific against them in this situation that might get them to make a mistake.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It gets easier to play players as you play them more. Like you sort of figure out ways to take advantage of them. And as you say, both Toronto players probably have run across each other many times. Might be able to squeeze a few extra winning percentage points out through some sort of hidden knowledge that we don't have here in the commentary booth. It is worth pointing out there we had a good suggestion in the chat. I actually really like this. It's just playing skew, S-K-E-W, to the W of crow, setting up your A for a skew, and you're holding the last A. That is...
And that's a two-tile play as well, so it doesn't empty the bag. That's a
Yeah,
great idea.
a very creative suggestion. Thank you to Erickson, I think, who suggested that, and Axotypo. That is, it can, I think, still be largely disrupted by a play to the S of skew, depending on how you do it, but it's maybe your best shot at this point. You keep decent enough letters where you can still possibly draw something down from the N. So, or at least it feels that way. I haven't actually opened Zizova to verify that, but a play like that definitely feels like your best shot at this point, with your chances of a conventional win feeling pretty low.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you play something like skew, you can pretty much assume that it's going to get blocked because it's how do you not block that? But you have to more hope that you draw something coming down from the N that seems that has to be the thinking behind skew.
Yeah, definitely any winning sequence here feels like it needs to involve opening another bingo line, unless you just, I mean, it's also a valid tactic to hope that your opponent is just misses something and that you win that way. But if we assume that Marcella plays perfectly, which she hasn't, but she's played quite well up to this point, maybe a little bit too much to hope for. We see sort of a different idea for Mad, but a similar idea, playing Mew, setting up the S for Smew, possibly hitting something there. Downside is Marcella has an S and can possibly, take that out with a play like Zesty, possibly. So, but it's still sort of I think a valiant effort by Mad to set up another bingo line on that turn.
And Mad did actually draw Adzukis, making the blank an S or a Z. Would be cool if it came down, but I don't think there's actually anywhere to put it unless Marcella opens something up.
Yep, and we see Marcella just does not want that hook to stay open. She's going to take it out with Zesty, which is kind of decisively kills that spot and basically says, okay, Matt, if you want to win this game, find something down from the N of win.
Which seems impossible at this point. At least I'm not seeing anything from the N.
Yeah, I guess from Mad's point of view, I guess the other unseen tile was like a T and an N, so maybe there is something there, but you also know that Mad has the K and hasn't played it off yet from the play of Mick earlier, which got challenged off, and that sort of makes anything from the N less likely, because you know that the K is going to have to fit in there somewhere. So I think right idea by Marcella to block the new hook of Smew rather than worrying about the N of win.
Yeah, I also think hooking Mew to make Spew is, ignoring that is probably the most likely way to lose the game.
And so now we see the endgame has come upon us. Mad does not have a bingo here. Her best scoring play is Aux, A-U-K-S, above the Y of Zesty. That would be 39 points. And also, I don't know about you, David, I certainly feel something about breaking the 300-point barrier in a game that hasn't gone my way. Like at a certain point, that becomes my focus, to just try to score 300. Something like Aux does get Mad a lot closer to 300, and we see her make the play.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of games where, like, you just got to adjust your expectations at some point. Get the mini ones where you can take them.
Yep, so nice play by Mad. That brings her up to 295. Marcella does not have great plays here, but it's really just, pick one and win the game. She can do something like through the O of Woad, Kat or Khan would probably be sufficient here. But I think overall, that maybe a couple errors from both sides, but overall, a nicely played game by both players with some good ideas on both sides. Just Mad was not drawing the tiles she really needed to get a bingo late to take this one.
Yeah, I agree in that. Nobody really blundered or anything. Play was pretty solid on both sides, and those just the initial significant chunk of that game, Mad was just drawing very poorly. I think that's a lot of what it came down to.
Yeah, and then we did see her in the middle of the game sort of make a little bingo-less comeback that we hoped she would sustain and make this one a bit closer, but the wind sort of fell out of her sails when she phonied, and never really regained her mojo after that. So that was maybe the turning point of this game, was just losing a turn with somewhat bingo-y letters, but not quite bingo-y letters, losing a turn where she was sort of building towards a bingo. That was rough, and probably, as I said, the turning point. So Mad does not have, a standout play here. Her best outplay would be something to the right of Jeanette, something like vid or mid. She's got a million ways to designate that blank. Looks like there's a score discrepancy here. They'll figure that out. But this is going to be Marcella's win by a pretty decent score. So nicely done by both players.
Yeah, Matt will definitely break 300. So that's one of those mini ones that you just gotta focus on the silver linings whenever you can.
Yeah, definitely. It's a game that she wished it had gone differently, but if you can get to 300, and it looks like she is going to make her best play. Possibly debating the prospects of leaving the blank off, because it doesn't score you any extra points in this case, but it does end the game, which is you might as well play the blank. So we don't know what it's designated. We're going to say that it's vid just because it could be anything. And we've got a final score, 368 for Marcella, our winner, 312 for Mad.
I actually kept it pretty close considering her draws in the beginning. That's only a 56-point margin there.
Yeah, nicely done by Mad to keep it close. She did not bingo this game. The only bingo on the board was Marcella's DL8, which was a nice find, nicely spotted by Marcella, and that high scoring play did end up being the difference in this one. So I think with that, we're going to cut back over to the commentators. We're getting word from our producer. It's a little bit too loud in the playing room for the overhead mic. All you would hear is a jumble of unintelligible language of some sort, Canadian language. So we're back here in the commentary booth. David, how do you think that went? Your first foray into Scrabble commentary. How do you feel?
I think I definitely want to do it again. I love talking about Scrabble in pretty much any context, and that extends to here as well. So anytime Let's Play Scrabble will have me back as a commentator, I would love to come back.
That's exactly how I feel. I've played enough Scrabble. I'm good at talking about it. Might as well talk about it in front of some others. Hopefully spread the joy a little bit. So that is what we're doing here. But thank you, David, for your commentary. It is much appreciated here on National Scrabble Day. Now, we're saying national. I actually don't know if it's Canadian National Scrabble Day, American National Scrabble Day, worldwide Scrabble Day.
It has the same birthday depending on whether it's America or Canada.
I suppose that's a good point. It's based on the birthday of the inventors, so maybe only America's observing it, Canada possibly observing it. Anyway, we're observing it here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Thanks again to Josh Greenway for putting this stream together and hosting all the players, doing all the work. It's all much appreciated. So I think with that, David, we're going to let you go, but it was a pleasure commentating with you, and maybe we'll see you back again soon.
All right. Yeah, it was a pleasure commentating with you, Charles, likewise. And let's play Scrabble.
All right. So we're going to switch over commentators here, I think, on the fly. Yeah, we did it without me even realizing here. We're joined here by Nitz Chugti and Lola McKisson, the two masterminds behind StudyCade, which you might have heard of. And if you haven't heard of it, you're going to hear of it soon. Welcome to both of you.
Thanks, Charles. Oh my gosh,
Charles.
it's so great to be here. And I want to say that Lola really is the mastermind behind StudyCade. It is a website full of incredible games to learn your short words. And I mean, I'm just grateful that I get to share in it with her with the 24/7 Twitch stream.
Yeah, she's too modest as usual. So, she's put a lot of work into our stream and to getting our Discord going. And it's definitely a group project.
Yeah, I was going to say Nitz is being a little bit too modest here. But yeah, Lola, the mastermind behind StudyCade.com. If people haven't checked it out, they should definitely do it. I was actually refreshing my knowledge of short columns words on there this morning, partially to be more able to engage with it, but also just because I always need more review on the short columns words. And Nitz, sort of the mastermind behind the StudyCade Twitch channel, which I think is currently live. It's live a lot of the time.
I would hope so.
Another place to do some very always much needed review of all lengths of words. So
well, I'd be remiss not to mention all the work that Charles, you have put into making InfiniWords a thing. That software is the thing that keeps the 24/7 stream going. I mean, without that, there's really no way to study socially. I think that's one of the huge boons of having this stream. It's having people like you there. It's having this capacity to, all get together like a community and to solve words together.
Yep.
Exactly.
Thank you for the kind words.
There's so many words to learn, and it goes so much easier if it can be fun or if it can be done with your friends. And it's in many ways a selfish endeavor for us because we want to learn the words and get good.
Yeah, definitely.
And lots of people, yes.
Definitely Scrabble itself, the game, feels like a social pursuit because you're always playing it with others. Studying has always up to this point felt like a solo pursuit. Like you just sequester yourself in your room with your computer, or you're doing it on your commute on your phone. But you're only doing it by yourself. You don't have any, backup from others. You don't have any encouragement from others. When you make a good find or remember a weird word, nobody's looking over your shoulder saying, hey, that was really good. With some of these more like social type studying venues that we have, maybe that's changing a little bit. Maybe we can all sort of learn words together and not be sequestered doing it all on our own.
I agree. I think that'd be so great.
So I think I actually do have StudyCade. We do have StudyCade up if we want to bring it up, just so people can see what it looks like. Yeah, there we go. Lola, do you want to walk us through this?
Perfect. Sure. Yeah. Probably the most fun one might be hyperspace hooks. So if you want to click that last button there.
Oh, I love that one.
And you can pick 3. And then all you have to do here, Josh, the producer, is pick a direction or click on the area. You can use your arrow keys and find words that are real. And it'll speed up as you go. I'm currently working on getting some user accounts set up so that people can actually like save their settings and the speed that they want things to go at. It's also going to keep track of the words that you keep missing so that you can focus on the ones that are hard for you. But yeah, the whole thing, they all work on your phone as well, on iPhone and Android. So, hopefully people that are trying to learn the short words can come check it out and then come play Scrabble with us.
Yeah, definitely some very cool stuff. I actually spent a little bit of time on this game this morning. I will let everybody know I did not enter any phonies, but there were a couple times when I was very tempted to enter phonies on the 4-letter words. So definitely that review is much needed, and if it can be in sort of a game format, all the better for it. Some people don't like studying, some people find studying boring. If it can be a little bit more of a game, I think a little bit more enjoyable.
Oh, and can I interrupt to say that my favorite game, okay, so context, I have been playing competitive Scrabble since I was like 12, and I, every day to a point, do not believe that I know my 3-letter words, because when you have, 7 tiles in front of you, you have to actually find the word. So Tower of Threes and Fortress, they're incredible. So Tower of Threes and Fortress kind of work the same way, in which you kind of are given these letters in front of you, and you can use your keyboard, or you could click on the letters and then make the valid 3-letter words. And if you get one wrong, then the tower will start it'll start crashing down. And Fortress kind of works the same way. And like, it's just really the visuals, and it's the liveliness of games like these that just keep me coming back for more. I swear, I have done Tower of Threes so many times now. It's my perfect way of like making sure that I know the 3-letter words and the 4-letter words.
Yeah, it's definitely the amount of emphasis players put on studying bingos is perhaps misplaced. Certainly bingos are fun. It's fun to score that many points. But it sounds like for me and for the two of you, the short words are really where the struggles happen. It doesn't matter if you can find a bingo if you're not sure of the 3 to make 4 that you're wondering about, or don't remember if something takes an S. So StudyCade hopefully will get everybody to the point where they're not foregoing bingos because of their lack of knowledge of 4s.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I draw phenomenally bad. And if you know your short words and you've got 4s or 3s that can get you out of that hole and help you to be able to play when the board's all locked up and you've got, garbage on your rack, it's that stuff that can save you and get you out of there, help you set up new lanes for yourself, and makes a huge difference.
Yep. So everybody out there, make sure to check out StudyCade, both the website, studycade.com, and the Twitch channels, twitch.tv/StudyCade, easy to remember, StudyCade in both places, and get your study on. We're gonna coin a new phrase there. But switching subjects a little bit, we got a lot of tournaments both in the past and coming up. You two, any plans for the summer or beyond? Trying to get there and play some Scrabble.
Well, everybody has to go to World Cup, right? We all have to go to World Cup. It's going to be one of the biggest tournaments of the year, and not too far from you, Charles, right?
Yep, it's actually drivable distance from me, so it's definitely under consideration.
Yeah, I'm planning on World Cup, and I think my next tournament is actually probably going to be a Memorial Day tournament that Coco is doing in Seattle. So Looking
All
forward
right.
to
Yeah.
that.
Oh, gotta love Seattle. Gotta love those vibes. So I don't get to see Lola as many times in the year as I'd like to, but recently we were able to see each other at Hood River. That was a great time. If you guys have ever been to Hood River or want to go, I would 110% recommend it. It's such a great time because Hood River is, you get a cabin and then you're all together, and for 3 days you just play Scrabble and you play board games throughout the night, and it's just really nice. And Evans Clenchy makes these brownie bites that I've talked about every day since I've had them like 4 years ago, and I think about them at least 4 times a week. So come to Hood River just for the desserts.
Yeah, it sounds like Hood River would be a perfect place for some very intense studycade brainstorming sessions. I feel like probably all the greatest studycade ideas came out of brownie-fueled late night post-game Hood River shenanigans.
You wouldn't
You
be
called
wrong.
it.
Well, Charles, didn't you just recently play a weekend tournament? How was that?
Yep. So I was it last weekend? Lose track of time now. Galesburg, Illinois. If you don't know where that is, I don't blame you. I didn't really know where it was either till I got there. In the middle of the state of Illinois. But a great tournament put on by Peter Schwartzman, the mayor of Galesburg, Illinois. So I'm sure he pulled some strings to get the great venue that we played at and all the great volunteers that we had, making sure it ran smoothly. Had comms and NWL. I played comms, did well, won some money. I didn't win the steak dinner, but that's okay. Steak dinner before another 7 games on the next day, probably not the best idea for somebody like me. So I think we're having it again in the fall, I'm pretty sure, if not the next spring for sure. So anybody in the middle of the United States, Galesburg is right in the middle of the middle. I definitely recommend making it out for that tournament.
Well, is there any chance that I can convince you guys to come to the Niagara Falls tournament, perhaps? It's happening in just a month's time, I think. It starts on May 17th. It's a 2.5-day tournament, I believe. And I'm really, really excited for it. It has a huge, Collins division. It also has an NWL division. And I'm really excited because I get to play in Division 2. I haven't had a chance to do that in a while. So, I mean, I don't know how it's going to go. There's like all of us who are evenly matched. So it could either be, like a huge, incredible, I don't know, like I get Gibsonized or, I end up like second last. Who even knows? Because everybody's just basically ranked the same.
Yeah, definitely those comms fields that have a Division 2. Very, very nice new feature. I think the amount of Collins players has finally gotten to the point where that can happen. And it's nice for players that are sort of at the medium expert level and below to not just get blown out by these former world champions game after game. I'm certainly kind of feel like I'm in that category, but unfortunately, they always put me in Division 1 anyway. So the Dave Wiegans and Evan Borowskis of the world can just wipe the floor with me.
Well, that's what happens when you're good at the game, sir.
Yeah, I guess I should be tanking rating to try to get in Division 2, but maybe going forward. Definitely these summer tournaments. I'm looking forward to all of them. Whichever ones I make it to. We still haven't even talked about the Albany Boblin Superstars. Another big one coming up soon. So
that one I'm still thinking about because it's got a really solid Division 2 as well. I've never actually been to one of Josh and Karen's tournaments, and it's looking like it's going to be amazing. So still on the fence.
I think so too. And I think Boblin is just one of those people who's putting in the effort to make sure that the Division 2s of Collins, they get bigger and bigger and invite more intermediate players and more serious beginners. I really like that this is the direction that Scrabble is going in North America, because I played Collins in India, and the rest of the world kind of plays Collins. So when I came to North America, I didn't have a lot of people around me who were playing at the intermediate or serious beginner level. So it's just the growth in the last 4 years alone has just been beautiful to watch. And I love that there's these all incentives and more people joining in, and our friends are all enjoying being able to play Scrabble not just in North America but also on an international level, which is what it lets you do.
Yeah, all great words. We're getting word from our producer that we have players ready to go. So we're switching over to the Collins lexicon. We are going to see a match between Eric Peters, and I'm going to get the last name badly wrong here. Please take pity on me. Andre Popadinek. Two Canadian players chilling out in the home of Josh Greenway, and we have Eric Peters going first. Now, I'm going to be the first one to say I don't know too much about either of these players. I don't think I've played either of them, so we're going to give it over to Nitz and Lola if they can give us any extra information that I don't have.
Oh no, I'm afraid to say I'm in the same boat. I don't actually know much about these players, but we're hoping to get a lot more knowledge about their state of play and how they work from this game.
Yeah, strangely, I've never played either of them either. So
I guess the first thing we can say is that Eric is good at drawing blanks. That is plainly apparent on the first turn. He has drawn both of them. I guess now his bingo finding is going to get put to the test. He does have one playable 7. Well, he can play it in many different places, but he has one 7-letter word available, and it's not an easy one to see.
Oh my gosh. That's tough. I'm going to say that I already have a hard time with bingos when there's 2 blanks because, the world of opportunity is just too vast. It's too, the permutations are doubled for, what letters the blank could possibly be. And to put a J in that, I don't know if that makes it easier or harder.
Yeah, I think at least the J on your rack does make it seem like you have to start your bingo with a J. There's not a lot of bingos with the J in the middle of the word. Of course, you can't discount that possibility, so you do have to look. But maybe the first thing you think of is how can I use the J at the beginning of the word? This is also an interesting strategic decision for Eric to decide if he wants to burn a single blank to play something like Jold or Jodel. I guess that's yodel, an alternate spelling of yodel with the J. That basically telegraphs to Andre that, yeah, I've got the second blank. What are you going to do about it? But it does score 40 points while keeping R blank, which is very likely to bingo next turn. So I think I would like to see Eric do something like that if he doesn't find the bingo, which for those of you watching is Jarldom, I guess pronounced Jarldom.
That's a really good point. I mean, I really like Yodel or Jolt just because of how many points it is, but also I know that it's really hard to pull the trigger on using your blank when you're not either scoring 50 plus points or you're not, getting a bingo down. I have been trying to open myself up to the possibility of, playing off a blank when it's not making a bingo, when it's not necessarily making 50 points or more. But I think it might be hard for Eric to pull the plug on that. Maybe he's going to play Joel, which he's kind of telegraphed to us.
Yeah,
I definitely expect Joel here.
Yeah, I think he did have it set up on his rack, and that there is a benefit to that play if it doesn't give back any extra information. Although at this point, Eric has taken almost 3 minutes on his first turn, so if he does something short like Joel, it already sort of telegraphs that there's like bingo letters or a blank or 2 blanks over there. So that's kind of maybe I worry about that too much as a player. Like I took 4 minutes to make what seems like an obvious play, so therefore I have the blank. But every time I bring it up to my opponents, they say they didn't notice and that they didn't think I had the blank. So I think they're just being nice to me. If I'm Andre here, I see Joel take 4 minutes, and I'm like, how many blanks does this guy have?
Our producer, Josh, has pointed out to us that Andre kind of has an interesting history. He played one tournament in 2001 and then stopped for 12 years. And then he started playing again up until the pandemic. So, yeah. That's a pretty long break. I can definitely relate to that one. I do that a lot.
Been there,
I have too much
done
peer
that.
pressure, I think, now to quit again. So,
Absolutely. You're doing too much for us to ever let you go.
So we do see Eric go with Joel, which I think we were all sort of thinking that might happen. I think this is actually a decent idea, not too much worse than playing Jolt. It is worse than the bingo, obviously, but that bingo is going to be tough to see. And we fully expect Eric to draw anything decent enough to play a bingo next turn. Now back over to Andre. Sitting on some pretty weird stuff, not a whole lot of upside with those letters. And he pretty quickly zeroes in on turning Joel into Jolt, which I think is a good idea. Maybe a slight improvement here would be to play Dict, D-I-C-T. If you do enough study Cade, you'll know that as a Collins only 4. Just plays off the duplicate D. But otherwise, this is about his highest scoring option.
I was going to say the same. I think I would have liked to see at least one more consonant come down on the board because that's one more shot at drawing a vowel. I think Dict would have been a really nice play, or even Dirt would have been nice. The thing with this play is that Tick does set up Eric for what could be a double-double. I think we're going to see a double-double come down. He's going to hit, he's going to be able to multiply his score for his bingo by 4 times, and that might not be so fun for Andre when he sees that.
Yeah, definitely the prospect of Tick turning into Tice for double-doubles is perhaps another vote against Tick as being the play that you want to make, especially you're not holding an E of your own. And we're going to see Eric probably, as long as he recognizes the spot, probably cash that in. Otherwise, he might also be looking just to turn Jolt into Jolts, or possibly hit something from the O of Jolt to one of the triples.
Yeah. So actually, I have a question for both of you. Just like when you are approached with 2 blanks and you have to go through the letters, like what is your process for approaching a rack like this? What do you do?
Lola, do you want to answer that one so I can think of my answer?
For Eric right now? I mean, you're definitely trying to find that double-double. You're thinking about what are all of the possible, hooks that go on to TIC. Hopefully he's played his steady Cade, and yeah, I mean, I probably just play rotated pretty fast here. But
definitely I would be zeroing in on the best place to play a bingo, which in this case is Tice or Tix. And that makes your job a little bit easier in this case because you can set aside one of the blanks to be either the E or the S. And then really you only have one blank to work with because you know that the second blank's going to be the E or the S. Sort of as like a general rule, when you don't have an obvious play like that or an obvious place like that, iterating through 2 blanks is quite time consuming. I would say you don't usually see players spend the time to do every iteration just because it's not worth the marginal improvement of like maybe you score 3 more points if you find the optimal bingo. Spending for some players it would be relatively quick. For some players that would be an extremely arduous process. Not worth the effort to iterate.
I wonder, like, what Eric might be thinking here is that he doesn't want to put a vowel next to the triple letter score. Perhaps he's trying to find a double-double that's as inconvenient for Andre to play with as possible. So, like, maybe he could be thinking of bow-rated, which, puts the O next to the triple letter score. But the B is, harder to play with. Maybe something like throated or rotated or garroted, they put, like, letters out in space that are easy to work with, especially if you have a bingo to come back with. I don't really know what TIC telegraphs to Eric. Maybe he's thinking, Andre has played TIC. Those are 3 like bingo friendly tiles. Maybe, Andre is close to a bingo. And maybe he wants to go with something like, maybe he's looking for something like adopter or aborted,
Yeah, that's a very good point. And that's sort of like once you find a couple of the double-doubles that play that you start looking at, where does this put the vowels? Does this open me up to a 60-point Z play? Those are very important considerations when otherwise the bingos are very close in score or are identical in score, as is the case with all of the various double-doubles that Eric has. He has spent, I guess I would say at this point probably too much time on this turn. He has already used almost 9 minutes of his clock. Andre has used 30 seconds. Eric might be thinking that he doesn't want to screw up on stream and that he wants to make sure he makes the right play. But I think at this point, as long as he sees something decent, it should be hitting the board pretty quickly.
I think that's probably a good call. Between having 2 blanks and being on stream, that's a lot of extra lifting that your brain is trying to do as you're trying to find the right play, and it can get really, really, really overwhelming. All the options that you have.
Yeah, and we got some extra information about Eric from our producer, so thank you, Josh. Eric does not travel a lot for tournaments. He does not. I don't think I've seen him at the big tournament, so he's probably never been streamed before. So this might be a novel concept for him. Definitely your first game on stream. There's a lot of on-stream jitters. Certainly, I still suffer from on-stream jitters, despite being a commentator myself. You just can't shake it. So Eric might be dealing with a lot of things, as Lola mentioned, and he does finally make a play. Not the optimal play. It's not a double. He might not have known or seen Tice, but does score decently enough with Roasted for 67 and moving back over to Andre.
Yeah, I think what may have happened is that Eric didn't know Tice. I believe that's Collins only, and I was trying to find a double where the S made ticks. So that explains why Roasted has come down. And I think it was really interesting that Andre was telegraphing to us that he had boredom set up on his rack, through the O of Jolt. He can still play that, but I think he's going to look for something through the other O now, the O from Roasted, to hit the triple word, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like something like Boomed will probably come down here, but it's interesting to note that Andre had boredom set on his rack, probably thinking, man, Eric is taking a long time on this play. I just want to see what he does. Then again, players get 25 minutes to do with what they want. And if they want to spend 24 minutes on their first turn and make you suffer and wait, that's their prerogative. So Andre finally gets to be back on turn.
Looks like he was considering ombre there, but didn't want to keep both Ds, which would have been, kind of an annoying leave to be left with.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, that's a really good point.
Yeah, you don't want to keep 2 Ds if you can avoid it. This play actually does score 36 points, which is the same as ombre, despite not doubling the M. Sometimes you can sort of get caught up in making the play that puts a high-scoring tile on the double letter, so that you can triple it and get more points that way. But this actually scores the same amount of points while unduplicating its D. So I think this is pretty clearly the best play for Andre. So nicely done.
And it hasn't obstructed anything that Eric could do with this rack that he has now. I think a great play here could be to just see that W, see that Z, and just get it off your rack with WAZ to either side of Roasted, making we or EW. And I think, getting a good amount of points here and just moving on, securing as much time as you possibly can for your future moves is the way to go here.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Eric probably should. Oh, I just noticed the clock is still running for Andre. I think he made his play. Maybe if Josh is on the ground listening, we can verify whose turn it actually is. It looks like Eric's getting ready to play. So.
Oh, he might be about to play Whelp, keeping the Z.
Yeah, definitely. One of the first things you learn as a convert from NWL to Collins is the outsized power of the Z. And so if he doesn't see WAZ to the left of Roasted, or maybe even if he does see it, taking the points with something like Whelp, saving the Z for a future score next turn is certainly a valid strategy. And we see him going for it. And I think cashing in the Z now is a little bit better, but there's a lot of upside to just holding on to the Z and hoping for something good to materialize.
Alrighty. So on to Andre. What are you thinking, Lola?
I'm thinking if this was my rack, I would not be very happy. But it is nice. He's got the U with that Q, and and the N and the G are almost in a good spot. Doesn't really work out on this board, I don't think. I'm trying to look and see if there's something interesting. Maybe just quern or something through that E to get rid of the Q. That may be my own little panic when I see one kicking in.
Yeah, I think unless he wants to burn the S to play squeg, quern might be Andre's only reasonable option. And we did see last game the phony Quorn get on the board. I don't know if Andre is aware of the fact that was played. Luckily, Andre does not have a spot to try Quorn, and instead just plays Quern, which I think is a pretty conventional play here. And no other real upside for the Q here, so even holding the U, so just take the points where you can get them.
Honestly, I'm just proud of him for seeing that E, because I have something that's called blank blindness, and if there's a blank on the board, I will usually forget what tile it is. So good on him for remembering that that's an E and that there is a vowel on this board to play through. So good on him. Quorn is, I think, absolutely to the play to go with here. But on to Eric now. What's he to do?
Well, I guess first thing is we hope he doesn't play zonates. That is phony. Zonate is a word, but only takes a D. It does not take an S. He's got it set up. I think he's probably thinking about it. He's got a very nice place to play it, hooking jolt for jolts. But that in Collins, I guess for people who aren't aware, they are playing with a 5-point challenge rule, which makes challenging words very easy. If you challenge a word and it's good, all that happens is your opponent gets the 5 extra points. You don't lose your turn. So it's often worth challenging anything that's vaguely unfamiliar. And something like zonates might get taken off the board relatively quickly.
I mean, I
feel like
in
it's
complete agreement. Yes. Oh, sorry, Lola. But before, I just wanted to say, yes, absolutely, we should challenge as much as we can in Collins. But so often we see that people will not challenge as much as they should and they can, because I think being on stream also adds a factor of, not being sure to this, where you kind of don't want to embarrass yourself. You also don't, you don't want to challenge something that's quite obviously a word to everybody else but you, I'd say. So, I mean, I don't know. I absolutely hope that if it comes down, Andre challenges it, but I don't know.
I'm kind of hoping that he, I feel like a little bit of the hesitation is he knows it's probably not good. He's got some instincts kicking in there. And zonate by itself into the W of whelp, scores a lot. And so I kind of expect that he'll decide that it's not worth taking the chance on zonates.
Yeah, definitely if you have a high-scoring alternative play that keeps the S, and you're slightly unsure of the word, especially in Collins, you probably shouldn't play it. Yeah, if zonates is good, it does constitute a mistake. But if you're making a mistake while scoring 53 and keeping the S, that's the best kind of mistake you can make. So we know Eric sees zonate at the very least because he's contemplating pluralizing it. So just taking the points with zonate for 53 would feel really nice here.
94 points for zonates, and now to see if Andre's going to challenge it. I wonder how long. He seems to be nodding, so I believe he's accepted the play. 94 points, and I think Eric might be able to get away with this.
And that's reasonable. I mean, even if Eric was unsure, he knows Andre is also pretty new to CSW, and so it's probably worth the try. And it seems to have worked out well for him.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
We did see Andre give the nod, but sometimes the nod is like a fake out and you're still holding the word. It looks like Eric is drawing tiles, and I don't think they're courtesy tiles. I think Andre's just thinking about his next play here. So Eric does get away with one, and it does set up a very big O hook for ozonates, which Andre does not have. So there's only 2 O's unseen. I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a race to the O. then again, maybe not, because plays under zone 8s happen so frequently. I guess we'll see how that plays out.
That's a good point. And Eric has drawn his tiles. I believe that this is not a courtesy draw. I think Andre is looking to find a place for himself to play with these weird looking tiles. It's never nice to see that you on your rack unless you've got like a queue and like a really nice spot to use it at. But I don't know where Andre is looking to play edge. Maybe to the side of wealth, making EW.
Yeah, there's actually not great places to play this word. So yeah, maybe he is thinking about that. He actually does not have good plays under zone 8s. So in columns, ZE is a word. If you're an NWL player, you'll probably be very jealous when you hear that. But it does make scoring underneath the Z a lot easier. Andre, despite having 3 E's and seemingly good letters to go under there, does not actually have a good play involving the Z of zone 8s. So we see him going in a totally different direction. Playing edge for 17 does keep the S, unfortunately also keeps the U. So there's some upsides to this, but also some downsides.
What I like about this for Andre is that he's opened up another lane for himself while he's behind. There's a lot of things, don't ask me what they all are, but there's a lot of things that hook edge there, and I'm pretty sure sedge is one of them. Maybe I should look before I say these like that on stream, but yeah.
Yes, sedge is one of those. So a good idea to set up an S hook, actually on a board that didn't really have any S hooks until that play. So smart idea by Andre to give his S a little bit more upside where maybe there wasn't a whole lot going on for it this turn. One downside is that edge also takes a K, which Eric does have. So we see Eric might be thinking about key and kedge. You can actually play key making hedge as well as if he's not sure of kedge. So we might see a play in that spot of the board, again, leaving that zone 8s area totally wide open.
That's a really good idea. I also wonder if Eric was thinking of key to the side of edge, because that would obstruct that E and that D a little bit. Also, it would kind of obstruct that G of edge. Key there would, I believe it would score the same amount of points as making kedge, but it would just obstruct the board just a little bit.
Yeah, good call. I think it's worth, since Eric is up by 100 points, and edge, if you're paying attention, does look a little bit like an S setup. If you can make a play that immediately disrupts the S setup, that's definitely a play worth making. So we see him change his tiles around a little bit, maybe thinking about maybe under zone 8s. He might be panicked a little bit about the O for ozone 8s. He might, at this point, he might be juggling sort of 2 dangerous spots on the board. Ozone 8s and then edge, and maybe he's thinking that zone 8s, ozone 8s is the one that needs his attention more urgently.
That's a really
I think
good
I probably
point.
play Grike here, Grike. I don't know if it's really that defensible, but putting that G, it blocks that the other hooks for edge, but it also, the G is pretty awkward to overlap with. You need to either have an A above it or something similar he's doing here, looks like. Hiker.
Yeah, it was noted in chat that both
H
players
is a lot easier to hook onto, though.
Yep. Yeah, this is quite a bit less defensive than Grike, but it's worth noting, and it was pointed out in chat, both players relatively new to Collins. Grike is a Collins only 5. It's very possible that they have not gone to that point of their study yet. So Eric scoring nicely here for 35 points does open up a triple. Ooh, it looks like we're getting a challenge here on kedge. So an extra 5 points makes it a 40-point play, so a little bit of a bonus there. And Andre's drawn some pretty bad stuff and is not going to be able to punish Eric for that new spot.
I mean, if I'm looking at tiles like these, gosh, this is such a, oh wow, okay, not as hard of a time for Andre, who plays Era very, very quickly. 33 points. That's a really, really good find. I think this is totally defensible. I know those two eyes don't look very happy, but this is such a high scoring play, and it gets off that U and the V. I say go for it.
EREV is one of those words that, you know, is always nice when it seems like it's so obscure, and yet so often it gets you out of trouble. Like it has
You're not
here.
wrong.
Yeah, it definitely feels like one of those words where if you have it, it's probably the right play, just because the V and the U are so bad together. And I think, as Nitz mentioned, even though that rack did really feel like an exchange rack, Andre was down by 140 points at the start of that turn. If he exchanges, by the time next turn rolls around, he's going to be down by 170 or 180. That's basically a 3 bingo deficit. He needs to stay at least somewhat attached to Eric here and score the points where he can get them, and just hope that the tile big bails him out.
And I think this is becoming a really important game for fives, like 5-letter words. We have Eric's rack in front of us, and it looks like he has BGEM, BEGEM, on top of Hiker, making MI and E8. And that's going to be 51 points if he sees it. Now, that's not an easy word to spot, but he has found gem, and maybe he's looking at it, you know, perhaps on top of Hiker, maybe on top of Zonates, but the gem would be absolutely killer here.
Yeah, BGEM is 51 points. That one actually is NWL, so if Eric's been sort of more familiar with the NWL lexicon, maybe a slightly higher chance that he's aware of that word. He does have it set up. Oh, and he takes it away again.
Whew, wow, that was such a moment. I really, caught my breath at the edge of my seat.
And I think even if he doesn't see B gem, just something like gem to immediately kill that spot he created is it's probably worth doing. He still doesn't have the O for ozonates. He still doesn't really have a nice play that goes under zonates, even with his E's. So taking out that spot above Hiker, it's one of the highest scoring bingo spots on the board. And if Andre's going to make a comeback, it probably involves bingoing there. Similar idea here.
Wow, that's really stopping or trying to stop that O hook in its tracks.
Yeah, I think Eric could have played that in either spot, and I think he decided that this spot was more dangerous, and he might be correct. You'd have to give it a little bit more thought, but both spots quite dangerous, and he's going to start addressing them. And he also only has 5 minutes on his clock, so at some point he just had to pull the trigger on one of his plays.
That's true. And he does kind of set up his S here, so it's, it makes sense. He doesn't know if Andre does or doesn't have an S, but Eric, for 100%, always has the S next turn, so maybe not a bad idea.
Andre's thinking about whether he's going to exchange or not, it looks like. He had a nice little spot for IU, which still would have left him with a pretty terrible rack that he seemed to be looking at before, under zonates, which has been blocked now. Looked like he was thinking about AUA at one point. AIA might be a little bit better in this position, holding the 2 eyes with a ton still left in the bag. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I'm really liking just maybe doing something like AYU under OMA, or under the M of gem to make OMA, just because 2 eyes is bad, but it's not as killer as UI, and it's not as killer as UIY. So, I mean, all these letters hate each other. Like, there's no synergy on this rack whatsoever, but you get a little bit closer to synergy by keeping something like AIIS. Like, that's a leave that could work out, whereas some of these other leaves really feel like they have almost no chance of working out as a bingo.
Absolutely. But AA coming down instead, I'm not sure how I feel about this. I can understand wanting to use up that Z spot. This is 26 points. But IU, as you had mentioned, under making OMA would have been 22, so only 4 points, and it would have been a much better leave, I believe.
Yeah, the unfortunately for Andre, the IIUSY leave won't work out for you next turn. I don't think there's any way you bingo with that on the next turn. And so I think since Andre needs to bingo as many times as possible in quick succession, any play he made that turn should have had some bingo upside. And we see, even if Eric didn't have this bingo coming back, Andre would be in tough shape, but rebates basically puts this game out of reach for Andre.
This is a tough position to be in.
Yeah,
That's
this
really
feels
tough.
like my tournament life. One thing I try to consider, is if I can make a little play, I can get a few points. It may not be worth it if I try to look at what's left and imagine on average what am I going to be scoring the next turn, and I think that the combined of those two is going to be less than my average, then that's usually when I'll exchange. It's real hard to exchange when you've already been pushing mentally through bad racks, to say, okay, it's not too late. That sunk cost fallacy kind of comes in at some point where you're like, well, maybe next turn it'll get better. Maybe next time it'll get better. Maybe next time it'll get better.
Right. That's a good point. And I think Andre has done a good job of identifying some of those yucky tiles and getting them on the board. He has scored pretty decently, but yeah, I can imagine, wanting to exchange at this point, because it's just, the options don't look all that friendly, and anything you do on this board is, it's gonna start, closing up your opportunities of getting a bingo back.
Yeah, I think Yogi is actually a pretty decent idea by Andre, just to, as Nit said, unclog some stuff. He did have Yogins available through the end of Zone 8's making gems, just cashing in his S and going back into the bag for more goodies. But I think keeping the S here in Collins, EH takes an S for Ez, so there is still a bingo line on this board. So right. He's probably just still holding out hope that he'll get some nice high scoring play.
And there's that D of Kedge that could probably have like an ED bingo to it. So he does, yes, you're right. He does have some hope to look forward to. And maybe if he can get a high scoring bingo, perhaps he can be back in the game. I don't want to discount any possibility for a comeback yet. I think there is still sometimes you're just one good draw away from winning the game.
Yeah, and definitely like if Andre had been able to draw bingo this turn and then immediately draw another high scoring bingo, perhaps involving gems or something, it could still be a game. But we see Eric here is sitting on the X. There's no real X hotspots on the board, but he can play Alexin making PA next to Whelp for 46 points. And I think he does have that set up. Looks like he's going to go for it. This does open up a lane on the triple for bingos, but it scores enough and he's up by enough where probably he's not too worried about it.
That's a great find. Oh my gosh, and look, Andre is looking for effusive and F on the board that he could play that through. That's a fantastic find for the tiles that he has. I mean, if I see the F, U, E together, and the V, I'm thinking that my tiles are trying to tell me something. Not really necessarily looking for a bingo with that.
Yeah, I think he's doing what we see players on stream do somewhat often, is they'll set up bingos that they hope show up on the board, sort of demonstrating to the viewers at home that, yes, I did see this bingo, and no, it doesn't play, and yes, I am somewhat annoyed by it. At this point, I would not begrudge Andre one bit if he was a little bit annoyed by how this game has gone.
I mean, what do you even do here? So, you want to keep up your score in some way. He's probably going to do Gov. That's respectable. He can hope to, still play a bingo on this board. It's not like this board is completely close to him. There is that S hook to Gem. The U and the V. Has Andre drawn every U so far? Is that the case?
Definitely feels like most of them.
And Eric has one on his rack finally. So I mean, Andre can breathe, I believe, for a hot second.
So Eric only has 2 minutes on his clock. There's still a lot of game left. So I guess if there is any way that Andre wins this game, it probably involves Eric going severely overtime. The downside for Eric on this, we see him playing pretty quickly here, which I think is a good idea. He didn't really have any straightforward standout plays. Maybe the best play he had was playing Rudy, R-U-D-I, on top of Zone 8s, making Roma. That involves sort of digging into your bag of Collins only 4s in multiple ways. And so not surprised to, and it's also kind of an obscure spot on the board. Not surprised that this comes down instead.
That's
that's
a pretty
Uni obstructs, but bingo's going through that V. Like we've said before, Eric doesn't have much to worry about here, but you never know. You don't want to be that far ahead and then, give back plays for your opponent that end up losing you the game. So it's a nice play in that way as well.
And I mean, so you can still end a bingo in a V, but every Scrabble player out there knows there's only a few examples of 8-letter words ending in a V. The J is already out, so there's not going to be a 115-point Toleryev or Mazel Tov with a Z. So Eric probably doesn't have to worry too much about a 100-point bingo coming down, other than possibly hooking gems. If the stars align, maybe Andre will get a big score there, but he is down by 220. It's honestly not looking very good for him at this point.
And honestly, when I'm in situations like these, I really have to ask myself, what do you do if you feel like you have no hope of winning? You don't want to just blow the game and just lose all spread, because the point differential at the end of the game, it does matter. It is a tiebreaker. So I see that Andre's maybe considering LS. He's probably looking at that Zeal spot, thinking ELS or else over there could score him a good 40 points, I believe, keeping FIY. Maybe he's thinking, I just need to get the points down, and that's it. That's all I can do right now.
Yeah, I think at this point you just start taking the points. The attempts to bingo haven't really been working out. The tile pool, as you can see in the top left of the screen, not looking conducive to bingos. He just played off the last couple E's. We see Eric kind of go quickly for Wud to the D of Kedge, then having put it on the board, sees that it does very bad things in terms of opening double spots. So I think wisely going back to the drawing board on that one.
And it would also obstruct ING bingos to that G of Kedge. So I can see this is a nice strategic decision on Eric's part at this point.
Yeah, he did have Wud underneath else for a few more points. So that would concede ING bingos, but also wouldn't give back the double line. I mean, we know from the pool that the doubles are less likely than ING bingos. But that's sort of a calculated decision Eric had to make, and trying to make it quickly, since we can see his clock is pretty low. And back over to Andre.
I guess my question for Andre is, is it worth it to keep fishing? I mean, maybe that spot where you said Wood could go under else, maybe play FY there. I mean, is there some some rationale to that, to just attempt to keep going for a bingo? There's the T of Zone 8s, there's the N to be played through of Zone 8s, under rebates, under Wood. Those are still possible. Is that worth it?
Yeah, I think at this point, since he has played off his S, it's like, and there's no E's left, it's like, so he can't really hit gems, can't really hit under rebates. He would have to, I guess, at this point, I might be looking into the pool and saying, is there a double I can draw ending in an O that plays under one? But I also might not think about it very hard, just because it's perhaps a futile exercise.
Oh, info, if that goes down, that'd be really interesting because Eric has carotid on his rack naturally. I think putting info on this board is going to have him be hit back with a bingo as soon as Eric sees it. That's going to be rough.
Yeah, that is. I mean, Andre can't know it. Again, the pool doesn't look conducive to bingos. He's not, intending to make an easy spot for Eric to bingo. It's just so happened that Eric had decent enough stuff to play carotid, which he finds relatively quickly. So nicely done by Eric.
Hitting 515 points. Wow, that is incredible. And playing very quickly for the amount of time that he's left on his clock, too. Oh, man. Andre's like one tile away from Naya Opes.
Yeah, if only he could swap out one of the E's on the board without his opponent noticing. But we would all see it happen, and we would be forced to... I guess this isn't a rated tournament, so I don't know. Maybe he can do whatever he wants.
Oh, this is not rated?
Maybe it is rated. I guess Josh can chime in. I know it's sort of an informal Scrabble get-together, but maybe it is being rated. We do see a challenge here on carotid just because Andre is, doesn't want to see that on the board. I don't blame the challenge.
Yeah, I'd say like if Andre just had an E instead of that extra A. I mean, would Naya Opes even play on this board? I don't know.
It does play under rebates.
Yes, it does. Yes, under... Nice. Oh, that would be nice. But there's no E's out, and... what is Andre to do with this?
Yeah, look, I guess he just makes one more play. Actually, I don't know if Eric's going out with IOPRS, so maybe Andre gets 2 more plays. I guess we do see in chat. Thank you, Axotypo. This is not rated, so if I don't know what kind of shenanigans are encouraged or not encouraged, that's I guess not for us to decide. But if he wants to try to get an E on his rack somehow. And play the cons only Naya Opes. That would be... We'll leave it up to the director to see if that's encouraged or not.
All right.
So
Andre...
looks like his best play...
Oh, go ahead,
Sorry,
Travis.
Yeah, its best play is probably just playing Yapons through the end of zonates. It's kind of a tough little spot there, but it would bring some closure to that spot. That gem spot has been sitting open for a few turns and nobody's used it. So I guess just for my own peace of mind, it would be cool to see the S come down there.
And no, it's perfectly in line with what I was about to say. Is I think at this point I'd just be trying to find something to use in that gems spot there. Get some points, get over 300 for, personal pride reasons, and move on.
What a mood. I think if Andre isn't able to see Yapons, he will see Yaps. I think he has Yap in his fingers right now. I hope he gets the S down to make ST as well. And that would give him 36 points and would push him over the 300 line. But I believe Yap is only 32. And he's at a nice 299.
And it looks like I was looking at the pool incorrectly. I probably didn't save Quackle. So Eric actually was not threatening any kind of outs here and makes his best play relatively quickly. So under those circumstances, maybe makes sense for Andre to hold on to his S just to squeeze a few more points out of the board somewhere.
You're right. I mean, he has AS off to the side, or he did. I thought he was looking at Zeals and EA, but maybe he's looking to go out. I think he only has the one out. Or no, he has more. Sorry, he has more.
He has some, but they're quite low scoring. The highest scoring being Can't So through the Sea of Carotid, which is tough to spot. It might actually work out better for him just to play AS, as he said, and it's making Zeals, or something like Nans, making gems. I think those work out better for him than just straight up going out this turn.
Ooh, what about Ozonates? I mean, that's still applicable, like something like Nog or Sog, 21 points.
Yeah, Snog here, perhaps.
I don't think he's going to be in the mood for that.
That's another spot that we kind of want closure on a little bit. So Ozonates was sitting there. It wasn't sitting there the whole game because Gem blocked it pretty badly, but it would be interesting to reach the end of this game with that word not having been played. For both Gems and Ozonates to just stay there and not get used would feel a little bit weird. Not that, it is not that that's your first priority to use those hooks when you have them, but just they didn't end up getting used.
Oh, and he sees it. Fantastic. Oh, beautifully found.
Thank you, Andre. We feel much better now.
And
Eric, but lack of closure.
Eric pulls out the Collins only writ, so demonstrating that, well, he didn't know stuff like Greik, which is very obscure, but the Collins 3 is well under command here. And final score, quite lopsided, 548 for Eric, 320 for Andre. So if Eric was feeling any on-stream jitters, did not seem to affect him whatsoever.
That was really an incredible showing. I think Zonates is phony. That's I think they're going to go back to, again, 94 points for that. That's incredible to be able to get away with in a Collins game. And no shade to Andre, because he really was drawing quite poorly for a while. And all the U's and I's and the Y's, that was difficult to work through, and he still did it. He still scored, and he still pushed through the 300.
They've confirmed there at the table that the Zonates was not good, so they're aware now.
We're probably getting some rationale from Eric here about why it was worth attempting, or he wasn't sure himself. It was kind of a bold move, and it did work out for him. It did not get challenged. He was able to, and then he was able to withstand the Ozonates that never really happened until it did. So nicely done.
I'd love to see what they're saying. Could we cut to the overhead mic?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I was due for a spread.
Max spread, so.
You're trying to do the X here. Yes. I was trying to say, yeah, years ago.
No. There's some like yeah. So that's what I think.
So we had a little bit of discussion there. I think we missed the discussion on Zonates. I'm sure that was enlightening. They were discussing whether Oxine might be a word, which is not. Would have been a better play than Alexin. But overall, I think a very well played game from Eric. Maybe the one major mistake, playing the phony, ended up not costing him. So he came out with a very large victory here. So I think we're going back to the commentators now, if we have nothing else to say about this game.
Well, I just wanted to say that was an incredible showing from both of them. Eric, drawing into some natural bingos, and Andre doing his best to keep up with those tiles. It's really nice to be able to see that variety on stream, because I think that when I play games in tournaments and I draw, U, I, Y, I feel kind of alone and I really don't know what to do. So it's lovely to have the opportunity to see moves like these happen and take place on stream, where everybody's joining in on the discussion of what do you do? What is the strategy? Are you behind? Are you ahead? What does the board look like? And I think that can be really informative, which is why I love everything that the Let's Play Scrabble is doing. I love that this is National Scrabble Day and that we get to, enjoy these discussions together. We get to learn together. I'm all for that.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's really nice always to see that just sometimes there are only bad options. Sometimes you're not missing some great play that was going to save you the game. sometimes you get what you get, and sometimes it's not great. And I think Andre played really solidly for how he was drawing and the options that he had.
Yeah, I think both players did quite well with what they had. It's just in Scrabble, sometimes what you have is a lot better than what your opponent has, and that's what Eric and Andre found out. I think that's going to do it for this round. Thank you, Nitz. Thank you, Lola, for joining us on the Let's Play Scrabble World Scrabble Day, National Scrabble Day. Live
It's just
stream.
Scrabble Day. It's just Scrabble Day, and I'm happy to be here. That was really fun. I might even do it again sometime.
Ooh. And with the right attitude, every day can be Scrabble Day, let's be honest.
Yep, for sure. And once again, a plug to studycade.com and twitch.tv/studycade. Lola and Nitz doing some great things to bring studying out of the early 21st century and into the new 21st century, where we're all having a lot more fun studying than we were before. So make sure to check out both those places. Lola, I think you were teasing there's some new features coming up, maybe some new game modes at some point.
And a list of about
sure
11 more games that I want to make should I suddenly have time. So if anybody wants to, donate me like $4 million to not have to work, that'd be cool.
I'd be supportive of that.
And on the Twitch front, yours truly, it does have some ideas for InfiniWords as well. So if you're, you want more teasers and you want more things to happen in the far distant future, that's another thing that you can think of that might happen in the far distant future, given time and infinite resources. So this is a great stream. We've got, I think we're halfway through the day. We've got 4 games left. I think next round we're going to be joined by the one, the only Stefan Fatsis. Everybody should know that name. If you don't know that name, well, you're going to find out that name, but if you don't know that name, you're really missing out. One of the single most important people to what we consider our current Scrabble community. So that's going to be coming up soon, but first we're going to take a quick break, and don't go anywhere on National Scrabble Day.
Bye, y'all. Happy Scrabble Day.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for round, I believe, 5 of World Scrabble Day, National Scrabble Day, whatever you want to call it. We're here celebrating Scrabble all day on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. My name, in case you've forgotten, is Charles Reinke, and I am joined here by none other than the world-famous author, partially world-famous Scrabble player, Stefan Fatsis. Stefan,
Hey, Charles, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing great.
So we've got
on Scrabble Day, Alfred Butz's birthday. We'll get into that a little bit, I hope.
Yeah, you've got a lot of things to talk to us about. First things first, maybe the first thing that's coming up soon. North American School Scrabble Championship is, I believe, later this month. You want to tell us about that?
Yeah, 2 weekends from now, Charles, April 26th and 27th. For the 4th straight year, we're going to be at Planet Word in Washington, D.C., where I live. Planet Word is this amazing museum dedicated to language. It's really, if you ever come to DC, and there's not a lot of reasons to come to DC right now, but if you're in DC, I highly recommend checking out Planet Word. It really is a fantastic place. And if you're in DC 2 weekends from now, stop by the NASSC. We would love to see anybody and everybody. We got a bunch of activities going on. In addition to the 100 kids playing Scrabble in 2 divisions, we got elementary school and middle school in 1 division. They'll play 2 against 2 in the traditional school Scrabble fashion. And then the high school division should have about, right now we've got 18 players in the high school division, led by some familiar names to those of you on the regular Scrabble circuit: Noah Goldstein, Cam Siegel, Gideon Brasowski. And then in the elementary middle school division, some kids coming back. We'll have a new champion this year after the 3-time champion and 3-time runners-up. Our 3-time runner-up Milo Anderson and 3-time champion Nathaniel Campos have moved on to high school.
All sounds like great stuff. And so, Stefan, remind us, how are you involved with this? Are you directing, organizing? You're just an ambassador? All of the above?
Well, Kieran O'Connor and Josh Greenway of Let's Play Scrabble are the organizers of the tournament. I revived it after the pandemic, got corporate owner Hasbro back involved, and brought it to Planet Word in DC. At this point, I've ceded most of the logistics very happily to Kieran and Josh, who are much better at that stuff than I am. And they'll be streaming the tournament. Both days we'll have 1 game per round, so 10 games plus the championship finals in both the elementary middle school division and the high school division.
Well, don't say
our commentators. I can announce that right now. Our commentators will be Will Anderson and someone named Chloe Fatsis.
Possibly no relation. I can't imagine that.
Just a coincidence, I guess.
There's probably a million Fatsises who play Scrabble. So,
but we'll have a bunch of great content for people who tune in. I'm really psyched about the event, and we'll also have on site. We'll have some extra programming, which is really cool. I'll be doing a talk. We're bringing in Ben Zimmer, lexicographer, linguist, commentator, language commentator. He'll be giving a talk. And in addition to that, Scrabble experts Scott Appel and Eric Goldstein do this amazing tutorial for anyone to attend. Parents, coaches, anyone off the street who just happens to be at Planet Word can check out all of the events.
So what I'm hearing is if we don't come out of this with 100 more tournament Scrabble players at the end, we'll just do more next year. That
is always the goal. I got a little show and tell before we get started. So this is last year's T-shirt from the tournament. We got a brand new one being designed. I brought all of my T-shirts, so maybe later when we get a break, I'll just hold them up one at a time. You know, that's 1 year and another year. I got about 20 of these, so maybe we can show them periodically during the game.
Sounds like great stuff. The stream is always great. I've never been there in person, but it's always fun to watch these up-and-comers play Scrabble. Makes them, honestly, even in the elementary division, the standard of play is quite high. And thank you, Stefan, for it's not much fun to reach out back to Hasbro and try to get them back involved in these organized Scrabble events, but I'm sure that was a lot of work, and I'm sure everybody is very thankful that you're trying to bring this back, and I think it's working very well.
I'm thrilled that we brought it back, and it is the one event on the Scrabble calendar that every North American Scrabble entity participates in. WIGPO is a sponsor, Hasbro is a sponsor, NASPA has contributed tiles, boards, racks, tiles and racks actually, and other equipment too, and Merriam-Webster kicks in some dictionaries for all the kids. We got swag bags. So the thing that I'm most proud of in bringing this tournament back is that we've been able to bring the Scrabble community together for this event. That's really important in developing this interest in kids and keeping Scrabble alive among young players. The goal is to keep growing this and get more and more people involved every year.
Yeah, definitely Unity, the name of the game here, and it seems like a lot of that is happening at the School Scrabble Championship. Hopefully everybody takes a lesson from that, and that we're all better when we're trying to achieve the same goal at the same time in the same ways. So we're getting word from our producer that players are ready to go. We're going to see an NWL matchup between longtime expert Max Panich and longtime, I guess not long time, but has been on stream a couple times already this tournament, Marcella Kadanka. So I think we're going to be able to switch over pretty soon here and get underway. All right, we got a shake of hands. Canadian good manners on full display here.
And this is an NWL game. We should point that out in case people are getting a little whiplash from the back and forth. Max, of course, incredibly highly rated, very top player. I've played both of these players multiple times at tournaments, and they know what they're doing, and looking forward to a good game here.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the record underneath Max's name. It seems to indicate that he's gone 0-4 so far in this little informal tournament that Josh Greenway has put together. So he might be eager for a win here. It feels like he's maybe performing a little bit under his own expectations.
Yeah, that's for sure. If Max is 0-4 in any tournament, he's certainly probably had a run of poor tiles. And that's the nature of the game. That's why when we start talking about the Alfred Butts, Charles, we'll get into the fact that this was central to his thinking. He wanted to create a game that balanced luck and skill. That was the guiding principle for Alfred Butts when in the more than a decade that it took him to refine and create the game that we know as Scrabble.
Yeah, we definitely saw a little bit of the same sort of unfairness going on Marcella's rack. She has the blank and the S, but also had 2 P's and a Q. Only real options to get rid of the Q were to play Chi or to burn the blank with something like Quip. I think very, very standard play there to just exchange keeping very good letters and basically guarantee yourself a bingo next turn.
Okay, we just committed some commentator heresy, lack of preparation. Josh Sokol just points out in the chat that Max just arrived, so the 0-4 is just buys. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, those are forfeit losses. I guess he is 0-4 plus 0, meaning that nothing actually happened. So thank you for the correction, Josh. Max is not 0-4, but he's also not warmed up like the rest of these players. So we'll see how quickly he whips himself back into shape. So decent letters for Max on that turn, Max, other than the duplicate I's and the Y. You don't really want to see 2 I's and a Y together. That's pretty poor synergy, but he does get himself out of that situation with a nice play of Gailey, a good leave of IRS. Really nothing to quibble about there.
No, that seems like the most logical play. And now we're going to see whether Marcella can find a bingo here with the first blank.
Yeah, she's got a little bit of a tougher than usual situation because she does not have any 7-letter words available. If she does want to get a bingo down, it's going to involve making an 8. It's sort of acknowledged in the Scrabble scene that it's easier to find 7s than 8s just because of the 1 extra letter. So she's going to have to end with the blank on her rack, going to give her a little bit more to think about. So there's only a few options here for her. We'll see if she spots one of them.
Yeah, the best one is through the L in Gailey, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Charles. Same bingo plays through the I and one of the 3 L's on the board.
Yeah, I guess good news for Marcella is there's not a ton of different letters to work with here. She's got 2 I's and 3 L's that are floating for 7, so it's not a preponderance of options.
And if you're not sure about the bingo that goes through the L, which I will give it away, it is flamiest, you would be the logical step for any Scrabble player, particularly a lot of what we'll see in the school Scrabble championship is what I teach the kids that I coach at the local middle school is like, you look for those prefixes and suffixes. And she has set up the IEST, and it looks like she is homing in on a word ending in IEST there, which would be foamiest would be the most common word there.
Right, yeah, exactly. Prefixes and suffixes, especially when you have a blank, it's easy to just think about those first. What I like to do is I like to verify that I have at least one bingo. That sort of puts my mind at ease, even if I don't think it's the best bingo. And then once I'm a little bit calmed down from the frantic search for anything that plays, then I'll take some time and try to figure out a better option. But here we see her. It looked like she was getting ready for flamiest, which we thought would come down. She stops short and just plays flame.
Yeah, I was wondering there. Maybe she was unsure after she played flam, laid down FLAM, whether the extension was acceptable. And she, sometimes, better part of valor, you're not sure, keep your blank, good leave, wait for the next turn.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't see any of the bingos that turn, something like flame actually is quite good, keeps ST blank. You've got that very easy to hit S spot for grills, and flame does create new bingo lines. So it feels like if you're going to fail to bingo that turn, we would hope that she spotted the bingo. Flame is a decent fallback option to keep things open for next turn. Now we're seeing Max very close to a bingo of printers or sprinter. He probably wishes that E was further out in space than it actually is. Stefan, what do you think about just burning the S here and doing something like spurt, something like that, just cashing it in? He doesn't really have a lot of high-scoring plays otherwise.
He's doing it, but not placing the P on the double letter score.
Yeah, this is a slightly different, I guess, a variation on the theme. Something like Spurt does score 3 more points. I think the major downside of this is that it's just putting an S in the triple line where it's very easy to hit an 8-letter bingo. I would be trying something like putting the P there would be significantly less likely to get punished. So maybe a slight inaccuracy there on Max's part, but I think the right idea just to take a nicely scoring 38 points and move on from a consonant heavy rack.
I mean, unless Max was thinking keep it open for himself, he's a much higher rated player here.
Yeah, that's a good point. He might be trying to take advantage of the fact that his word knowledge is probably better. Actually, he's been an expert for a long time. His word knowledge is superior in this matchup, and setting up spots to bingo probably benefits him more than it hurts him.
The kudos to Marcella here, finding one of the 2 possible bingos, 3 possible bingos, only I think one of which played. Is that right?
I think she could have played Fantasia through the eye of Grill.
She played through the eye of Grill. Yeah.
But
still fantastic find. When you face that rack with 3 A's and your heart sinks a little bit, she worked right through that and found the best available bingo.
Yeah, nicely done by Marcelli. I agree 100%. You keep ST blank, you expect your next turn to be millions of bingos. You expect to have bingos all over the board, and just a matter of picking one. You don't expect to draw 3 A's and an F and be forced to find like your one playable bingo, which is Fantasia. But she found it very quickly and played it with, basically no delay. So nicely done by Marcella, who does take a 20-point lead against an opponent who has turned a rack of all consonants into a rack with way too many vowels.
That's always, as a lower rated player, when you're playing a player in the upper 1900s or 2000s, getting that early bingo gives you a real sense of confidence, where you are very often entering a game like this feeling like, oh, it's going to take a lot for me to have a shot. I'm going to need to draw some good tiles. And there's a difference between drawing into a fairly simple bingo and finding something like Fantasia, which does really give you a boost of confidence.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't happen to me so much these days, not to tune my own horn, but back when I was just starting out going against an expert player, it just felt so good to make a nice bingo find, maybe get the first bingo of the game and feel like, hey, I actually have a shot in this game, rather than the alternative, which is maybe you get buried early by a couple bingos and there's no hope, even if you do make good plays. So Marcella's probably feeling pretty good here. She's still up by 1 point holding the J. This is still definitely a game in a way that some of the other games we've seen kind of got out of hand quickly.
Yeah, and that's all you really want when you're at a rating deficit of 300, 400, 500 points. You just want to be able to hang in there, and you want to know that I had a shot and I did my best. And you're going to miss plays because that's what all players do, but lower rated players typically miss more plays, which is why we're slightly lower rated. So just to have that sense of that boost from finding a good play and hanging in there through the first 4, 5, 6 turns of the game is really important.
Yeah, definitely agree with all that. It's nice to feel like the game is competitive, like a fourth or a third of the way through it, and that you just have to keep playing well, and anything can happen. And so Marcella's sitting here with the J. She's got Dojo set up on her rack, possibly thinking dojos. She does not really have a good J play on this turn. Her best J play might be something like dojos or Yota to the A of Fantasia. Now she's setting up Had, which plays very nicely under Fantasia, taking out sort of, I would consider that kind of a scary triple letter score. If you can get a 5-letter word across there with a high scoring letter, it could do some damage. So I think wise from Marcella to use her own high scoring letter, in this case the H. Score 32 points with that, retain the J for maybe some future scoring punch on later turns. I think, she's taking it back. I really like that play. Put it back.
I do too, Charles. I think the 32 points versus the 24 for Dojo, and breaking up that spot feels like it's worth it to me. 26 versus 32. So a 6-point swing does open up 2 bingo lanes on either side of the DO in Dojo. I said earlier maybe that Max opening that S because he's got much deeper word knowledge. On the other hand, you're taught as a lower rated player, you're going against a good player, keep things open, give yourself a chance to hit some of the power tiles, keep bingo lanes open to enable you to hang in there when your opponent might be racking up 30 and 40 point turns because of their superior word knowledge. Here, you give yourself a shot to keep scoring. You keep that H too, and Marcella has now given herself another spot to throw the H on a triple letter score going in 2 directions.
Yeah, definitely some upsides here, as you mentioned, Stefan. It's like as the underdog in this game, you've got to give yourself every possible chance to take advantage of whatever small advantage you might have in the game and turn it into a win. And so Dojo's, I think, sort of moves on from the J. The J didn't have a lot of upside and opens some bingo lines. I guess there is kind of a sneaky bingo line on this board. Grill takes an E, I guess, just grill. So there's even though the bottom of the board is a little bit close, there's still really no shortage of places to bingo on this board. And Marcel, having drawn 2 S's, might start building towards that in the near future. Meanwhile, Max has drawn clunky stuff yet again. He's got a couple turns in a row now. Actually, basically every turn this game, I think, for him has been some variation of clunk. This one being 3 N's, a V, and a P.
Marcella perilously close to shit list.
Yeah, maybe she should be fishing for it for the rest of the game. That'd be certainly one very unrecommended tactic for winning this game.
That open S on the bottom of the board, though, very tempting.
Oh yeah, it would be a lot of points, and it would really really make a statement. But sometimes winning the game is more of a statement than fishing for 4 turns for an obscure bingo.
This is a move some tiles on Max's part.
Yeah, this is definitely not his highest scoring play. His highest scoring play is actually Opine through the Eye of Fantasia, scoring 31, but keeps NNV, which is quite poor. Then again, that play would actually give him the lead, so maybe it is worth sort of kicking the can down the road, saying, yeah, I know my letters are going to suck next turn, but I'm going to take the lead. This is a different tactic of sacrificing a considerable amount of points, in this case 20 points, 21 points, just to get out from underneath a collection of very unfriendly letters. And so I feel like it's a pretty close. I think I would have taken the points, but I can see why Max would want to make a play like this.
I'm back to Marcella with that one vowel not helping her overall prognosis. And I think she's probably looking in the lower left corner.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, she kind of set up an H spot with her last play. She did not draw the vowels that she needed to make that spot work. So it's probably just at this point going to be playing off a few of the consonants, probably for a not very exciting score, and just, hoping to hit something making grills in the near future. There's a ton of E's left in the bag. Not a whole lot of E's have been played in this game. So if she keeps something like ILST or ISST, if she plays something like DAS or DAL through the A of Fantasia, there's a lot of upside for drawing an E, which turns that leave into something very bingo prone.
It's probably also worth pointing out, Charles, that Marcella holds the last 2 S's.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good point.
And there's only 1 blank remaining. So she does have some strength by sitting on those tiles.
Yeah, she doesn't need to be in a rush to use up those S's. She could even start thinking about, is there a way to set up an S hook in a way that will really benefit her? I don't see that on this board. Usually when you're doing that, you're trying to open up some triple word that only you can use, specifically with an S and nothing else. I'm not seeing a good way to do that on this board, so it might just be an interesting idea to file away for possibly later. This turn she might have to do something a bit more conventional. I think she might be going for La here, L-A-H.
Mm-hmm.
That seems reasonable. You can split hairs a little bit on whether you want to tack the S on, or versus giving away the fact that you have 2 S's. Because with the last 2 S's, giving away that then you hold the last one is actually a significant amount of information to give to a player like Max.
It is, yeah. And she switched over to play HIT for 22, taking a few more points, but sacrificing her only vowel.
Yeah, that is the major downside. I think it's a good idea, and I think it's a very intuitive idea, especially for a lower rated player, to just, you see that open triple word, you're in a little bit of a lead, let's just block it and make sure nothing bad happens there. Now that spot under Auri was not that easy to hit for points, but dangerous enough that she probably didn't want it to sit there anymore. So I think a very reasonable idea on Marcella's part. And I think a very good play on Max's part, made quickly here, taking 45 points, keeping the Z. Really can't argue with this play at all.
And not just keeping the Z, keeping A-E-N-Z, which is certainly a lovely balanced combination. And it helps when you pick up the second blank, which Max just did.
Yeah, that's going to help him a little bit here after struggling with some unwieldy racks. He finally gets some balance going and some upside. Meanwhile, Marcella, we saw her keep 4 consonants including two S's. There's plenty of vowels in the bag to draw. In fact, it's a slightly vowel-heavy bag at this point, but she just didn't draw the things that she needed to, and her options on this board are pretty minimal here. You could do something like lid next to dojos, but that takes out your grills hook, which is kind of what you're counting on to get a bingo.
Yeah.
So you want to leave that spot open.
And you really do start to think that, I don't want to kill that spot because, again, of the disparity in rating and word knowledge. Interesting here, though, by playing did, you do keep the E open there for a bingo ending in that vowel.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually, there's a little bit of upside there. You still get to play grilled. Also, Marcella's in the lead. She doesn't need to be all out on bingoing at this point.
Right.
A bingo would be nice, but it's not crucial at this point to her victory chances. We do see Max has the blank, so there's a little bit more urgency that we're aware of here in the commentary booth than what Marcella is aware of.
Correct.
But just scoring points and maintaining a lead against an expert is a very reasonable and wise thing to do.
Because he's pointed it out twice now, Josh has mentioned Veld and Bushveld on as possible plays in this game. And he's noted now that Max has blank Veld through the L, the first L in the grill. And the reason Josh keeps doing that is that I wrote a story about this for Slate a couple of years ago at a game, at a tournament in Canada. We were talking at dinner about how Will Anderson, sorry, Will, missed a play, a Veld play. And at dinner, we started talking about, well, what are all the Veld words? And the only front extension for Veld in NWL is Bushveld. And the next day in a game, I played Bushveld off of a B at the triple word score in the center square. And Josh was completely slack-jawed, as was everybody else who was at dinner that night. It was one of the craziest Scrabble coincidences, some weird celestial theological reasoning that allowed me to make that play at a game. It was crazy. And who was against? Yeah, go ahead.
Did anybody check the star charts after that one to see what was in alignment and if those alignments matched your birth sign or something?
They totally must have. 113 points. It's a good play.
I remember that story. So yeah, everybody, I guess the moral of the story is learn your Veld words. In the NWL's case, that's pretty easy. You just need to know the one. And as Stefan proves in action, that's the only one you need to know.
I mean, there really is nothing like that serendipity of learning something and then having an opportunity to play it, especially when it's completely obscure and bizarre. Now, we missed a couple of nice plays. Max took advantage of the grilled spot by playing Zed, and he comes right back using his blank for a bingo over rank.
Yeah, nice play by Zed earlier. Also nice play by Marcel of just playing Taw on a board that didn't have a lot of upside other than that play. Very, very good play by her as well. And then Max finding his only bingo of over rank for 80. And now we see Marcella has actually drawn pretty balanced stuff for the first time in a couple turns. She's got a nice E, the R, and the two S's. Unfortunately, no playable bingos on this turn. So this is going to be a tough turn for her to figure out how to navigate this with such great letters, no playable bingos, and also nowhere really to score that much. I wonder if we might see something like involving Fantasias just to get some points on the board. We'll see.
You're in the situation where it feels like you should be bingoing. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 8-letter words playable from this rack with this rack. None of them do play, of course, as you pointed out. But this is where, I will spend a few minutes just keep looking and looking and looking because it feels like something should be there. I've got NESS, I've got LESS, I've got ERS.
Yeah, and Max just put out a bunch of floaters. That E of overrank like really feels nice. It feels like that improves your bingo chances. That P feels like it has some synergy with the letters you have. We've got the benefit up here of Quackle and Zizova telling us exactly what we need to know. Marcella doesn't have that benefit. And with letters like this, and especially playing on stream, you'd rather not miss a bingo. You'd rather take your time and make sure you're not missing anything. I wouldn't be surprised if Marcella takes a few minutes here to figure things out.
Yeah, bummer, as Robin points out in the chat, that the K is in the wrong place here. It's already used up. For snorkels would have been lovely.
Yeah, that would have been nice. There's a couple letters that would work if they were open, but unfortunately not. Let's see. It looks like Marcella's going for loosen here, which you really can't fault her for that. There's so many E's left. You don't worry too much about playing off your single E because you expect to draw more. It also blocks the triple line. She's thinking if she doesn't use it now, there's probably no way that Max keeps it open. Oh, she has not committed her play yet, so maybe second thoughts on loosen.
So I don't know what people talked about earlier in the day, Charles, but I think we should talk a little bit about the history of Scrabble. It is Alfred Butz's birthday.
Yep, and you're an expert on this. You of course, as everybody should know, they'll know now. Read the book or wrote the book Word Freak, responsible for getting a lot of people into the game, including myself. So I wouldn't be here doing this without you, Stefan. But you also had a significant bit of that book, maybe a whole chapter or two on just the history of the game. So take it away.
Yeah, I did, and that was really one of that was really the most fun I had. I mean, the playing was fun, and the interviewing was fun, and the hanging out in the Scrabble subculture as a newbie was fun. But doing historical research is always a total blast. And in researching the history of this game, the wonderful thing was that nobody had really done it before. Some people at the National Scrabble Association, John Williams, the former executive director for many years, he had sort of looked through some of the historical documents, but I was able to connect with Alfred Butz's grandnephew, or his nephew, who was the keeper of all of Butz's archives. He had them in an attic in a house in upstate New York, an old farmhouse that Alfred Butz had bought, had actually rebought. He had spent time there when he was young, and then bought the house with some of his Scrabble earnings, his royalties. And he always said that, Scrabble was great. It gave me, I was able to buy a little house in the country. And he founded the game. He created the game when he was living in New York, in Queens in the 1930s. And I was able to go through all of Alfred Butz's papers, all of the research he had done in creating the game and coming up with the structure of the board and the distribution of the tiles and the point value of the tiles. And that was so much fun, Charles. It was this unexplored trove of documents. And you can say, well, just Scrabble, it's just a small piece of American history. But it's, to me, was and remains like an important piece of American history. It is a piece of Americana. And Butz, thankfully, was a hoarder. He kept everything. He kept all of his, he was an architect by training. He kept so much of his, he had journals, and he had collections of postcards. He was an artist. He kept all of this artwork that he had done. But most importantly, for me and for us, he kept all of the material that he used to conceive of, design, and create the game. So I just dove into these 2 giant boxes that were stuffed with his papers, and was able to sort of piece together the history of the game. And as we see Marcella play Loner and pick it up and take it back. So the story begins in 1931, when Butz was 32 years old, and he had been laid off from his job as an architect during the Depression. And some time in the next few months after he was laid off, he was trying to figure out what to do with his life. He was a sort of an amateur artist. He made these prints that he tried to sell. And at one point he came up with this idea to create a game because we're in the Depression. People need something to do. A game would be fun. And he wrote this treatise about games, which I talk about in Word Freak, in which he sort of categorized the different kinds of games: men on a board game, card games, and then word games. And he determined that there really weren't any good popular word games. The only one that had any success was Anagrams, which was a fairly popular game that you could buy cards or little pieces. And it's the game that we play at tournaments, where we dump a couple of bags of Scrabble tiles on the board and you flip them over one by one and you try to make words of a particular length or longer. And then you try to add letters from the tile pool to steal the words and make new words. But Butts didn't think Anagrams was dynamic enough. He didn't think it was interesting enough. So he came up with a sort of a modified version of the game. And over the course of a couple of years, that was his first creation. And he called this game Lexico. And you know some of this, Charles, I'm sure. It was a failure. He was rejected by pretty much every game company or book publisher that he sent Lexico to. And he made the games instead by himself in his apartment using balsa wood for the tiles and racks. And he would stencil the letters onto these little cut squares of balsa using India ink and his architectural supplies. But he figured, it's a flop. I'm not gonna succeed here.
Yeah, but we know he did succeed. We us doing this right now is testament that Lexico actually did have some legs.
Yeah, it did, and Lexico did, but it was more the realization on Butts's part that. And let's see, Marcella is laying down. How it seems.
This is not a word, but she's in bad shape, down by bingo with not bingo letters. So you can see why she would be tempted to do something like this.
And she is on hold, it looks like, and she is being challenged. I guess the alternate play here, Charles, might have been to play moves through the V and over rank.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It does set up a new bingo spot. Because Younger, which Max made on his previous turn, is pretty hard to overlap.
Yeah, we'll get the judgment.
You got to hit that button. All right.
Back to Butts. So he didn't give up, though. You're right, and that's why we're here today. And after at one point in around 1938, he started to tell people that would write to him asking for a set of Lexico that he was working on a new game, and he hoped it would be better. And the innovation that he came up with was adding a board. He felt that Lexico was kind of dull. There wasn't enough action. So he came up with this idea for a board, and he spent years tinkering to come up with the 15 by 15 grid with the premium squares laid out the way that we see them. In his papers, there are prototypes with 17 by 17 and different shapes, the more triple word squares, the star not in the center of the board but in the upper left corner, different arrangements of the premium squares. He also tinkered with the number of tiles in the game. He had 110 at one point. He had 100, which is what we have. He varied that. And he also tinkered with the point values for the individual letters. The way he came up with the distribution of the letters in the game was, and he did this during his creation of Lexico, was to count the letters and words of different lengths on the pages of newspapers and magazines. The Saturday Evening Post magazine, the New York Herald Tribune, the New York Times. And I got to see all of this. He had these tracing paper spreadsheets where he would use tally marks to write down the number of occurrences of a particular letter or lengths of particular words on an individual page of newspapers and magazines. It was so cool to see that. I really did feel like I was holding history in my hands.
Yeah, that part also struck me as well. I remember reading Word Freaks, like that would have been a lot of work. And it feels like it's a testament to how seriously he was taking the endeavor. He wasn't, half-assing it, so to speak. Like if he was going to do it, he wanted to do it right. And in the days before computers, like these days, you could get anybody who knows Python to spend 5 minutes writing a script that would just read the whole corpus of the New York Times and spit out a letter distribution. But he didn't have that. He had graph paper and a stack of magazines and apparently a lot of time on his hands because he was unemployed, and made it all happen. And he came pretty close to correct.
That's the amazing part, right? His order for the frequency of letters, he kind of based his thinking on a story by Edgar Allan Poe. And Butts's nephew had a copy of the book that Butts read. It was published in like 1904, and there was still the bookmark on the page of the story that Butts used as part of his thinking, which was also really cool. It was right there on the page, tucked in there. And it would take years, it would take decades until we got something like the Brown corpus in the early 1960s, which was the first sort of serious attempt to categorize the frequency of letters in the English language. And Butts was pretty close. And that's remarkable to me, that this scientifically sort of brained guy, he was an architect, mathematical, was able to sort of come up with this method and this thought process that would lead to what for him was just trying to create a fair and equitable game, but also in sort of unbeknownst to him, linguistically, he was doing something that was kind of revolutionary.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He kind of made a significant contribution to scientific knowledge, scientific thought, but really all he was trying to do was make a good word game because he felt that there was a hole in the market for good word games, and it's a depression and everybody's unemployed.
Right. And by the time Scrabble becomes successful, though, Charles, of course, the Depression ends. Butts actually gets his architecture job back. He's making his prototype game with the board at home and doing the same sort of routine that he did with Lexico. He called it crisscross words. He was selling it by word of mouth. He took out advertisements in literary magazines and other places, and he would sell a few sets here and a few sets there, and all did the same thing he did with Lexico. He sent it to games makers and publishers and was rejected again and again and again. Finally, he was approached in 1947 by a guy named James Bruneau, who had played Alfred's game one weekend and tracked him down and asked if anybody was marketing this game. And Butts said no, but feel free to give it a shot. So they cut a deal, a royalty deal, and Bruneau started to sell the game. And it still didn't do that great. In Butts's papers, I was able to find he kept all the records of sales, and I will read them to you. He sold in 1949, the year after Scrabble was trademarked. He sold 2,400 sets, 1950, 1,632, 1951, 4,853. In that year, Butts earned royalties of $135. This was not a money-making venture for him. And then in 1952, in the summer, something happened. And what we think happened is that the chairman of Macy's played the game one weekend, asked his buyers, why don't we stock this? And they put in orders. And it went from a couple hundred sets a week, first to 500. And then by early 1953, they were selling 6,000 sets a week. And then it took off. It became this media sensation. Butts and Bruneau were all over the press. There were magazine stories, newspaper stories. Butts appeared on the Today Show, which was a news show then. And in 1953, sold more than 1 million sets. 1954, 3.8 million sets. So as we play this game here in 2025, Charles. There, more than 70 years ago, this was the most popular game in America. It was the biggest startup in the history of the gaming industry, more than Monopoly even. And when we think about the sort of the traction that Scrabble generated then, it really is kind of remarkable how something takes off in the culture, goes viral the way Scrabble did.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I remember from Word Freak, they started manufacturing boards in like an old, maybe not the same old farmhouse that you went to, but a different rural location.
A different one, yeah, in Connecticut.
And quickly, once the Macy's thing happened, it's like that wasn't going to cut it. Like having Bruno and all his family members like hand assembling boxes and sets was just way beyond what they could do when they're trying to fulfill 3 million orders in a year.
Yeah, and that's where he had to cut a licensing deal with manufacturers, and that began Scrabble's corporate journey. Eventually, it was acquired by Selchow and Reiter, and then in the 1980s, it went through a series of corporate owners until it ended up with Hasbro. And as for Butts, he was like a lot of inventors. I've argued that he kind of he didn't quite get his due. Over the life of the game, he kept meticulous track of each royalties payment. And over the life of the game, including a sort of buyout in the early 1970s when he stopped receiving royalties, Butts made over $1 million from Scrabble. And that seems like a lot, but as I think about it, it always felt like the inventor didn't get as much as the people who, took the rights, sold it to somebody else, and became the sort of business principles behind it. It was certainly a group effort to make Scrabble a worldwide phenomenon. It couldn't have happened without James Bruno, who is sort of the lesser known character in the growth of the game and the explosion of the game.
I definitely feel like a lot of these cool things that come out eventually, the only people who come out ahead are the corporate types who have figured out how to take advantage of these things, and the originator possibly not quite getting their due. I think that's very much the case here with Alfred Butts, but he's the one whose birthday is celebrated by World Scrabble Day, and all those corporate executives, as far as I know, they do not have any holidays.
That is an excellent point, as we are here celebrating Alfred Butts' 126th birthday.
So we'll give a quick recap of what's happened in this game. We all want to hear that story. Stefan is the perfect person to tell us about the history of Scrabble. But in the meantime, a couple plays were made, including, I think, a nice play of Ovum by Marcella to give herself a little bit of a shot. But she drew the cue, and that put to rest any of her bingo chances. So after Overrank and Marcella's decent-looking rack, that kind of blew up after Loner, it was really Max all the way. So it looks like, and not a high-scoring game, but it looks like Max is going to pull this one out pretty easily.
Yeah, and this is not atypical. You're going up against a terrific player. You're victim of an excellent find by that player, Overrank, and you feel a little bit. It becomes difficult after a certain point, right? You feel like I've squandered my early lead. I had this great early bingo. And then you feel almost hopeless sometimes to sort of mount a comeback.
Yeah, and Max did have some good plays of his own. He did have the power of some high-scoring tiles behind him with Nop and Zed, and Exacta, which we didn't really touch on, was a really nice 6-letter find to put this game out of reach. He was really drawing the stuff he needed to put this one away, but he also needed to find those plays.
We talked about that decision that Max had to make, playing Novena to move some tiles and sacrificing some points, but it did open up the board, and it led to him having that lovely 8-letter bingo in Overrank, opening up the top section of the board in a way that it wasn't before.
It definitely sort of unleashed his winning sequence, which unfolded over a few turns. but it could have turned out differently if Marcella had just on that loner rack. I think I liked Loosen better than loner on that turn. She put it on the board, then picked it back up. At that point, you've telegraphed your S, so you might as well play it.
Right.
But if she had drawn better after that, there was still a bunch of places to bingo. If she can hit a bingo from the P, it might be anybody's game at that point. So she still had a chance. I think she played well to keep herself in it up until that point where she phonied without seams. That might have been the missed turn there might have slowed her down so much where she might not have had too much hope after that. But I think she did very well up until this point to stay even with a very, very legit, very top-rated expert level player.
And sometimes you're reluctant, those S's feel so great. And there certainly is some merit to taking a deep breath and moving them one at a time. I think moves, MOVES, through the V and over rank would have disposed of one of them, but it would have scored 38 points, opened up another bingo lane. You have to be sometimes, you're making those sacrifices in your brain, like, oh, what if I give up this one? Then my opponent knows I've got the case S. But in this case, you sort of start to just fall farther and farther behind, and that becomes crippling.
Yeah, and that's all very, very reasonable stuff. And again, Max taking a little bit of time on that turn. I think trying to do a Q stick and then giving up on it. He's actually giving up cheese here for a lot of points. And so I think, Stefan, you've told us so many stories already, but School Scrabble Championship, history of Scrabble. I think you've got one other thing that you'd like to tell us.
I would. I'd love to plug. I've got my new book is out in October, and it is back to, after a detour to play in the NFL and write about life in the National Football League, I've returned to the world of words. And my new book, Unabridged, The Thrill of and Threat to the Modern Dictionary, will be published by Grove Atlantic in October. I spent a few years as a lexicographer in training with Merriam-Webster, the publisher of the Scrabble Dictionary. I defined about 90 words for Merriam's online dictionary. About a dozen or so of them actually made it into Merriam's online dictionary. And then I spent years sort of hanging out and in the subculture of dictionaries and language. And sort of wandering around the world of words. So I'm very excited about the new book. I just got the cover last week. It looks awesome. I'm working on editing and proofreading the very, very, very final draft. And I'm super excited to see it in print and to be back talking about words.
So I think everybody out there in chat, if you're watching Scrabble, that means you're into words. If you're playing Scrabble and not into words, you're probably missing a little something here, but I think everybody should be on the lookout in October for your new book coming out. Is there anything specific to Scrabble Lexica in there, or is it more general use for the public?
I decided not to do a section about Scrabble. It's mentioned multiple times, but I didn't do a full dive into Scrabble dictionaries and word lists. Maybe saving that for some other writing to come, but I felt like I wanted to keep it kind of focused on the primary subject, the primary area that I was sort of embedding in and hanging the world I was hanging out in. So not a lot of Scrabble content, but certainly Scrabble peripheral content. And it's a fun read, and I'm really excited to sort of take it on tour and do a bunch of book readings and talks, and hopefully I'll do some of those at Scrabble tournaments come fall and into the winter and next year.
Yeah, I think the Scrabble lexicon drama probably could fill multiple books, but it would not be of interest to the mass market at large. So probably.
I don't know about that. I've written stories about the Scrabble lexicon drama for Slate, and there's some of it in Word Freak, but Word Freak is now 20 plus years old. So it might be time for me to dive back into to some of those issues in a bigger way in some forum. Not sure what that might be yet. But I'm not done writing about Scrabble, certainly. But come fall, I am definitely going to be pushing my new book and hopefully talking to as many people as possible that want to hear about it. So you can't pre-order yet. Should be able to pre-order in the next few months. Right now, in those final stages of painstaking, like my eyes are falling out of my head having read these words 1,000 times, but I got to plow through a couple more times to make sure there are no typos and any other errors. And this is the sort of grueling part of writing a book, but it's also light at the end of the tunnel and super exciting to know that I've created something that'll be out in the world for people to enjoy.
Yeah, definitely take care to avoid any typos. I think in a book about words, the scrutiny level of your readership is just going to be a little bit level higher, and they're going to castigate you, crucify you if there's even one typo. So
I'll give you one quick tidbit on one of my word defining efforts at Merriam. I did define ZE and XE for Merriam, but they are still sitting in the queue waiting for admission to the dictionary. So North American Scrabble players, I am trying to get ZE into the word list, but I've been rebuffed so far. Z, of course, acceptable in Collins, but not in TWL. And the rationale is interesting, and I get into this in the book. I have a chapter about pronouns, and I talk about my own effort to define these pronouns, these neo-pronouns. And the rationale at Merriam is that they're not used enough organically to justify. They are written about a lot and they're talked about a lot, and neo-pronouns are on a lot of sort of lists of pronoun options, but there's a sort of standard at the dictionary at Merriam particularly, whereby they want to see it actively used in published text as opposed to with the meaning that's intended, as opposed to just written about. So for now, ZE, unfortunately, on the outside looking in, but definitely had my Scrabble hat on when I was deciding to try to define ZE and get it into the dictionary.
I feel like somebody like you did the same exact thing with ZA and somehow convinced them that it was.
Oh no! Let's not
used.
go there, Charles. Come on. We used to say Z in my hometown when I was a kid. So.
All right, we don't have that word in Wisconsin, so.
We did in New York.
So that concludes this round. Again, we're going to give some plugs here to letsplayscrabble.com and the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. If you're not liking this video and if you're not subscribed to this channel, we don't know what you're doing. You should be doing all of those things. Josh Greenway, the mastermind behind all this, has just enabled a new feature. If you want to donate a little bit more directly than with just your eyeballs, it's a good donation. But if you want to donate a little bit more in terms of cold hard cash, $5 a month subscription to become a Scrabble super friend. That sounds like something that everybody should be aspiring to. It's Scrabble, it's super friendship. I think all of those things are what we strive for in the Scrabble community. So that is the join button right below this video. I don't know exactly where, but just scan your eyes across the page. You should see it somewhere. If that interests you, go ahead and click it. I think we've got at least one person who's done it already, but there could be many more. So
I'm going to put in my praise for Josh opening up his apartment, creating a great looking stream. You can see the snacks in the background, always important at a Scrabble tournament. And more than that, just the work that Josh and his partner Kieran at Let's Play Scrabble have done to elevate and promote and develop the game across multiple platforms has been nothing short of phenomenal. And it's been one of my great joys to work with both of them on School Scrabble and to be part of their Scrabble lives and to watch them grow the game and share their passion for making Scrabble bigger than it is and getting it to that level that we all aspire to have more people watching the game, more people playing the game, more people participating in our little subculture and making it bigger. So thank you, Josh, for making this happen today.
Yep, those guys and everybody involved, I guess including us, Stefan, are doing our part to make sure this game is doing great. Again, Stefan's got a new book coming out in October. Keep an eye out. You might see him at a tournament doing readings, so make sure you're going to every tournament. Maybe you'll see him there, probably more likely on the East Coast, but just go to any tournament you can find and hope for the best. And keep an eye out in 2 weekends from now, National North American School Scrabble Championship. will be streamed, have some high quality play from all those youngsters who might be coming to take our lunch money someday, hopefully. And we've got a Collins matchup coming up next. We're going to be joined by Evan Borofsky and Josh Sokol. We're going to have another 3-man team. So again, thank you, Stefan, for your efforts. We hope to see you again soon, either on stream or on the road or at a tournament.
Thank you so much, Charles. This has been super fun. And again, congrats to Josh for doing something on National Scrabble Day and celebrating Alfred Butz's birthday. I'm not seeing a lot of other content out there that recognizes, acknowledges, promotes this little holiday in the Scrabble world. So Josh Greenway, hats off, and thank you for including me in today's festivities.
And with that, I think we're going to switch over to our new commentary team. We've got, as I said, Evan Borofsky and Josh Sokol. There they are. They just made an appearance. Welcome, both of you.
Hey, what's up?
Thank you.
How do I sound?
I can hear you. I can hear you both, so good enough for me.
Damn it.
I'm trying to make... I'm too fat. I'm too big here. Hold on.
Shrink.
Woo. But yeah, what's up, Charles? Good to see you. Good to see you, Evan. Hope everyone's doing well today.
So it is, as we were just talking about, National Scrabble Day, Alfred Butz's birthday, celebrating it here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. We've got a couple minutes to kill while they figure out pairings. We know we're doing a Collins game. I guess maybe first things first, Evan, if you want to introduce yourself a little bit, since this is your first time doing commentary, give the viewers a little bit of an idea of who you are.
Yeah, they can figure it out. Read. Google.
Actually, Evan's
I have
commentary before.
I did commentary like many years ago too, but not on. I mean, on here, yeah, I did one with you, Josh, during the just like almost post-pandemic when I hadn't shaved for 1,000 days, and I was on there. It was you and it was Josh Castellano, I think, was doing the tournament in Belleville. I think it was the Canadian Classic.
It was in Kingston, yeah.
Yeah, or the Kingston one, yeah. Yeah, I was on for. I think that might have been the last one I did.
All right,
you're still a noob compared to us, right? That's the thing. That's what Charles is trying to say, right, Charles?
Kind of. I actually didn't realize that Evan had already done commentary, but that all the better. That means you know exactly what's going to happen.
Yes.
Charles, you look really good. I don't know. Is it a new camera? Or am I just never seeing your face up close? Like
also prove you're not Thomas.
Yeah,
no, I know. I can tell. I don't worry. I saw you guys last week, so I can tell the difference now. You're the one I can't beat yet, and the other one is the one I just beat for the first time. So that's how
you two just played in a tournament together, right?
Yeah, two separate. Yeah, the back-to-back tournaments with the same groups. Yeah.
Yep. So Galesburg, Illinois just happened. I beat Evan twice. Josh was not there. I think he was afraid a little bit of multiple Reinkes teaming up on him. But we got a bunch of tournaments coming up this summer. I guess either of you guys got any plans? Figuring out your plans. I'm still figuring out my plans, so I don't know. Got a lot of choices out there.
My plans are already set 0 for the rest of the year. I can't. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. Either because I can't take off days because other people from my team have those for the bigger tournaments, or money. So yeah. Unfortunately, but I mean, hey, I've been playing for 28 years, I guess, in this thing almost. So I've done. I mean, this is also not just as this National Scrabble Day, it's also the 19th anniversary of me sort of meeting my wife, technically, on this day, 19 years ago, on LiveJournal. Remember that site? For all you kids out there? Yeah, there was this tournament post. I made a post, and she commented anonymously on it. And then we started talking. And
eventually, she became non-anonymous at a certain point.
I have questions, but I won't ask them.
You can, sure, go ahead.
That's really nice. Yeah, I mean, Evan, we would love to see you play more tournaments, but yeah, you do have a pretty stringent life, and it's understandable. But Evan is one of the best players, best Canadian players of all time, best North American players of all time, and so it's always
Wow.
great to see you coming out to play. So hopefully you're not fully retired yet after this
Oh
year.
no. I'll be back at some point. Just it's probably not happening for the rest of this year.
So it looks like we're getting, we got players set up. We are going to see a game between Troy Frost and, again, I have to say this last name, Andre Papadinek, two Canadian players, as expected, playing in the Collins Lexicon. Looks like they're ready to go, so we might be able to cut over to them and get this game underway.
Nice. So have you played either of these players, Evan?
No, none of them. Andre, I remember before I moved, he was still playing TWL, so I think he just switched over in the last few years. Troy, I know, has been playing probably for a little longer than that, but I've not played any of them in a tournament before.
Wow, Troy is in first place. Look at that, 5-0. That's awesome. That's impressive.
So Josh, have you played either of these? I can say I'm in Evan's boat. I have not. I don't know too much about these players, but you might be our Canadian link into the scene.
Oh, it's Josh in the back saying, I don't think that's right. So Troy is rated, I think, around like 1,200. Andre a little bit higher, maybe? Yeah. Andre was actually rated, I think, in the 1600s back when he was playing in WL. He was getting quite good, but then I think he took a little bit of a break. And Troy has just been a nice, I guess, a more casual player. Doesn't play a lot of tournaments. He is very strong. But yeah, both of these players, I would say, are pretty unpredictable. That's the word I would use to describe both of them. So as an expert player playing against a lower rated player, when lower rated players are unpredictable, it's kind of difficult to decide what you're doing in certain turns. So I think they both have that edge in that regard.
Yeah, and if we haven't seen much from either of them or don't know much about them, that makes it even more an unknown, I guess.
Yeah, so we see Troy make his first play of keg pretty quickly. We did see the word kedge come down in a previous Collins game. I think Andre was actually in that game, although not the one who played it. Kedge would have been an improvement over keg on Troy's first turn, but you have to know the word to play it, and so I think, not knowing the word keg is a very decent option. Now we see Andre with, you're probably hoping for an H4 vermouth. I guess if we're on the subject of unpredictability, maybe he'll try something like over mute. Otherwise, his options here don't look all that inspiring.
I think he had that set up on his rack, but wisely chose not to try it, I guess.
Yeah, I think if he was going to try it, he probably would have done it by now. So I'm guessing we don't see that phony attempted. And on a turn like this, my first thought is, can I get rid of VU? You can do that with Vug or Gov. That doesn't feel correct on this turn just because it scores so few. I guess I'm maybe thinking just something like Vom, which puts the board in a very, very unfriendly state that sort of commits you to a certain type of game. I guess maybe Andre doesn't want to do that. We'll see what his tendency is.
Yeah, Vom looks
Ovum.
decent.
I also like Ovum making go. That could work out decently. Normally, I'd be very hesitant to put that M. That M would be right below the double letter score, leading to the triple word. But the U in Ovum would be harder to overlap. So I'm not super worried about the openings that Ovum makes. That would be the more aggressive choice, to just play with go and get rid of everything you want to get rid of at once.
Looks like Andre's going for Tumor here, which opens up the triple in a more easy to use way. Also keeps the V, so I think for a few reasons, maybe a slightly worse play, but does sort of get him out from underneath some sort of clunky collection of letters. And it does retain the openness of the board. ER is very easy to play underneath. So it's sort of that death scenario of playing Vom underneath keg. We're not seeing anything like that.
Oh, interesting. Okay, this isn't a word.
Well, not in any lexicon we use, but we'll see.
Well, thanks for the correction, Evan.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, there is some, one that probably uses it in this world. Maybe.
Yeah, I think this is I think a relatively common misspelling. I think I've seen it before. Everybody knows the word gist, but they maybe don't think about how you actually spell it. And it looks like both these players are just okay with this spelling.
Yeah. Once again, we see Andre just balking at the possibility of challenging. Again, we're talking about how he's relatively new to CSW, and the biggest difference between the lexica is not the difference in words; it's the difference in challenge rule. And once again, it's only 5 points to challenge a word you're unsure of, but you have to sort of get in the rhythm of doing that and get used to the fact that it's such a smaller penalty than losing your turn before you really start challenging every word you should be challenging, or at least close to it. So very understandable again that Andre not really deciding to question this word.
So good idea by Andre here to take advantage of that perfect spot for his Y. He actually had 2 Ys, but no real good way to get rid of YY. Also no good way to get rid of just VY together. So he's going to be committed to keeping those together next turn. But scoring 35 points feels pretty good. It actually also does block a bingo for Troy if he was going to see it, of retunded through the U of tumor. So if Troy had seen it, he's back to the drawing board. If he hadn't seen it, then he is saved the pain of having a bingo blocked.
Or he might try dentured.
Ooh, yeah, good call. That he's already shown that he's not afraid to play stuff that sounds legit. But dentured would be so many points. I feel like even Andre would realize that was a challengeable word. But even stopping with denture is actually a very nice play here for 38.
Yeah, as Andre is lining up, I think he's thinking of Coventry. Isn't that is that a soccer team, football team?
Yes,
but
it is.
It's
a town. It's a town in England. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Of course, it's a town in England. Is it more than a town? That's my question. We see Trended lined up. Nowhere for Trended. My question is, do you guys think we're going to see keg stands, which I don't think is a word, but I'm thinking about a keg stand. You guys ever done a keg stand before?
You know I don't drink, right? Okay,
yes.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you got a team of non-drinkers here, or at least 2 out of 3. I'm afraid to ask what that is.
I know it is because I've seen it in movies. So it's well, just you'll see video. Go on YouTube after and Google it and look at videos for keg stands.
He's not going to do that. You have to explain it.
Okay, it's when I guess you're upside down and you funnel, isn't it? When they funnel beer into your, mouth. Yeah.
It's what you're missing out on by not drinking.
Yeah. So I mean, I've never done it, but I've seen it in enough media. Don't try to and also kids, don't try that at home, please.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any legit extensions for kegs, but I guess keg stand is not one of them. Andre
it looks like there isn't. Yeah, it looks like kegs is the only in the. There is no extension to it possible.
I guess Evan, you've studied all the 9-letter words, so you theoretically shouldn't need to look that up. You should just be able to tell us, looking at kegs, whether there are 5 letters that go after it.
Theoretically, but I had to look that up. Sorry, I have to admit to that.
So I think a pretty good play here by Andre, maybe a little bit vowel heavy, but does score 30 points and gets rid of the VY combination, which was probably his number one concern on that turn. He could have played something like Verdoy, which is a Collins only 6 through the D of turned. Again, you need to know the word to play it, and that one would be pretty far along in anybody's journey of studying Collins words. So not surprised to see something like this come down. And Troy actually playing pretty quickly here, just going for meshed for 31, which is one of his highest scoring options. The downside is it does play the S. The upside is the S doesn't really do a whole lot on this board, so maybe this is a fine play. Evan and Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the only way it would hook was the S on the phony 4, I guess, on this board. So I mean, no, that's perfectly fine. There was nothing else that looks decent. I don't really see anything with the Y going down there.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering how long. Troy does tend to play pretty fast in my experience, but I was kind of wondering how long he would take to make a decision, because it's not a really obvious position, especially after the plays that, or at least the one play that Troy certainly saw hedge through the E of turned was blocked. And I always try to tell people that are trying to get better at Scrabble that if there's one play you're looking at that you really want to play, great. Let's try to forget about it. Let's try to look for a plan B. And then, worst case scenario, your play gets blocked, but you have something in reserve for the next turn. So it was possible that Troy saw the word meshed on his rack early on, and he got a nice place to play it. And here we go. Now let's see if Andre is going to be able to find his bingo here through the E.
Or his bingo through the ER, which is the same order of letters.
Oh, wow. That would be incredible. Who's going to reveal it?
Yeah, it also is OR good too, as a 9. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's kind of an interesting word to note. Well, I guess I'll spoil it. Desolator. It is a noun. It's not. It doesn't mean more desolate. That would be my first thought. Is it wouldn't take an S, but it actually does. So and no desolatist. So just desolator. But that's kind of hard to spot. Easier to spot something like desolate. I'm a little bit worried that Andre has not played it yet. He's got an unplayable solated. That's not really helping him on this turn. He really doesn't have a lot of big letters to look through for 8s. It's really just the E and the D that just got put out there. So since there's not a whole lot to think about and he hasn't played it yet, I'm getting a little bit concerned that we're going to see a bingo miss here.
It's not the easiest word to spot. You want to be looking at suffixes, prefixes. Andre could be also looking through the D of mesh to see if there's maybe an 8-letter word. I think he lined up toadlets earlier. He saw the possibility of that. But there isn't an open T to play the 8-letter word, although he could play toadlet to the T of tumor. But yeah, it's just a question of whether he puts his letters in the correct order here, because that's how he's going to find this word. A lot of us at the higher level will spot desolate simply because we've studied the word so many times that it's sort of imprinted in our brain. It's not something that just comes to you necessarily, even though it is a common word.
And I think failing to find the bingo here, might be thinking about if I was not going to play the bingo here, I'd do something like LOD perhaps next to gist, LOD, setting up my A for A-LOD. It gives me a nice, easy bingo line to hit. Gets blocked somewhat often with Clod and Plod and things like that, but creates a little bit more upside on this board when you've got bingo letters. It feels like you should have somewhere to play a bingo once you draw it. So something like LOD might help out that situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure he would.
Right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, he's thinking of Oda. Okay. Interesting. Go ahead.
Oda is similar in that it sets up soda, so that would be another thought.
Yeah, so load comes down. Go ahead.
Yeah, we see the missed bingo. I think keeping EST is a very, very good idea. It's just on this board, it doesn't always work out due to the lack of bingo lines. So we'll see what he draws. But anyway, back to Troy, who's really nowhere close to a bingo. So it's going to have to score points the old-fashioned way. But that play of load actually did give him, it gives him a little bit more flexibility here to score points. Something like Vang to the right of load might be the play. A similar idea with hang. I guess the V probably better. Just the H is better than the V.
Yeah, we see the time pressure. I do remember now that Troy does tend to play pretty fast. So I like this decision to just play quickly. Of course, if you know the word Vang, I think if you ask most Scrabble players which they prefer, the H or the V, they would certainly say the H. But Vang is also kind of a weird word, so it's not the first word you might think of in the position.
And also, you might, the Vang has its, advantage of not being able to hook in there, I guess. So for the next play.
Yeah, Vang is like way more defensive. Hang takes a few letters in front of it, including a T for Thang. Also, you can play parallel or alongside it, whereas Vang would be, that corner of the board kind of dies at that point. And Troy's sitting on about a 30-point lead here. That's probably enough of a lead on this board where, adopting a defensive strategy could be called for. You just sort of dare your opponent to make something happen on a board where there's not a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, both players are so focused here. Sorry, go ahead, Evan.
No. If I was Troy right now, I'd be hoping for an open eye.
Oh, yep. Yeah, could go for that anvil top. And actually, Andre does have duplicate eyes, so it's sort of a non-negligible chance that one of those sort of gets put out in space where it can be used. Andre doesn't have a lot of very compelling options here, other than he does have 40-point plays to the right of hang. They involve, basically blowing up his rack, blowing up his S's. But on this board, I think it might be worth a shot to do something like, I guess maybe not sweets. That's a little bit insane. Puts an S in the triple, but the very obscure Utises would possibly be an option there, other than flagrantly setting up the queue for 80-point queue plays.
But yeah, Andre had some ugly letters. I like the decision to get rid of the U and the I. It's also worth noting that the play of hang blocked Andre's play of utilizes. That could have been a little bit annoying if he saw that before play of hang came down, but probably not, since Troy played so quickly. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. If you don't notice that your opponent blocked your bingo, you're way better off.
Sometimes I'll notice my opponent blocked a bingo like four minutes into my own thinking time, and then I'll be annoyed that I'm not allowed to be annoyed by the fact that my bingo was blocked because I wasn't aware of that fact. And so there will be annoyance. I'll get to annoyance somehow, because that's my right as a Scrabble player, is to be annoyed by stuff. And so I'll come up with an excuse to be annoyed by a blocked bingo that I didn't notice. So Troy had a couple overlapping options by hang. He could have played Pav, P-A-V. That does sort of set up. Maybe it feels a little bit dangerous because of lava and lave to make a play like that. You're kind of giving up the chance of 90-point counter bingos. So maybe I'm not as thrilled with that play as I was at first glance. He goes with something like novel, which is sort of maintaining the theme of keeping the board a little bit shut, not floating out too much for Andre, who seemed to be fishing with uni. But we see that it doesn't matter that Troy was keeping it closed. Andre hits back pretty quickly with Stonius.
That's a beautiful find, making the ST. It's so hard for me to see the word ST. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, it's still a blind spot sometimes, where I just, sometimes just overlook it.
Yeah, that makes three of us that will, maybe not regularly, but somewhat often, will just miss bingos because I don't see ST. It's just such a weird looking thing. You don't internalize it as an option. But Andre, I guess he didn't have a lot of options on that turn, so he's kind of forced to see it, but still a nice play by Andre. And again, we see Troy's making it a little bit hard on us that he just plays so quickly every single turn we can barely talk about his plays.
Yeah, can Josh get other Josh get him to slow down? Somebody patching. Okay.
Come on, you guys need to keep up with this. Troy's got some nice pacing here. So this play of tape, there is one very interesting thing about it. I wonder if either of the players is going to notice or be aware of that thing. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, well, no one can hook it. He can't hook it right now. Is that what you're saying? The one, yeah.
Yeah, there's a hook, a very, very potent hook on top of the tee.
Yeah, I feel like that play was so aggro that it might have been unintentional. And I feel like Troy is probably not aware of the E-hook just because it's counter to sort of what he's been doing the past couple turns in terms of sort of keeping the board a little bit tighter. This kind of flies in the face of that. I think he liked the points that it scored. It was a nice amount of points, 30 points, but I think gives back a little bit too much. We'll see if either player ends up using that spot.
So yes, the E-hook, the French word étape. I believe it probably just means what it means in French. I'm going to define it in my Twitch chat.
Public storehouse. Yeah,
okay.
According to the Zizova definition.
Yeah, in French it means a step.
Steps,
like step 1, step 2. So a much more obscure. English does that a lot. It takes some loan words, it makes them mean something very obscure. And it's just like, yeah, this is our word now.
So Andre's got ZEX in his hands. He's holding those tiles. So it looks like he's getting ready to play them. He does have Zex next to Novel for 56 points. It does keep the Q, which is less than ideal, but he does have the I sort of as backup to play Chi at some point in the future. And 56 points is a lot of points to turn down. So we see him possibly just trying to get rid of the Chi now. I think at this point, you don't want to risk your 56-point play getting blocked. That gives you a pretty good sized lead in an even game. It'd be really hard to turn down the points. But Andre does it. He turns down the points.
Yeah, this makes sense. I think when you have the Q, you just want to get rid of it so bad. And when you can get rid of it, score 24, and block a couple spots on the board when you have a small lead, while keeping such amazing letters behind, it's hard to say no to that. But yeah, it is going to get blocked, Zex. So Andre's going to have to find a new plan.
Yeah, that was the downside of sort of doing things out of order is there's a chance your opponent disrupts you, and that's exactly what happened here. We do see that Troy did not take advantage of the E-top hook. Well, I'm going to pronounce it American here. I'm going to say E-tape. He did not play the E-tape hook.
Yeah. Let's not tell him, Josh. Let's not tell him how to pronounce ETAGE. Then I guess. Yeah. He'll probably pronounce it some other way.
Yeah, they don't get me on
E-tape.
They don't get me on these streams for my pronunciation skills. Let's put it that way.
So Andre low on time. He is ahead, but he's down 10 minutes on the clock. So that might play a role here. Things can get a little bit dicey near the end of the game. I don't think either player is going to spot or is going to play or spot a top for pretty much the rest of the game. That's my prediction, because it's just a weird hook. There were hooks like that, the D hook onto Welt making Dwelt. Like there's all sorts of these really even common word hooks that are just not, it doesn't really, mine doesn't really process them because they totally change the pronunciation of the word or the word itself.
The one I struggle with is turning pend into upend. That one I feel like I've missed several times. It's just unless I'm actively thinking about it, it's not going to come naturally to me. And the hook on tape might be in that category as well. Andre does have Wexe, W-E-X-E, for 61 points in that spot, but you have to spot the hook before you can make that play.
Oh wow! Look at this play.
So the only hook that Nay takes is an S. All the S's have been played, but there are still 2 blanks unseen. So this is a little bit scary from Andre's POV. Also, it sets up a very easy lane for ES bingos, making ZE and OES. Well, again, S's are gone, but the blanks are still out. So there's still a little bit afraid of that spot.
Troy's had some pretty balanced racks pretty much this whole game, so he's not having much trouble finding his plays, and that's part of the reason I think why he's so ahead on the clock here. But he is behind in score, so at some point he might need to do something about that. But if his racks continue to be really nice and balanced, which I don't know after this play that they will, given that there are many eyes to be drawn. He might still be able to win just on score alone.
Yeah, with no player finding the hook on tape, this board is actually like very unfriendly to bingos unless you have a blank. So at this point, I think Troy is just going for the points he can score every turn, not necessarily thinking about trying to cultivate a bingo or open up bingo spots. He is only down by 8. So basically, if neither player tries to make a change to the state of the board, they're just going to, keep duking it out on the interior and see who can score the most points doing it that way. And with Andre sitting on the F, the W, and the X, at least at this point, it would feel like he would come out ahead in a battle like that.
Evan, what do you do when you have so many scoring tiles like this?
Yeah,
it takes a while to sort through your options, right?
Yeah, I mean, it matters what available plays there are. I mean, the score, usual factors. But I mean, it like when he had the Q, Z, and X all together, I mean, probably should have played Zex at that point anyways. It's just, I mean, the Q will probably play this. Yep.
So you're down to 5 minutes and you're thinking about, I should have played Zex earlier. That's
no. I don't think that's probably not going through his mind right now. No, he's just trying to find the best plays as quickly as possible and that.
So he still has the X. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Oh, okay. That was a very good draw of the blank by Andre. I mean, the second blank is still out, though, so anything can still happen here. At some point, someone can spot a top. At some point, someone might get something with nays, with the blank. There's a lot of danger, a lot of poison still left on this board, so I'm very interested to see how both players sort through that. I mean, if Andre ends up drawing the second blank, it's probably close to over. But we'll see. We'll see if Troy can do anything to stop that.
So, go ahead, Evan.
And if we're playing backward Scrabble, Andre would have a 9 down to up from the R-E-R, well, backwards. You would have one.
I've seen newcomers actually play words that way because they don't realize that they're supposed to make all words left to right or up to down. So maybe if one of those players was playing, they would let it go. I actually don't see it, but I trust that it's there.
Retroflex, is that a word?
Yes, it's a word.
Oh my goodness. That's incredible. Retroflex.
So I'm wondering, so Troy is spending a little bit more time on this turn. Thank goodness it gives us a little bit more time to think about his options. One thing that I saw that I'm a little bit intrigued by, I want your thoughts on this, you two, is just playing cheat, QI for 11. Does that hit often enough to do it? Has Andre's recent plays made you too scared to make a play like that? There might be a little bit of upside to that, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know, really. I mean, if you play QI, your opponent's probably gonna shut that area down, or if they don't have a 6-letter word, they might not. That goes parallel to that, but I don't know. I mean, something maybe go a little bit longer, maybe like Pinta or something.
Oh, interesting. He's going for Grainier. I think QI was a very interesting option. The one benefit is that if the opponent does manage to play on that leftmost column before you, you'll still have that second to leftmost column to work with most of the time. So it's not just okay, I open this and now once it's shut down, it's over kind of move. So it was a little bit of a dynamic idea, but Grainier makes a lot more sense. I think Troy is trying to draw one of the 2 blanks that is unseen to him at the moment.
So this play, I've got Quackle open to give us scores and stuff. This play actually gets a little bit hard to analyze because all of Andre's best plays involve making E-tape. That's really where Quackle wants him to play. He's got a few other options elsewhere that uses X, but it's like, I think both players are, in Quackle's mind, bleeding a lot of win percentage by not using that spot. Then, if both players don't see it, then nobody's losing win percentage because the spot doesn't exist. But again, this is a turn where being aware of the hook would be helpful.
Yeah, the play of tape was such that if neither player ever spots the hook, it's pretty much going to be a thing every turn. So we might as well just forget that it exists because it's really not part of the thought process of either of the 2 players. If Etap does get played, that would be amazing. But at this point, I feel like both players are very much committed to not knowing or seeing the word. So we have to just go with it, just I guess not being a word.
Yeah, Grainier makes it less likely that it gets played to anyway, or less of an option, I guess, technically.
Andre's low on the clock. He's got 3 minutes, and he's deciding to part with his X finally and keep 4 constants. And he might draw 2 more, and he might draw 2 weird ones. He might draw both Bs. He's more likely to draw 2 vowels, but yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. Okay, 2 vowels. That's a very good draw.
Yeah, Andre did have a better spot. If he is looking to drop EX, he could play Rex, making IDE off of the R of nervy, but that needs you need to be aware of the hook of IDE, and if you're new to Collins, that's not a word that comes naturally. All NWL players kind of instinctively view the word id as dead. It only takes an S. But for Collins, you have to adjust your thinking a little bit. So I'm not surprised to see something like EX come down. And now Troy is really putting on the time pressure, rightly in this case. He has a really big advantage on the clock in what could be a somewhat complicated endgame, although Andre does have the lead in the score.
If Andre just decides to go all out here and play something with Fid on the bottom left, like Flu, it'll really be interesting to see what happens. He's probably going to have to find a clutch bingo on the next turn. What's weird is with his U, he could be looking to hit a bingo from the queue of cheese, which I don't think would be a great idea, but it's still something to think about. But he does have to make a decision soon. He's wondering if he has a bingo. He's seen the full suffix, and yeah, I wonder if he's going to pull the trigger on something or if he's going to go overtime, because this is panic mode beginning here with 6 tiles in the back.
Yeah, if I was Andre, I'd be tempted to use my blank as an S this turn, just so I don't have to worry about that nays spot. Because there's not really a whole lot else that Troy can hit, and if you score, even if you're scoring just like 20 points there or something, that does give you a pretty big cushion in a game where you hope that your opponent doesn't bingo. So I would be, especially after a play like Grainier, which dug deep into the bag for Troy, you might be sitting on a blank. It's hard to know at this point. I would be sorely tempted to use that spot, and I actually would have been tempted on the X turn to play something like Sext to just decisively take that spot away.
It is a question if both players are sure that nay takes an S, because often words that like can replace other words don't necessarily inflect the same way. But of course, a yay or a nay, that could be something in your mind, but isn't a nay with a Y. It's a question of whether either player is sure that nay even takes an S in the first place.
So we see Fro
crazy.
We see Fro come down with 30 seconds left on Andre's clock, so he really doesn't have a lot of time left for this end game. The only saving grace is he does have a pretty nice lead of 45 points, and he, unbeknownst to him, Troy does not have the second blank, so we'll see if Andre draws it here.
Yeah, they're dealing with the score right now. I think Troy's clock is going to be restarted here. And he has some pretty awkward tiles. I don't know what I would do if I was Troy here, with 3 in the bag, both blanks unseen. But I think he's just deciding to play Ebb real quick. And Andre now just needs to do anything, I think, after this play and just not go way over time, and he'll win the game. But he's seen, I think, he's seen that he's now getting the O hook for B. I think he's going to be able to find an out bingo with that. We'll see.
Yeah, even if he goes overtime, just finding any bingo will win this game. So anything ending in out, making OBE, will do it for him. So yeah, we see he's imminently going overtime, but as long as he finds something, it won't matter too much.
Do you guys believe in overtime? I don't believe in overtime. I want Evan to give me his opinion on overtime, and then you, Charles, because
sorry, what are you not believing then?
Overtime is weird. I don't get it. I feel like you should just lose.
No. Well, I mean, what, I guess other games where that's a thing where if you hit 0, then what other games have that sort of punishment?
I'm scared now. Andre is going to be 20 points over in 12 seconds, and if he decides to stop looking for bingos, if he hasn't found one, he might not have enough to win in the end. So now it's getting to the point where he has to find a bingo to guarantee the win. So panic mode is in full force here. Oh my goodness.
I know it's tough.
These are the worst positions.
Times. Yeah, it's I had a few of these in the tournament because when you don't play, I don't often live games, so it's playing a game and being in the mode like that, I sort of fall behind and sort of like that. So now he just
I think this is still good enough.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it probably is.
I don't know though. We'll have to see what happens because yeah, Andre's gonna want to go out next turn. Troy's gonna play very quickly. He's gonna play Rail. That's a lot of points. So I'm not so sure. I think if Andre is able to get a play down through the through the U of PU before his time goes over 2 minutes, I think he'll have enough to win. But he's gonna play. What is he gonna play? Clouts or Flouts? That only scores 12. Right now the score is 297 to 313. So that will be enough to win, unless he goes over.
Oh, here we go.
I think he's gonna have enough time to designate the blanks, but he has 7 seconds here. 7 seconds, and he has. Oh no, he hasn't been able to stop the clock.
Oh
this
boy.
is going to come down to the director's ruling. If Andre attempted to stop the clock before he went over by 2 minutes, I think this is what's going to decide who wins this game. He'll have 309 if his current time stands, and he'll have 319 if it is seen that he did attempt to stop the clock before the 2 minutes deficit. This is crazy.
Yeah, that is quite nuts, and I think that we've had situations like that
We can talk.
We're still here. Welcome back, everybody. We had some unexpected technical issues. In my own personal version of events, it's because the game we watched was so intense that it spontaneously caused some kind of magnetic field to disrupt all electronics in Josh Greenway's house. But I think we're gonna get a call from the director on whether Andre actually stopped his clock in time to avoid the 30-point overtime penalty and leave it at 20 points. Waiting patiently for director Josh to give us that call. The call is official. The clock sucks. So that's kind of a ruling. The clock sucks. Not sure how to interpret that one.
Well, he kind of ripped on the person who made that clock, so yeah.
So, can you do a reenactment of like the football decisions? Like, we got a 20-yard penalty.
So I think the ruling is Andre did try to hit it before his time would have ticked over into the next 10 seconds, but due to the nature of the iPhone clock, did not actually register the hit. So I think it's going to be Andre's win.
Who decided this? Is it Josh, the director under immense duress, who's also like producing everything, or was like Mad? Mad was a director too. Okay, Mad stepped in and made the call. Good. Okay, Mad is who we turn to when the night gets darkest.
Excellent. Good call. Good call, Mad.
Yeah, I think the real director, Josh Greenway, was so embroiled in the entirety of the situation. A good idea to get a neutral third party, or at least as neutral as you can get when you've got a bunch of Scrabble players crammed into an apartment.
Yeah, things get a little saturated, right?
Oh, we're hearing from Josh Greenway that it was his own phone that was the culprit. So.
It gets deeper.
Wow. He needed not to make a decision because he was biased. Yeah. He needed to recuse himself.
Yeah, I think he had to recuse himself because it was his equipment that was malfunctioning. But anyway, we get a winner out of that one. Andre Papadinic beats Troy Frost by some score. Looks like
4 points. What was it?
319 to 313, a 6-point victory
6
for
points.
Andre.
Okay, 6 points. Right, it's 40 other way.
So that's going to be the last game that I do commentary for.
No.
No, indeed, everybody. I'm stepping off the headset after this game. I couldn't ask for a better ending with clock drama, stream drama, intercommentary drama. I don't think we had any of that, but we can make some.
We can. We can always make drama. We're pretty good at that, actually.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're going to, and also I think Evan, you were just online for one game, so
that's correct.
Great commentary.
I'd like to announce my retirement from a commentary because I am really not good at this. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
I think it was just fine. Everybody gets better with practice. But anyway, I'm going to be handing it off to Josh, who's going to be taking us the rest of the way. I think we've got 2 games left with some new commentators here with us. Josh, you want to do some plugs on Let's Play Scrabble and all the various things that are going on?
Oh no, you can feel free to do that. I'll do it later while you're not here.
Good point. I'll do the plugs. Make sure you like and subscribe. I think we lost some viewers with the technical difficulties. Make sure everybody comes back, and if those people don't come back, we get new people coming back. And the way we do that is game the YouTube algorithm to our benefit. And also new things, Scrabble Super Friend. You can spend $5 a month. Click the join button down below and support the Let's Play Scrabble team directly with your own funds. Nothing will feel better than supporting a team of people who are really doing great things to bring Scrabble to the masses in a way and at a scale that we really didn't have anything close to even a few years ago. So I think with that, I'll say goodbye. Evan, you can say goodbye, and we'll bring on Josh Sokol and Jeffrey Nelson for the next game doing NWL.
Sounds good. See you guys. Thanks so much. Okay, hello, Jeffrey. Wow, that was quick turnaround. Can you hear me? I guess you can't hear me. Oh no. Well, it's just me. Then it's just me with a nice Jeffrey head next to me. Hopefully, yeah, we'll get that figured out. But hi, it's just you and I. Yes, as Charles was saying, Let's Play Scrabble has been able to take streaming and fun events like this to a level, and let me quote Disney/Marvel on this, hitherto undreamt of. I really wanted to say that, but I didn't want to cut Charles off. Yeah, it's just so great to be able to participate in these fun events all the time. And it's great to have all you guys in the chat on YouTube, and the extra bonus of live streaming to Twitch as well. Thank you so much to Josh Greenway for allowing the stream to be multi-platform this time around, going on my Twitch channel, Axer Typo. But yeah, hopefully we can get everything figured out on the technical side. It's just totally insane to me. Like, I have done productions in my own apartment before, and they're not even close to as incredible as like the production that Josh is able to do from his own place. Okay, let's see if we get Jeffrey. Can you hear me?
How's it going, Josh?
Yes, I'm going very well. I'm doing very well. How are you doing? Sorry. Come on. I really hope we get him on. I love the energy of this guy. We are playing. There you are. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, talk. Just keep talking. We might not have you forever.
Right, I appreciate it. Boy, my signal is both wonky today. Also, I'm in the far reaches of Vermont, and so maybe our coverage in the rural countrified parts aren't great. So I'll try to slow down. I'll try to keep the verbiage at a minimum. That's going to be a struggle. How are you doing today, Josh?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I'm. You know, I've been around the bush. I've done enough of these streams that I think Josh is very appreciative of how reliable, because there's so many factors when you're trying to get into a stream like this. There's so many things that could go wrong. There's the audio, there's the video, there's the internet, there's a streaming software, there's OBS, there's just so much going on behind the scenes. It's just incredible that Josh is able to put this on. So yeah, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
I hope everything's going well with you otherwise.
Oh, very well, thank you. It's a great
so
spring day.
It really is. It's you're close to where I am. It's around it's almost 60 degrees here Fahrenheit, 15 Celsius. So we are ready to go with the game. Are you ready to commentate? We got Caleb, a player I've never seen or heard of, playing our friend Mad, who we have seen and heard of. But it's really cool to see a new player in one of these events. So if they're ready to go, I think I have the scores set. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, let's go, guys. Let's have some fun.
Okay, yeah, we got some.
Yeah, I already mixed. Go ahead.
We got some overhead audio here, but okay, he's cut that. I think he's maybe cut that off. No, yeah, there we go. Awesome. So Caleb against Mad. I really hope that these scores are going to work. So we'll just see. If not, I'll throw it off to you and get that figured out on my end. But
sounds good.
Caleb to go first. So you've played Mad before, I'm sure.
It would have been quite a while ago, but yeah, maybe 8-10 years. I think when I was coming up in the ranks, or when I first started going to Montreal. I'm not sure what our relative scores were at any one point, other than, obviously they were a couple hundred away in order to play each other. But yeah, so probably commentating cold on that behind the scenes action on her game.
Yeah, we're gonna get those racks figured out. it looks like Caleb has exchanged on his first move, but we don't have a visual on the racks just yet. So we might have to just work that out a little bit. But yeah, Mad's been playing for a while, sort of in the same area of North America. So
yeah,
most players in this area have played against her. I think there's an exchange 3 keeping IRE. So let's just go with that. IRE blank.
Well, IRE blank. I mean, that's definitely if you can call a leave with a blank a super leave. I mean, that's sort of redundant at that point, right? Ooh, that is a juicy rack at this point. She exchanged well.
Yeah, so Caleb exchanged. Mad decided to get rid of her duplicate A and O and play Adam. It's a pretty defensive option. She could have kept the T if she wanted to, but I like this decision by Mad as well. Both players with the blank early, so we're gonna have some, I guess, less complicated Scrabble hopefully than the last game. Oh my God, the last game! I don't know if you're watching, but Andre having both blanks for significant period of the end of the game and just struggling. It's just so difficult with those.
Yeah, I did catch a bit of that indeed. Of course, Oma is a better strategic position. I take it that's probably the preferred Quackle move for equity purposes.
Yeah, possibly a little bit better to keep that extra constant with those 2 vowels, but no quibble with this play of Adam. It solves a lot of issues. And Caleb here probably going to bingo. He's got a decent amount of options. I don't know his level. So our producer says a former coworker and a new player. So it's possible that he's going to struggle a little bit more than average to find blank bingos, which are pretty much the toughest things in Scrabble to find. His rating is currently at 918. So obviously that's not bad by any means, but yeah, sometimes it's tough. So yeah, what do you spot here, Jeff?
I was going to say, the first thing that leaps to mind is Outcried with the D, being more defensive than Courtier. Well, actually, that's a good toss-up because the Courtier would use the C as the defender for the upper half of the board, so forcing her to look for 8s, besides being so alongside. But Courtier and Outcried are both the sort of immediate faves that I can think of.
Yeah, so yeah, there were a few bingos available through the G mostly. Corey comes down, which is not like the easiest word to spot or know. So I mean, I can tell that Caleb doesn't isn't that type of beginner that just doesn't know any Scrabble words. So that's a pretty good play, honestly.
In fact, I had to ask myself, does he mean a K? I can't say I recognize this one, but yeah.
Yeah, as Oba is the response from Mad. Happy to stack along that I and get that double both ways. And now we'll see if Caleb sees loonies, which is a nice Canadian word, which would play with atoms, or you could play it underneath or on top of Adam, as well as hooking the S onto Adam. That would be a nice way to get a good lead in the beginning of this game.
Yeah, certainly the path to eclosion is a bit limited there, so restricted from playing that.
Nice, yeah. And we do see loonies, so nice find by Caleb. That's a very important Scrabble word. You see it pretty quickly when you start playing, and that's going to score a nice 66 points for Caleb. And back to Mad with her blank, still not getting much help with her other tiles though. This is a weird one. There is one. I think one, is that a word in NWL? Hold on, I don't think it is, but there's this word post-punk. I think I might have my lexicon set wrong.
That'd be amazing. Post-punk
is, I think, valid. Yes, it is.
Oh my
I mean, are we
goodness.
elevating the role of punk so much that the world is defined by that which is after it? That's amazing.
That's crazy. And I mean, I don't expect pretty much any player of any caliber lower than like top to see post-punk as
Yeah.
not comes on relatively quickly. Yeah, Matt's happy to just get rid of that second P, get rid of that vowel and that K, and yeah, maybe punk was a little bit better, but then we would have been even more upset that she didn't play post-punk if she played part of the word. Have you ever played part of a word and just missed the other half of it?
Yes. Depending on if it's a valid word, then that can be good. But yeah, the fractional word that you meant to play, that's a heartbreak one.
Yeah. Let me see if
I
I
don't
can
think in that
fix
situation
this.
I'm looking hard enough for post punk. I think the equity. I mean, maybe if she's looking for the glory, but boy, yeah, that's a tough. I might even give somebody a free turn for that one. So.
Yes,
Oh.
110 points. So back to Caleb. What are you seeing?
Well, that is my first instinct was to look. I always see part of my problem sometimes when I'm seeing is that I always try to look for the words that I think I know already, and so I'm looking immediately for an I for uranemia. So maybe I might, even though the I is obstructed on the board, I might look right away to see if that's there, and then I might go through the letters that are there and see if. C for manicure doesn't fit. I don't think manicure. Well, that leaves RO. Yeah.
Okay, so we see the play of come, which is a good play, keeping the balanced AEINR. Those are all very good bingo tiles. It is setting up a hook though that actually is going to benefit Mad massively here. I saw earlier that she had aligned PUTTI blank S up on her rack. So if she realizes what's just happened, as she does very quickly, she now has an S hook to play putties. So I think that's what's coming down here. Yeah, very nice find. There's also a possibility of playing this word underneath Adam. What a crazy little spot there with Mop, MU, and Lunius.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the more human find.
Yeah. I was trying to decide if she had some version of tit-ups as well, whether you need an Y to play with or an I, or whether it was, I was questioning my word knowledge for the 7 in that. So I'd have to look it up to get surety there. But those are fun ones.
Indeed, yeah. Tit-ups would have played in the same spot underneath with
Yeah.
Lunius. That's a really cool one. There's also a tit-uppy, right? With
Yes,
3
exactly.
P's, 2 P's. Yeah, those are crazy words.
Yeah.
Now back to Caleb, who has really good. He has so many 7-letter words like rearing, earring, grainer. Like there's so many things that he would want to play here, but there's simply no spot for any of the 7s. So he's going to have to be looking for 8-letter words once he realizes that. And by the time he realizes that, like, how long is he going to take looking through all of these floating letters on the board before he realizes there's nothing that he knows that's playable? There's one possibility he might try here, but there's no playable bingo right now. He could try re-rating. That is a word that a lot of people have attempted to play. And it would be up to Mad to decide whether that is valid. She would be able to challenge that off the board. But this is really unfortunate. Like this rack looks so good. How long do you take on these plays?
It does. Save immediately what leaps out as the I possibilities. And it's funny, you were saying essentially that there's a re-rating is more or less an infamous phony, and so is re-airing. So I was shocked when I first started playing Scrabble to know that there was no re-air. That was only de-air, I guess. But
yeah. And wow, what a similar rack. Mad has this exact same rack minus an R plus an E. And really kudos to Caleb for not taking too long on that play and playing Reaping, which looks like a very good play. Through that P, taking out the triple, scoring as much as he can. I would have taken a lot longer than he did. Very, very
That is one of those second or third level sims, I think, that bears analysis just from the points that your leave would give back and how valuable if you feel the momentum of the game to see if you can draw those great tiles or whether you can afford to spend them in the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a acquired skill that you might lose and then regain over time. When you start playing Scrabble, it's just like, okay, whatever. I don't care if I'm missing something. This is what I'm playing. Then at some point, you start caring whether you're missing something, and you start taking way too long. And yeah, now now we're back to Mad, who still has a lot of time. She's been playing this game quite quickly. And she has a couple of options. She actually has 3 options to bingo, and I wonder if she's going to find either of them. There's 2 8-letter words. I wonder if you can spot those, Jeff.
Yeah,
Both
definitely
beautiful.
the one from the P is the one that leaps out at me, or the one with the P, and at some point there's a decision making where she should ask herself, she's even money. Is she confident that she knows the hooks? Does she want to try in a different location that's riskier, but that doesn't have to? There's a lot of possibilities. In this case, the word that she might form with the P does not take an S, so it's more defensive. If she thinks that it's worth it to sort of lure her opponent into some sort of S trap, it's not too early in the game for that, but it's definitely not necessarily her first thought.
And she has spotted the 7, which once again, 7s are just really not going to fit on this board. Reginai is her 7-letter word here. The 8-letter word with the P is Perigean, which might sound weird, but it is, again, a pretty high probability word. So if you do study in any capacity by the probability of the words appearing in the game, then you would have seen this word before. And then there's also a more, I guess, common word that you could come up with, regainer, from the R in reaping. But the third bingo is an amazing 9-letter word from the OR. I'm going to put you guys to the test if you can find what that bingo is from the OR in the middle of the board. And you as well, Jeffrey, if you can.
Oh,
if you can
absolutely.
spot this.
It's funny. You were going to, I thought my brain had already wandered to looking with the TO and making a disco 9. So, and I didn't on the flash coming up with anything. The O that far after the T, I don't know, but both interesting. I'll have a think on it.
Yeah. So while you're thinking about that, I do want to, I guess, introduce you because we never got the chance earlier. Jeffrey, you are a longtime player, expert player. You live, like you said, in some boonies in Vermont. We will not dox your exact location. You do a lot of nice farming. I have tasted the reaping of your farming before, and it's really cool. But in terms of Scrabble, tell us what you're up to these days. Oh my God! Look at this. Sorry, I have to.
Oh no, that's all right.
She's playing the same word. I haven't seen that in a long time. You have reaping twice on the board. That's hilarious. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Well, no,
Go
that
ahead.
is synchronicity. It's a good thing that Caleb taught her that word on that previous turn, right? So that must be no. David Spargo and I, my co-director, and I are enjoying a really very decent progression of popularity with our Scrabble club. We appeal to mostly college age up to senior folks who live in Burlington, Vermont, and we have an existing board game cafe who welcomes us, and we are part of the larger board gaming community after all, but it's really nice to be hosted in such a great spot. I wouldn't want to take away from this excellent play he's making. Zinc, it's a great 4-tile play, a lot of good points, great leave for the future, unless he's, if he's afraid of dangling a letter in the triple lane, that's a factor. But this says, I got these points, and see what you can do, Matt.
Yeah, that's 58 points. Hard to say no to that. It is a little dangerous, of course, whenever you open a triple. But yeah, very nice play by Caleb, who takes a 31-point lead. Back to Matt, who's considering Cade, which isn't actually a word, but it's a hard word to challenge if it does come on the board. My question to you is, so you're saying you're trying to attract, the younger crowd, which is great because that means the game is in younger hands for a longer period of time. How do you find those players?
Well, we rely on a system of word of mouth primarily. Our primary engagement online is through Facebook currently, which some may identify that with the older set of people by now because it is something that people came to certainly 20 years ago to start almost, I would guess. But honestly, that seems to be an effective way to cultivate and attract people. I think the right conversation of people between a certain ages, in this case, like I said, about 25 to 55 is probably our more active set. But anybody's welcome, and we maintain, we have a sort of a pub. I know you know something about it too, the sort of a pub atmosphere where it's okay to relax and we have music going, and it's not necessarily the most quiet, concentrated game of Scrabble in the world at our club, but it definitely aims to be fun and aims to be casual. Even though we play formally, we're not a casual club. We still play with clocks and keep score. It's definitely among the more social sets.
I agree. Yeah, I really like that atmosphere, but it's once again like what we were talking about strategy wise. I feel like there's a good analogy here in terms of just like a reverse progression. When you start playing Scrabble with your family, it's a time where everyone has to focus and concentrate when it's their turn, and it's like there isn't really that much banter going on. Whenever someone's talking too much, you tell them, "Hey, it's my turn. I'm trying to play." And then at some point, you start to realize that this game is a lot of fun in a social environment. And like, why not just, hang out over a beer or something? And as D-Ice comes down, this is a good play by Matt. And, just take it a bit less seriously. It is a game after all. And then you start playing tournaments, and often tournaments are just extremely strict with like rules and all these things.
Yeah,
And
it does take
it's a
some
little
spontaneity.
interesting. Yeah, it's kind of like I feel like we could have a more linear progression in terms of like what's more serious and what's less serious. But I think the problem is people don't understand Scrabble as well as we would like them to. I think like if there was a way for us to get into the public mentality and get people to understand this game is, it can be extremely serious and it can be extremely fun, and it could be both at the same time. So I really like ideas of attracting a younger crowd in a more casual social environment where people aren't trying their best to just like not be social at all,
Right.
So that's awesome, and I hope you guys keep up the great work. I hope I could visit your club at some point soon. That'd be awesome.
I think part of it is part of that sort of appealing to another gamer set or our fellow gamers in the general board game community is sort of maintaining our concept of the drivers for our games and understanding that the formula for how to describe how to be successful, you can reduce that. It's you can game. There are elements that translate to most adult tabletop gamers, even though we're in the set of classic board games that people have, I'm not going to say quite abandoned, but certainly the classic ones people have shied away from and go for your newer Euros, your Settler of Catan being a good emblem of the rise of that sort of popularity of game in our country, and Ticket to Ride and Wingspan and every other game that comes out. There's a popularity to it that is different in terms of the game mechanics.
Absolutely, yeah. There's so many games out there, and it really, a lot of it is just about marketing, how to market the game, how to force people to enjoy it, kind of like that's what I've been trying to That's what I've been trying to accomplish. This is what a lot of us have been trying to accomplish because we love Scrabble and we understand the game at a level that I think people are very likely to just balk at and just like be like, "What? Why are you taking this so seriously?" But it's an amazing game. It is so multifaceted, and it's a lot of fun. It can be a lot of fun. Any game can be a lot of fun in the right setting. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I have to say, back to this game, Caleb could have drawn definitely a lot better. I'm sure I have done the same thing where I take my NOR leave or my TOR, my 20% or whatever the prediction is for bingo, probably in the high teens, and and if it goes right, it comes out great, and then if it just clunks up like his rack did, that's a little tougher.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb was able to score really well with the Z, let's say, since this is a Canadian tournament, and then the X right after, one after the other. But he's hit a lot of resistance. He kept decent letters, like you said, NORT, but VRL as a draw is really going to slow him down here, and we'll have to see what he's going to try to do with with these letters, because there's really not much to do. As Matt has played RYE, she also has some really weird and clunky letters. So it's a good game. Caleb certainly still has the advantage, but he's encountering some resistance with this rack right now. What would you do here?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of lower left plays for her. Well, not so much a lot. One in particular that I think probably people can intuit that would clean up her rack pretty well. The balance wouldn't be great, but certainly it's worth the over 40 points for the bottom left. So, yeah, and she sees that as well, I believe. That's a great leave. I mean, AGE is, well, I should say, it is better than average, I should say.
True, yeah. Matt does have some nice options when it becomes her turn. But for Caleb here, he's looking at maybe Vol to the E of de-ice, keeping TNRR. That might be worth it over exchanging. A lot of people are in the chat are saying maybe exchange here. Yeah, I would agree that exchanging here is a good idea, but we'll see what he draws after Vol. I would like to say there's another thing coming Caleb's way, not just that bad 3 constant draw. The glare gambit has been initiated. As you can see, the sun straight in Caleb's eyes right now, and Matt is nicely in the shade. So that might be a factor as well to consider. Just to trying to use whatever advantage you can get if you're Matt.
I think the rulebook has yet to accommodate for the overall illumination and the ray vector. So if we come up with a device that measures the both illumination and direction, then we can codify how to game the tournament properly.
Yeah. Both you and I really like talking about the rule book, because the rule book just keeps expanding as weirder and weirder situations arise, and this one of like what point advantage should you give to a player that has the sun in their eyes? It's a good question. Or maybe you should just close the blinds, Josh.
There's something interesting about a quibble. It has the potential of always being ruled by your mind as being so silly and ridiculous. Why did you even mention it? But then at every turn, depending on if it's a novel question or if there's some issue of justice involved or of rectifying a problem, it has that allure, like you're searching for this lost, this codex that you're gonna break open this game any minute now with the right rule.
It's getting so philosophical. As Hated comes down for Matt. Okay, so Matt's down 21 now. It's back to Caleb. I think a rule such like the tennis rule, like what every odd number of games you switch sides. I feel like every 3 or 2 turns, the players should just switch seats, right? That's easy.
Right.
And then they also need to switch racks, though. So you have to think about, do they keep the rack that they had, or do they get their opponent's rack? It's a good question.
A better question is, do we have to stick to a one cheek rule in Scrabble the way that Alan Pendley and his crokinole players do when he adjudicates professional crokinole?
Oh
And
yes,
yes,
the
I said
lore,
professional
the
crokinole.
lore of crokinole. It is a
That's
thing.
right.
Yeah, we have a player in Canada, Alan, who both is extremely strong at Scrabble and also, yeah, professional crokinole
I don't
arbiter,
mean
and I
to,
think
yeah.
a good player as well.
I didn't mean to speak to the name of another significant other to those people who have a long-going, passionate affair with Scrabble, like we do.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll let that one slide. So Caleb had 7 consonants, as we feared after Vol, the 3 consonant draw. He ended up deciding to exchange, keeping 3 consonants. I would have kept only 2, and as we can see, he has drawn 1 vowel and 3 more consonants. The reason I would have kept 2 consonants, even though RST is a great combination, is that there are more consonants than vowels in Scrabble, and so the likelihood that Caleb was only going to draw 1 vowel was somewhat high. And so to sort of limit the disaster potential of redrawing too many consonants, I would have maybe kept RS or ST, especially given that on this board there isn't a really nice wide open vowel to play through. You can certainly play through the I of putties or from the E of rye, but I don't think that's a good enough vowel to recommend keeping 3 consonants. So I would have kept RS or ST, but not a big issue for sure, but maybe a small adjustment.
Yeah, that really works out with my exchanges as well. When given my druthers a 3-letter 3-consonant leave, but then when I really have a starving rack that I'm exchanging for, when I'm grooming down to 3 consonants is okay. But if I'm exchanging and I'm putting in a couple other more consonants, then it's going to be 2 that I keep.
Yeah, well said. And so Mad plays Nay for 14, not a play that was on my radar. The position was kind of difficult. She could have played the same letters under the MO in the middle of the board, making MOA and MY for a bigger score. But yeah, Mad's been playing a little bit cagey here, which might work to her advantage because she is the more experienced player. She will be able to navigate maybe a closed board situation a bit better than Caleb, who's a newer player. But yeah, I think she would have preferred to score a little bit more last turn. As we see, Caleb is going to use that spot. Oh, he found the T-hook on Loonies. Very nice. Very nice find of Loonius with Watt. Yeah, this guy's got chops. And,
I got to tell you, I have missed. There are a number of reasons to miss that T. One is that the blank is right there, but the other one is that it's a hook to an existing play. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so that's going to score a nice, juicy 27 points on this board. It's pretty good. Putting Caleb back in the lead, over 30 points. And now Mad with these pretty awkward tiles now. She might decide that it's time to open something. She has a nice option of maybe just playing Gift from the G and Reaping, but even better would be Grift. Sorry, not Grift. Maybe something through that T of putties. Frit is what I meant to say. Fritt. If she knows that word, would score very nicely, but it would open a triple in return. What would you be looking to do here?
I think something more conservative, like FART, might appeal to her. In my heart of hearts, I would open up that triple with Gift at this point. That may be what she's thinking of right now. I'm not sure if she's looking at that leave. I don't mind a grab leave, or at least it's worth evaluating.
Yeah, so, and she's actually pretty low on time. Mad had over 20 minutes left after a few moves, but she's been burning a lot of time on these awkward racks. She had both Ys, 2 As, and an H when she played Rye. She's been trying to deal with all that stuff. She's looking at Fib. I wonder where she's looking at that.
I wouldn't think that the infill of 4x up above would be too bad either.
Oh, interesting.
frankly. I mean, it's at least, again, worth considering. BIGAT is not super awful.
Okay, she goes with the play you're considering, just keeping things cagey again. And like I said, when you are behind, maybe trying to open a little bit is a good idea, but Matt's comfortable here. I think if she draws, oh, QU, very interesting. If she draws decently, she'll be able to navigate this closed board pretty well. And Caleb still has a lot of consonants and has drawn 2 more S's. So he has a total of 3 S's here, which is way too many S's, if you ask me. So I'd be looking to play at least one of those. What are you seeing? Just GIFs, maybe, from the G? That looks pretty good, 24 points, but it does open the board. I don't know. This is a tough position. A lot to think about.
Yeah. I have to say, on Caleb's part, he definitely, in my, when I get S's clumped up like that too, I'm more than tempted to play one of them off, even frivolously. So even something like Watts, I wonder how that well would sim, even though you're closing off, that hook. Is it worth it, to get rid of that S at that point? Without the E for the S, ESS words, it's worth thinking about.
Yeah, so he does drop just one of the S's with Kari's and Zaz for 20. And Mad responds very quickly with Feek, which is a great way to play quickly, score some points. But she did just open a very big spot. So Caleb's going to be able to take advantage of that and take a pretty nice 30-ish point lead. And Mad's next draw, eek. I am not a fan of those tiles. So I think Caleb's still going to have the advantage after he plays something like Find and FE on the triple. I don't think there's any reason to play Fids instead. I think keeping both S's is probably a good idea here, just so you can use them frivolously, as Jeff would put. The S's are not just great for getting bingos, they're also great on closed boards, just being able to score points with them in places where any other letter does not fit. So I like this decision by Caleb, and he's up by 31. Now with Mad, what are you thinking here? Is she gonna have to try and make something happen?
Boy, yeah, I would think that she has to be thinking if there's any way I can get to the, if she thinks that she's not going to make a long play for points, that she's just it'd be a hard thing to try to nickel and dime this game to get up to make up that gap.
Well, it might look hard, but if we look at Caleb's draw, oh my goodness, once again, just all constants. That's been his struggle for a lot of the game. This is going to be hard for him to sort through. So if Mad just continues her plan of trying to score, oh, is she thinking of exchanging? Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, she might be exchanging tiles. There's exactly 7 left. She's keeping the V, which I do not. I very much recommend not keeping a V ever, but she might be thinking of something. And it is a scoring tile, but she exchanges 3 here. And now she's sort of put herself in a position where she might need to bingo. I'm not sure what she should have done, though. There really wasn't much. Maybe wove and few on the middle left. Eek. But yeah, exchanging makes sense, but I would have exchanged more than what she exchanged.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she thought she had a good crack at that R that was left. I guess the low-hanging fruit is an overword, right? But boy, yeah, not having a vowel at this point is it's a crusher.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So like I said, there's exactly 7 tiles in the bag, which is the minimum amount required for anyone trying to exchange tiles. So Caleb himself could also exchange here, but he opts to just take it slow, play JO, and now he's up by 50 points. So, the onus is on Mad. No one can exchange anymore. And we'll have to see if she's able to make something happen here with her rack. She was hoping for an I.
I can't decide if he just didn't think that he would go down to some great tiles and then either pick a bingo, or that one more turn would give her a chance to exchange again. I'm not sure. It's hard to know what is in another player's mind at that point.
Yeah, I would love to know. Maybe we'll hear after the game. The thought process was, for my sake, I believe that him playing through makes a lot of sense, because Mad just exchanged. So 3 of the 7 tiles are certainly just garbage. So maybe he didn't want to deal with that. Mad playing NO. Is there something she's going for? Like maybe that R, maybe something from the E, but she's also pretty low on time. Luckily for Caleb, he does draw a vowel on the 1 tile pull, but he is no longer has any scoring tiles on his rack, so it's going to be hard to score points. Have to be thinking what to be worried about here, I think, Caleb. I don't think he's likely to lose without Mad bingoing. So how do you approach this scenario if you're Caleb?
Certainly, seems like the first question, do I have an out in 2? Do I want an out in 2? Is I guess a question you should be asking. And I I can't immediately see where he would, let's see here. I'm just looking a little bit farther on that.
Yeah, there's still four letters in the bag here. Yeah. So that changes things a lot for sure, I think. I don't think
I'm
you
sorry.
want
I
to
just had an
play.
error in reading the tile pool. Thank you.
Yeah, so with 4 tiles in the bag, what's your
yeah.
thought here?
Well, with 4 left, I think ideally, again, if you're confident enough in your bingo finding abilities and that there is one, I would say a 3 tile play. If you can find 3 consonants to burn, that's great. I'm not sure he can do that. I think he may think that he needs to, dink, put certainly less than 3 tiles or fewer play, and make some points.
Okay, he's going with stall, so he's taking a risk here, emptying the bag. If Mad immediately has a bingo, the game will be over, but if she doesn't, the game will be over. So it's basically just, if you have it, good for you. If not, and it doesn't seem very likely that she would have had something with those unseen letters, this should be it. So it looks like Caleb's gonna win. Yeah, he's drawn that BWG that she got rid of, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. I agree with you that it probably would have been a little bit better to not empty the bag, which is a strategy you'll often see employed in competitive Scrabble. But this play does block the board and does score points, and basically just puts Matt on the spot immediately. So good on Caleb though. I think this is going to go to him. Trying to see. I'm looking back. Is there anything? There were 0 bingos available on the stall turn from Caleb's perspective, and still, okay. So there's just no bingos at all possible. So that simplifies things. I mean, obviously, you can't know that, but there were no threats that Caleb needs to worry about. So very nice.
Yeah, I have to applaud his luck in not drawing the V, and if she had if she'd have deposited the V in that exchange, maybe he would have. Maybe it would have been the difference between him picking up a few clunkers that she can stick him with. It's always hard to say. I know sometimes I've got all my intentions about having this great perfect end game with perfect tracking, and then I get there and I've got too few minutes left, and then I have to make a quick decision about, well, am I just gonna hope for the best and try to get the number of points, or do I think my opponent's going to get cute?
Exactly. Yeah, definitely. Well put. And now it's the end game. So the bag is empty. We see Caleb has 6 tiles. Mad has 7. It is Mad's turn. And she's going to try and go out in 2, as you were mentioning earlier, trying to just finish the game in 2 moves and catch your opponent with some tiles is usually the way to go in the end game portion of Scrabble. And it's not like it's impossible for Mad to win. She has spotted the play of Vold for 26 through the L of stall, I think. And, that'll put her within 30. And if Caleb somehow messes up, if he plays a phony word, that will actually be a winning play for Mad. So there is still some poison in the position, and it has happened.
I think also her play of Volted's worth looking at briefly. I haven't done the math to figure out if that survives, but she may be wondering if making sure that's good there.
And Hoveld, by far our highest scoring play, she'll be within 15 points for 1 turn. And now it's just up to Caleb to play something probably through that O of Hoveld and win the game. It's possible he's holding the play. And if he does challenge because he's unsure, that would be a terrible mistake. And he would lose the game. So hopefully he gets his wits and he decides the only way for me to lose this game is if I lose my turn. And
I've been there. I got the T-shirt. I took the ride.
Exactly. We've all at some point made a terrible decision of, my opponent's just trying to get away with a fast one on me, and let's challenge this. Let's challenge this shit, and then it becomes like our worst choke ever, and we never do that again. And so we'll see what Caleb decides. If he's stronger than his impulses. And these are just not even, I don't even know if he's holding the play of Hoveld. I'm just assuming that it might be possible that he's unsure.
The posture says hold. Ready. And in particular, she is on an automatic hold because the bag is empty. So
he doesn't even need to say hold.
Sort of moot.
So he plays bows or bows or however you want to say that word. And that is a winning play for Caleb. And,
it's not Bowser. That's what you mean.
No, it's not. But that is a word, isn't it? Bowser. So Mad's just looking for the best spot to play her T. She has over a minute left before she goes overtime. This is going to be a really nice win for Caleb with a final score of 391. She finds her highest scoring outplay of Hat and It for 8, getting 8 points as well from Caleb. So the final score should be 356 for Mad and 391 for the new player Caleb. And we'll just go to the overhead mic and make sure that they have a similar result.
Good game.
Congratulate Caleb.
I don't know. I'm sure I blew out his plays. I'm sure I did do a lot of the.
I don't think
You think it's 2 L's?
I didn't even think it was a verb.
Oh, well, there you go.
But it is good. Yeah. It was fine.
Wow.
Yeah.
We should do a challenge then. Not that 4, 5.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7. So 2, 3, 4, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. Another 24 points. Another 24 points. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have won.
Yeah. Yeah, which is why I just take the 36.
I thought you could have something for something like that. You might have done grows or browns, just to get. I know just to get.
It'll be that's.
You didn't care that much. Yeah.
No. Yeah. I'm sure I missed something on that play. I didn't even write down my rack, but I had a blank.
Oh, did you? So you had I blank something.
Yeah, I think I don't even remember. I don't remember my rack. I didn't bother to track it.
Wasn't sure Kate CAYED? I
don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill myself if it's not right. No, okay, it's not good.
If I somehow missed a triple, I'd rear a plus a P.
I had
I'm sure I have it on my rack and I didn't see it.
We're in anything with a T. No, nothing with a T. With an I. Grainier?
Grainier?
Grainier? No.
So my rack
Is Tatum already down? Yeah, what's a Grainier?
So I had a rack. I had a so I had Regina or Regina.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure it. I couldn't find it. There's no word.
Regnai.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So yeah, players discussing the game. We call that a post-mortem. A lot of the things we hit on during the game have been discussed. So yeah, very nice game for Caleb and for Matt. They both played quite well. Both struggled a lot with their letters. And yeah, just a nice scalp for Caleb. I mean, he's got some energy. He's got some skills. What do you think, Jeffrey?
Yeah, definitely. I'm seeing a lot of word rearrangement and attempting to find words on the board. I think attempting to find great places. I think it's one of those things. It's so tough to put yourself in the position of someone a very specific compendium of knowledge from every game they've ever played. They don't have the compendium of the knowledge anybody's ever played. So it's tough to want to know what their motivations are. I know with my game, it's sometimes I have the set of those plays that I want to make because they're what I'm comfortable with, it's what I'm instinctually drawn towards, and then there's what I know that our analysis tool, the Quackle, there's the choices the duck likes. Well, sometimes the duck likes those choices and I don't, and so sometimes it can be a real struggle to do what you want to do for a flashy play versus what you should do for the equity play.
Yeah, definitely well put. Yeah, there's tools used to analyze. They're not perfect. Everybody has different experiences. Everybody plays a little bit differently. Everyone has their own unique style. At the top level, we try not to have a style, but that's really just not true. Everybody plays a certain way. And yeah, the more you play, the more you become aware of different ways of playing. And there are players that like to keep things tight. There are players that like to open the board. There are players that like to score points. There are players that like to go for bingos. So there's just a lot of different ways to play Scrabble, and we accept all of them here. Okay, I don't care what anyone else says. Anyways, a great game. So I think that'll be it for that portion of things. But before I let you go, Jeffrey, there's another thing we can talk about, and that is the SPC coming up. The Scrabble Players Championship run by NASPA Games will be in Maryland in the second week of August. And what is your role going to be? Are you going to have a role? You've had a role for many, many years.
Absolutely. I started out as a annotator for the Board 1 games in Collins and NWL for our North American centered language set, and then I moved to a role of doing directing for Division 2. This is going to be my is it third year now? But I've really enjoyed that opportunity after directing club and smaller tourneys, generally about 30 people or fewer. Really enjoyed expanding my hold or grasp on all of the variations of rules and management. I sort of envision myself as the camp counselor, and it's nice seeing everybody at summer camp for probably the best time they're going to have that summer playing Scrabble. So it'll be really nice.
So I mean that's no small role. That's Division 2 tends to be maybe the second largest or largest division, I think, at the national championship, depending on what they decide the rating disparity will be. But yeah, I remember my first national championship, 2013. I was in the second division. It wasn't you directing, but it was massive. So many different players, very, very strong players. And it's awesome. It's awesome that you have that role, and you do a great job. You know the rules really, really well. You also did a great job annotating back in the day. I was always curious to see how that job was delivered. I've been able to annotate a little bit, but yeah, you were doing a lot. So it's really cool. And speaking of roles in the Scrabble Players Championship, I haven't. This hasn't quite been announced yet, so I'm a little like hesitant to say this, but I believe I will not be playing this year for the first time since 2013. I believe that I will be commentating on site. That's the current tentative plan. So I guess we'll be coworkers for the first time. How does that feel?
Awesome. Well, we're always a nice, we're regional mates. We might as well be regional brothers. We're so close on the map, and Gaia knows that everybody else in Scrabble sort of, I think, feels it makes sense to feel regional affiliations of a family nature. But yeah, that'll be great. Of course, come game time, the interaction is you're at the center of the room, off center. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in a booth.
I'll be in a booth, I think. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's gonna be a different thing. Like I'm just so used to playing and just being ultra focused on that. But it's gonna be nice and relaxing, I think. I mean, it's not gonna be easy. Commentating, just talking nonstop for like the entire day. That's gotta do some voice exercises if you have any recommendations.
There you go. It's going to be like a Palaver Olympics. So I'll deliver to you all the monologues I've ever had in my theater background, and you'll have your vocal coach warm-ups. You'll be thrusting your fists against the posts and still insisting you see the ghosts. I mean, go to broadcast boot camp. How about that? We'll do that.
Yeah.
That'll be the first day before nationals.
Sounds good. Yeah. Got to do the jumping jacks and all the, stay physically healthy too. So, speaking of, the Scrabble Players Championship, that's what we're talking about. Second week of August, that is coming up pretty soon. Honestly, it's going to be, it's the Live Hotel and Casino in Arundel Mills, Hanover, Maryland, between Baltimore and DC, somewhere in those lands. It's going to be a fun time. And I'm not sure what role our producer Josh is going to have, but he might have a pretty big role there too. He's always working for Scrabble. So let's plug that. Let's play Scrabble.com. Have you guys liked the video yet? The live video that you're watching? Hello, just press that like button. I mean, let's get those likes up. It really helps gain exposure for our game and for this channel. And there's also memberships. Hey, how many of you have become members of Let's Play Scrabble? We should get at least 5 members before the end of the stream. That would be great. I don't know how many we were at, but $5 a month just to support this sort of thing. Like, I mean, that's, if you can afford it, please. Josh deserves it. All the hours he's putting in, all the volunteer hours he's putting into these streams. So that'd be great. Go to letsplayscrabble.com for more East Coast tournaments coming up. The Montreal tournament is in a month. Are you going to be attending that one, Jeffrey?
I am working out the time difficulties. I hope to, but it doesn't. I have a major trip. I'm loath to say anything about it currently, but I'm also traveling somewhere else in May, and so it may have to take a back seat to I'll be traveling more than 1 hour and a half down the road like it is when I go to Montreal, which is a beautiful trip for me. It's nice and close, but then there are other times where I get to go farther, so that's special too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll be here regardless. The Montreal Scrabble Fest, that is the next rated tournament that Let's Play Scrabble is running. There's also, of course, in just 2 weeks, right, the School Scrabble Championships, Devin Fastest talked about earlier in the day. So lots of stuff upcoming. Summer Scrabble, Spring of Scrabble, whatever you want to call it. Anyways, Jeffrey, I'm going to let you go. I really appreciate the time and the energy. It was really nice commentating with you. And hope to see you in a month. If not, I'll see you this summer at the SPC. So thanks a lot.
Absolutely, Josh. Can't wait. Thank you all, Scrabble people.
All right, cool. So we might cut to a break. We'll see. We'll see where we're cutting to. Anyway, see you, Jeffrey. Hello. You have replaced Jeffrey. What's up, Lukeman? This is Lukeman Olavi, everybody. Lukeman, let's introduce you. What's up? How's it going? Oh, okay. You're muted. Hold on. There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Lukeman, great to see you.
yeah, good to see you too, Josh. I'm doing well, been traveling a lot. I've been doing a lot of Scrabble work on the ground, preparing for the MGI, Scrabble Classics in the UK. So, yeah, but I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I really want to hear about what you've been up to. Yeah, the MGI Scrabble Classics UK. That was my first international tournament that I attended last year. It was amazing, and you're doing it all over again. So yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not coming back to London this time around, but yeah, so I mean, it's going all right. The preparations are in top gear. We have about 10 Americans, about 10 players coming from the US, one player returning from Canada, Andrew Goldberg. So it's looking, I mean, we have players from like 20 countries now, which is really a
Wow.
big deal. So the plan is to, maybe make London the mecca of international Scrabble, especially in Europe, and so far so good. We hope to like put up a good tournament this year as well. So like we did last year, and we also hope to attract many more players from around the globe.
Yeah, so that's happening in just under a month.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's from. I think we have the early bird event happening on May 1st on a Thursday, and the main event, running from May 2nd to 5th. Yeah, 4 days, 32 games, intense games, So
And you're running the whole thing. You're running that. You're doing so much for the game behind the scenes. I'd love to hear more about it as the stream goes on. But I really, again, like, people don't thank people like you enough for what you bring to the game, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's next. There will be a live stream um, being prepared for the event, so I'm looking forward to that as well. But yeah, thank you for putting all this on, and I really hope it's a success.
yeah, thank you guys too. Yourself, Josh, Will Anderson, Austin Shin now, even Mark Carnick, doing a lot of commentary for big tournaments. You guys are doing, wonderfully well. So it's a collective effort. Like I always say to people, not one person or just two people can say, okay, we want to, make this game as big as we want. So everybody has got to, play their part, do their bits, to make the game grow. So kudos to all of you guys.
Yeah, no. I mean, we gotta keep each other strong, keep each other working for the game. And yeah, it's just great to see everybody come together. So we're here to commentate some Scrabble. We got players ready in Josh's apartment in downtown Toronto. So we got David Stoko and Eric Peters, both pretty strong mid-range, intermediate / expert players. Ready to start. So are you ready to commentate some Scrabble, Lukeman?
Well, a bit of disclaimer here, though. This is my first time, running commentary on Scrabble. But I'm gonna give you my best shot, right? And I think I've seen. I think I watched uh, Eric Peters. I think in one of the earlier rounds. So yeah, I think he won that game. I mean, he was taking his time to make a lot of his moves. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know much about these players, but I mean, everybody has got their style. In terms of time taken to play, in terms of board orientation and all of that. So, but yeah, let's hope we have a good game.
Yeah, I mean, a great start for David here with one of the easiest racks in Scrabble. I mean, at knees for 66 to start things off. I'm curious though. I think he played a little bit too quickly. If
Yeah.
I were him, I would have put the O on the star, right?
Yeah, I mean that took like 34 seconds. Like he just, he couldn't wait to put the word on the board. But again, it's the beginning of the game. It's really, I mean, I don't really think it matters much. What happens at the beginning of the game. You either you expose the O or you expose the E. I mean, you just have to. I think I like the way he played it fast. It's just you know a lot of things, a million things can happen throughout the course of the game, so no need to panic early.
Definitely, yeah. So yeah, I mean, obviously we can do our best to try and prevent as many less good scenarios as possible. So in this case, Eric's going to benefit a lot from the placement of at knees. He's going to be able to overlap, making ZE. He's thinking of a couple of ways to do that. He could play Azo, he could play Zip, he could play Zap. All of those plays would set up his K for the next turn as well. Above the S. So that's pretty nice. But look at David's next draw. He's drawn another really nice rack. So Eric's gonna have a lot to try and come back from after this next move. So we'll see what he chooses. What would you do here? There are lots of options.
Yeah, man, you cannot you can literally play like up to 20, more than 20 bingos with this rock if I but I'll be looking to play something to the T, double double. I think that's probably where you can get the most score if I am correct. So, but I think there is a lot of. I mean, you can play. I'm looking at it now. I've not even seen anything, but I'm sure there are bingos that you can play to the T that will give you the double double spot.
Yeah, indeed. So we see Zip come down for Eric. David's talking. I think these guys know each other pretty well. We got some talking going on. I always love to see players talking to each other. I feel like that's something in North America that we do not do enough. I feel like there's this social aspect, this psychological aspect, maybe poker-esque aspect to the game that I think you're pretty familiar with yourself, Lukeman, with all the Nigerian players and everyone that's I feel like that's how Scrabble should be played. Like there should be a rivalry going on. There should be a psychological game as well as the physical game. I don't know if you agree with that.
Well, I would like to disagree with you to an extent on that because like I mean I don't mind players talking or you know after the game, but when you're playing the game, my own opinion is that you should actually be quiet throughout the game. You apart from announcing your scores or asking your opponent anything that's kind of pertaining to the game, but talking any other, cheap talk is really, I mean, for me, I really wouldn't agree with that, because it's sometimes it's distracting, to some people, you know. So I mean, just from the ethical point of view, that's just my opinion. I mean, many people might not agree with me, but that's just my own point of view.
Yeah, certainly. Well spoken as a person that organizes serious Scrabble tournaments. I think having that opinion is probably for the best. I guess what I do mean is like maybe in a more casual scenario, I'm more enjoying that sort of table talk aspect. But yeah, in a tournament, there's certainly rules that should be respected, and yeah, not unnecessary chatter should be probably kept to a minimum in serious rated tournaments where there's money on the line. Yeah, hard to disagree with that. So we see Elations come down. That scores 78. David actually could have scored one more point with a couple of overlapping or underlapping bingos under Atney's. But I like this choice by him, not taking too long, going through the hundreds of bingos he could have played on the turn. So Elations comes down, which ended up blocking Eric's double that he had lined up of Kate Loa's. But he does have one bingo still available, which he had aligned earlier through the end. I wonder if he's going to play it or he's going to misspell it. Looks like he's misspelling it right now.
I mean, it's just to kind of swap the A and O. If he knows the word, he'll probably say it, without taking too much time.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
we do see it. Very nice.
Yeah.
Cowlings.
So
Good find. Yeah, that's the play that's going to keep Eric in the game because he is down 100 points here. So yeah, great find of Cowlings. That's a type of clay. One of the few words that I can define.
well, I'm very bad at defining words, to be honest. So
Yeah, it's definitely not necessary. So we do see this might be a challenge. I'm not entirely sure.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it might be. We could maybe hear from Josh if he knows on site what that was. But yeah, David. It is David's turn now with another nice balanced rack, but this time he actually does not have a playable bonus.
So what would you play? I mean,
I would
obviously,
be
you'll be looking at the opening, the triple word opening at the top. Something like gloat. That's gonna be my first choice.
Yeah, Glode looks like
Without
the best play. It is a CSW only word, so for me, I wouldn't have been sure of that word. I would have played Glide, which is what Dave is looking at right now. But Glide, I think, is significantly worse than Glode, just because the I is a better tile than the O, and by throwing that G out in the top of the board, you might start thinking about ing words, which are much harder to draw, keeping OT versus keeping IT. So this looks like a small inaccuracy, but yeah, it's a good play. It scores 40 points, maintains a nice bingo lead for David. But yeah, I like Glode. I think that was the best play.
Yeah, the thing with Scrabble is sometimes you think that you made like a suboptimal move, but again you can't you might just go into the bag and just draw like two eyes afterwards, and you'll be thanking your stars that you played glide instead of glow. But again, at every point in time, every move you have to make the best move, regardless of what you're gonna pick in the bag. So, and again, like you said, Glow is CSW only. I wouldn't know that, but if you have a slight doubt, you just play what you are absolutely sure of.
Yeah, well said for sure. Like it could very well be, yeah, David draws an eye or two eyes here and is very happy that he didn't keep his eye on his rack. And that is for me, I have this, I don't know how you feel. Everyone feels a certain way about like each and every letter. Sometimes you don't feel very strongly. For me, I feel very strongly against keeping an eye on my rack when I'm only keeping like one, two, or even sometimes three letters. I hate duplicate eyes. So sometimes I will make plays like glide just so that I don't run into annoying situations down the line. I'm not sure how you feel about that sort of thing.
I mean, everybody has their preference. Like if you look at the board already, even before the glide move, there were four eyes already on the board. So that tells you something. Some people, it's very important as you play. You take cognizance of the letters that have been played already to kind of determine what move or which move is the best for you, or is the best move for you to make on the board. I feel like at a very top level, that kind of assessment is always very good. But like not everybody has that kind of skill to make sure that as they play, they are following the tiles distribution on the board. What's been played or what has not been played, which is very important, especially going into the end game. So that's the very little things that kind of separate the top players from maybe the middle skilled players, if I could use that word. So it's not as much as what you play and how you play it, but you also have to be mindful, of the tiles distribution as the game proceeds.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, being aware of what's going on, what's been played. As we saw before the play of Glide, already 4 eyes have been played, so the likelihood of redrawing maybe a second eye was a little bit less. So yeah, people that are able to do that constantly and able to adjust their play just ever so slightly to match what has been played and what's left is one of the defining characteristics of a top player. Okay, back to Eric, who has a very, very strong rack after Cowling. So we saw the 2 opening bonuses from David, but Eric staying in the game and drawing a massive, I think he's about to play Chafers and Zips, which will score him 99 points.
Tons of points, yeah.
So the tables are turning, I think, if he
it-
puts this down.
yeah, he's probably thinking about it. He's probably thinking, is it good? I mean, like,
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, I think in English the more common word is I think it's a type of a bird, maybe a cockchafer. I think is a word. So it might be just like maybe that's a word, but chafer itself isn't. So if he doesn't play chafers, there's also a weird word of chaufs, chaufes,
mhm.
and then a couple of 9-letter words available through the IS. See if I can put you to the test. Before, well, he's playing
Yeah, it's
chafers now,
playing.
but yeah, that would have been really flashy. Fish cakes available,
Oh
and
yeah.
catfishes, both words that are findable for sure, but very, very flashy stuff.
I mean, but I mean, this costs a lot more than any of those, bingos.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, if this isn't challenged, then it will be 215 to 184. But it does look like it is getting challenged, so it'll be an even better score for Eric, being ahead 36 points now. That's crazy. If my opponent opens with 2 bonuses, I'm happy to stay within like 50 points of them. I'm not expecting to be in the lead after 3 moves. So yeah, a very nice game so far. Lots of fireworks, and maybe things are going to slow down a little bit here. So what are you thinking for David with this rack of his?
Yeah, I was just hoping that the last tile. I think the last tile he drew was an A. I was hoping that he'll be lucky to draw another I. But even at that, that bingo wouldn't land anywhere on the board actually. So I mean, it needs to keep scoring. It's just like 36 points. Between these guys. So he will just have to keep scoring and finding the best move that he can find on the board, and just keep playing. I mean, for me, if I were to, I'll probably be looking at, maybe Atom. Atom. I don't know what that scores. 6, 7, 8. Atom will probably be like 30, 32, which wouldn't be a bad score. I don't know if you have any better move.
That looks really good. Yeah, Adam alongside the HAFE of Chafers will score exact 32 points. That's probably David's best play. You
And
can
it
use
keeps a
this.
good, it keeps you know, good ties. After that, I mean, DAT is good anytime, any day to keep on your rack.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a decent balanced set of 3 letters, and it looks like he's seen it. This is a great play. It's a word we actually saw in the previous game, I think, as an opening play, and we're seeing it again. Not the easiest 4-letter word to spot, ending with the M, starting with the vowel. So this is a high-level find for sure. And I think David's best play. Both players playing stellar Scrabble up to this point. Now Eric with a really weird rack. But I think his decision is going to be pretty easy if I was him. I think I just play to the S of Elations. Actually, we don't know if Elations is the play or if it's Illusions. That would be something else to think about.
Yeah, that's the thing. But I think, I mean, it doesn't have any impact on what you know his opponent plays.
I'm learning from chat that a cockchafer is a bug, not a bird. I got my what do you call it? Animal Kingdom wrong.
Definitions.
Yeah, well, like I said, not very many words I know the definitions of. Something in Animalia. Oh, they're watching golf. Okay,
Yeah.
that's why they keep getting up of their chairs. I'm hearing from Josh they're watching what's going on in a golf game. I guess there's a important golf game happening.
No matter how bad you are with definitions, I mean, you'll be better than myself. So I think that's a consolation for you.
Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take whatever I can get. So View is a very good play by Eric. He has very good chances here of drawing
Yeah, because
a
it sets up his
huge play. Yeah, go ahead.
Q. Yeah, so it sets up his QU play. If his opponent doesn't go there, you know. So the other thing I could have done, that's views on that spot scores 26. Maybe I would have preferred 25 with view at the top with WE, you know. But again, he's having the Q, so you needed to set up, a very good score, for his next move, should his opponent miss that spot.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting in this specific position. I think the play of Views, it is 30, so it is 5 more points than View and WE.
Oh, okay, it's 30. Okay. Yeah,
But
I mean,
even
5
if it
points is more than enough.
was, even if it was 2 points, Lukeman, I think that the fact that there's that spot next to the E of Elations, where you can play a 5-letter keyword which doesn't open anything up, I think that spot, leaving that spot open, is well worth it, even if you're opening spots up for your opponent. Just because the Q is so hard to get rid of in general, that having these great spots for it, I think creates a lot of greatness for your next turn. So we see Hip come down. I think I would have rather seen Hipped, just putting the T on there, for 8 more points, but that is a Collins only
absolutely.
word. That is a word maybe that David was not familiar with. So we won't quibble with that too much. Back to Eric, who hasn't drawn what he was supposed to draw. I feel like he was super likely to draw a 68-point play there, and he hasn't through that eye of Views.
So what would you do instead?
Yeah, now
Would
it's
you
interesting.
go for it, or would you postpone it, one more turn? And because I feel like, I mean, so I don't know. He might decide he wants to like give it one more go, or
Yeah, well, it looks like he's about to do something pretty funny. Eric, I think he's thinking of playing View from the V he just opened up with Views. We saw last game Reaping being played twice. So if he plays View for 30, he does sort of block the spot he's opened up through that I, but not entirely. If he draws an N after View, he can still play Quina, Quina. So there's still options for him if he plays View, and I like it because that leaves the options open for next turn to draw a big Q play. and takes out the scoring spot. What do you think?
I would actually play, Cho at I'll play, at the top, CHAW, just for 36, and just keep my QAIE. Yeah, I mean, I could, it might sound like a daring move, but I wouldn't mind making that play at this point.
Yeah, that's certainly, I think, a better play for sure. Just putting the AW up at the top right. I
Yeah,
very much like
absolutely.
that. I very much like that play. It scores more, it takes out a scoring spot, and actually that V, in comparison to that CH, I feel like that's an equivalent scoring spot. I really don't think that that V in views is a big deal. So leaving it open for yourself might actually have benefited Eric a lot next turn. But anyways, we see View come down, we see Chad come down, and Eric still has the Q.
Yeah, it's
So
got Queener now. Yeah, it's
he's
got
got it.
Queener or Queens, or So
Yeah, this is going to work out for him. But yeah, the question is, does he know Queena? Queena is a Collins only word, and it looks like he's missed it. I'm not sure if he knows the word or missed it, but yeah, Quint's certainly a little bit worse, given you're keeping the 2 A's rather than the AT. But I mean, it's 74 points. Hard to say no to that.
I mean, he's gonna take that any time, any day. You see, the issue for somebody like me or other players who are just CSW players only, we don't know what is. I mean, we don't know if the word is CSW only. So that's why it's kind of tough to follow like a TWL game. Because it drives you crazy sometimes. You're seeing like the obvious move, and you're like, oh, maybe it's not in the TWL dictionary, and it's really tough to watch.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure. Luckily, this is a CSW game. I'm not sure if you.
of
It's
course I
just that
know.
it's just we're playing with American Canadian players, right? So that's the problem. So I'm trying to bridge the gap, but it must be really annoying. It's like, well, oh, they missed this obvious move, but they just didn't know the word. Yeah.
No. It's understandable. It's understandable because I mean, most of these players, they switched from TWL, and they just getting into CSW. So it's really understandable if you know they get confused themselves. On what's
Yeah,
playable in
it's just
CSW.
unfortunate. It's unfortunate, yeah. But
But what do
okay, we
you think?
see.
Let
What
me
do I
ask you
think?
one quick question, Josh.
Yes. Okay, I'm
I
ready.
don't I don't know what you. Oh wow! Look at what this guy drew from the back.
I
Oh
don't
wow!
want to. I don't want to look at that. Ask me the question.
For a close game, that can be really demoralizing. Yeah. So my question to you, Josh, what would you? I mean, I'm thinking in terms of we've had this conversation about uh, dictionaries, different dictionaries, TWL, CSW, and all of that. I'm really really hoping that I mean there will be a time when all of the Scrabble players around the world will be playing to one unified Scrabble dictionary. What is your thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, I really hope so. I don't, as somebody that, I've grown up in North America and pretty much everybody plays the North American dictionary. There is some shift, but it's very slow moving. The thing that will get people to switch is it would only be serious players in the end, I think, that are likely to switch dictionaries and take on the larger international lexicon. But the thing that will get them to switch is the opportunities. If there are better opportunities, better players, more money, more tournaments, that is what will shift things. And we're seeing that beginning a little bit right now with some tournaments in North America where there is one donor who is giving money to promote the CSW lexicon and try to get unification, which I think everybody kind of understands is the ideal. But when you don't have the opportunities, when you don't have the player base, it's a lot of work for what, right? So that's the question to answer. For what? Why would we be doing this if the community is so small and splintered to begin with? So I think the opportunities are coming, and they're getting better and better, and the shift will eventually happen for serious players. But I wouldn't want to hate on the people that have been playing with their dictionary their entire lives and are not interested in, in playing international events and are not interested in learning a bunch of new words. So yeah, I think it's serious players that'll switch eventually, and we just need to give them the opportunities, the advantages for that. And you're doing that, then people are doing that in North America, and yeah, the more opportunities, the better. Is my opinion.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely correct. So it's all about what more can they get for all the work that they put in to, especially like you said, it will be the serious players mostly that would fancy the opportunity to at least play CSW for the opportunity. I mean, it's like for you, you had the opportunity to play your first international tournament last year. I mean, if it wasn't for CSW, that wouldn't have happened. A lot of people, a lot of American players also will relish the opportunity to travel around the world, meet different people across the globe. So, and more importantly, it's all about building a global community and the opportunity that they can. I mean, the opportunities that they can actually get from doing that.
Absolutely. Yeah, well put. All right, let's get back to this game. But yeah, I'm always interested in hearing about this this ongoing thing in our community. We all just want to play Scrabble, of course, but we have to choose where and when to do it. And yeah, it's as long as the opportunities are there, I think there's a good chance that the community will continue to strengthen and grow. And that's why I'm so grateful for people like Lukeman, people like Josh, everybody that's running these awesome events, and yeah, just putting more fuel into the fire. So yeah, back to this game. Eric is now up by 23 points. They're going back to watching the golf Masters. This is the most casual setting you can imagine for a live stream Scrabble session. But yeah, the scores are now close. Somehow David was able to narrow the gap by playing Bronk for 21, just keeping scoring a little bit. After Jarl for 27, Vox came down for 45, I think, and 47 actually. So it is back to Eric. It is his turn, but he has 2 U's. Yeah, his options are really bad here. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the board, so I can't really. I'm trying to see what he can play. Man, it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. There's not a lot of opening, and I mean, he's got to dispose one of the U's, if not the 2 actually at this point. I mean, he can't afford to keep, the 2 U's.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, look at the unseen letters. We were talking about paying attention to what's unseen. Nothing great. Really nothing great.
Absolutely.
So it does feel like Eric still has a pretty good advantage here. He is up 23. It is his turn. But I also don't see any blanks that are possible to draw. The blanks are gone. No S's, very few good bingo tiles. So I would be not super worried. If I was Eric, I might think about playing. If you want to play both U's and be safe, you could play Fugu through the G and Glide, but that is actually the opposite of safe.
No, that's. I mean, Fugu gives you
9 points, 8 points. I mean, like you said, Josh, like there's really nothing to worry, about from what from the ties in the bag, right? So, and you have a 23-point lead, so why not just keep scoring? So
Exactly.
I mean, on this turn, I would rather just play on tax, for 20 22. Take my lead to 45, and I mean, just keep going.
Right. Yeah. Untax would be a great play to that AX. Um, and without that play, I'm not really sure what I would do here. You could play one of the Fs, one of the Us, just play fur on the bottom middle of the board, making FAUT to the R in Bronc. You could
Mhm.
do you could play if this is elations on the board, you do have that R hook. You could play fur and relations. And there's also a really cool play of untread making relations, which would keep the F as a scoring tile and score pretty well. But yeah,
Oh yeah.
untaxed looks very good here. So yeah, if you do play Fugu, what's the problem? The problem with Fugu for 8 is it's 8 points and it opens a huge spot for a Y, FY being a valid 2-letter word. And you could get hit back for massive points if David has one of the 2 remaining Ys. So Fugu would be a big mistake, especially in this circumstance where we do know that David has one of those 2 Ys. But yeah, it's a tough move. Untax is very tough to see. I'm curious to see what Eric comes up with here.
I think he's looking to play retax actually instead, like I
Yeah.
mean, that's gonna destabilize his rack, a whole lot.
Yeah. I guess what's interesting about this move is that he can now play Fugu next turn and be less worried about what it gives back because retax would actually preemptively block that big scoring spot. But yeah, untax a lot better for sure. Untax, of course. What am I going to say, Lukeman? Why does he not know that word? It's Collins only.
Oh yeah. So I mean, I can understand that.
Yeah.
At some point, there's this thing in Scrabble. Just play what you know. I mean, the 22 point for retires, and maybe what you can consider the bad rack leave is better than scoring zero. So you score zero. I mean, at this point in the game, I don't think there's gonna be a way back. I mean, it will be very tough.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. If you score 0 on a word you're just not sure of, that is so much worse than just playing something maybe not as good, but that does happen to score points and is a word. So yeah, play what you're sure of, and yeah, keep your lead. Looks like Vly is the play from David, so scoring well, playing a little bit short. He does have some chances at coming back still, though he is down a lot. But with Eric's rack, he's not going to be able to do much here.
I
What do you
mean,
see?
it's 20 points between them now, so I mean, it's still a lot to play for.
Yeah. And now what's good for Eric is he really has to not be worried about a bonus now that he has both of the remaining ends. So the ing possibility is his own and his own. There's no way that Dave is going to be able to have an ing play now. But still, you have to make a play. Like, I don't know what you do here.
Yeah, you have to make a play, and if you look at the scores, you cannot be worried about, your opponent being, uh, playing bingo. Because I mean, if he has it, he has it. But you have to play. You have to make your own move. You have to keep scoring because otherwise, if you playing short and you scoring, less to kind of block the board or condition the board, before you know it, you are behind. So you just have to, keep finding your move and scoring good.
Yeah, there are other things to worry about when you're only up by 20 points. With unseen letters that are this unbalanced, You should be more worried about how can I lose this game? Where are the scoring spots that my opponent can have that will put me in trouble? So yeah, keep scoring, keep trying to balance your tiles so that you can continue scoring. But this isn't easy with 7 left. There's not much to do here. You could think of playing fawn on the top left, making UR and NE. That'll open a big scoring spot. You might get hit pretty hard after that. So I don't like that play at all. So this is not easy for Eric.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think I'll at this point I might just go, go for FUR. At the bottom, with the FURATFA. I mean FURUTFA. Just to, that scores 15. And maybe takes care of the A. To an extent. So, and you get rid of one of the U's. But other than that, I don't really see, unless, you can't play Fugu because you have a duplicate and you have, duplicate U's. But, if you play Fugu, you still keep 2 hands. So it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough.
Yeah, Eric's looking at maybe playing Fun, which is probably a slightly better version of Fawn, just not opening the overlaps with the triple in the top left. But I think what's crazy about this position, I think there's one standout play, and it's almost impossible to see. And that play would have been, he's going to have it next turn too. It's playing through Ahi on the top right of the board, Tahina, for 29 points. It's
Wow,
just this
that's brilliant.
completely random play that's available that, scores so many points. So we'll see if he needs to spot it. He's probably not going to need to spot it based on the score here, but it's going to be close after David's next play. He's going to be able to score pretty well. He can play 34 points here for Doge.
Yeah.
He could play Rigo. He could do a couple of things up there that score really well, but they will all, unless he plays 3 tiles, he's going to be emptying the bag. Would you play 3 here or 4?
I'm gonna take my score. He's behind. It's like he's behind already. Like he can't sacrifice any more points. So I don't know, unless he wants to kind of create some doubts in his opponent's mind. By leaving one tile in the bag. Just to keep him wondering. For instance, if he has a bingo to go out with. So maybe that might be a good reason to do that. But I mean I wouldn't really short score myself. I wouldn't sacrifice like anything up to 10 points, you know, to do that. Because if he does that, he will be sacrificing, to 10 points actually. No, it's not 10 points. Yeah, I think it's 10 points. It's going to be sacrificing 10 points, which is a whole lot. It's huge.
Yeah, this is a great
At this
game,
stage of
though.
the game.
Wow, there's a lot of tension still, and it's close to the end. I think one very elusive option here to not empty the bag, to leave one tile in the bag, play 3 tiles, is EGER to the R in Jarl, making URE, NEG, and TEE. And what that does is it scores 24, and it keeps your O and your D for underlapping atonies, making Z and ISO. So that was, I think, a really interesting idea. But we see Rigo come down instead, which it's a word. Eric might not be sure whether it's a word or not, and he might challenge. Yeah, it is a Collins only word. So that's going to give 5 extra points. So that's tying the game up and emptying the bag. So we'll see. This is gonna be interesting till the very end. I think Eric's still gonna win because it is his turn, but it's not easy.
Well, it depends on what he plays next. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
I mean, strange things have happened in Scrabble. It could be, he could play phony. He could play suboptimally. Anything could happen.
Yeah, and if you're David, you're trying to track tiles. Or sorry, if you're Eric, you're trying to track tiles. Make sure you know what David has, and see if he has any high-scoring threats. And there is a very weird play that David is threatening, which scores 32 points, and it is wedgie from the bottom left, making quint with the E and BE, so WEDGIE. That's a lot of points, but Eric can withstand that as long as he's able to score around 15, 20 this turn and go out on the next turn. So he's gonna have to find a sequence where he
Look
goes
at the
out in 2
score.
points.
They are tied on 49, 439, 439. So it's pretty close.
Yeah. So yeah, you have to be precise here for sure. You can't do anything silly or random. There's still some hope.
And Eric's
David.
time is like, he has just 4 minutes left, and that could be down to like 2 minutes before you know it. So there's a whole lot to play for here.
Yeah. There's 4 minutes left, which is, it's not nothing, but you start to feel a little bit of pressure. If I were Eric, yeah, my heart would start beating a little bit faster than I'd like.
The problem is if he doesn't have a correct, if he doesn't have the 7 ties for David, and he's trying to track those ties, that would take another 1 minute 90 seconds of his clock, right? And by the time he makes his move, and because he still has to play, the last move, so it's really, I'm suspecting that he's gonna go down to like 2 minutes before he even makes his next move. That could be a problem.
Yeah, he might go down even further. As long as he's worked out a sequence, I think he's looking at playing Ruby, which will be just enough. Ruby from the R and Orator scoring 18, and he'll have outplays with his AENT. And even after the high scoring response of Wedgie, Eric will win by a little bit as long as he doesn't go overtime. But yeah, you have to track, you have to make sure that your opponent doesn't have a bingo, doesn't have a huge play somewhere that you're missing, and you have to make sure that you are going out in 2 moves. So I would not be feeling very secure if I was Eric, but he looks like he's almost ready to play Ruby. And I think if he plays Ruby, he will win the game.
Yeah, the 2 move sequence, I think is, it's gonna work out well for him.
Yeah, that's by far the most important concept in the Scrabble endgame, is if you can find a sequence where you're guaranteed to go out in 2 moves, you have a huge advantage over your opponent. They can't do the same.
I think they're, chatting about the game now. It's
Yeah, looks like David spotted his second best play of Emu, EMEU, which makes Z an ism. But either way, if he plays Wedgie or Emu, there's nothing better than that. He can't block Eric's outplays. Eric can play Ante with Tappa. He can play Ante with YA. He can play Ante with BE, all on different parts of the board. So as long as Eric spots those plays, then he'll be able to win. And I think he will. What a great game, though.
Yeah, it's very close game. Very close. Not a lot of misses actually. I think it's. Considering the fact that these guys are not like really, they haven't been playing. I don't know actually if they have been playing CSW for so many years, but this is a good game. This is a decent game of Scrabble.
Yeah, I agree. Super well played by both players, and a great way to cap off this National Scrabble Day stream. I would like to once again thank Josh Greenway and people at Let's Play Scrabble for running all these streams. But Josh has done all of the heavy lifting here, set up all these games in his apartment, with the stream setup, with the commentators, with the players. It's just amazing. So if you haven't liked this live stream, please do so. Visit letsplayscrabble.com as the stream comes to a close. But Lukeman, I want you to talk to me a little bit about what's going on with you and Wespa. Wespa being the World Scrabble Players Association.
Well, I mean, okay, so I mean, of course, it's out there. My intention to run for the Westport chairman. I mean, that's what's on my plate now. I mean, and a whole lot of other things that I'm trying to do for Scrabble. But as far as Westport goes, I think it's time to start making some of the changes that we Scrabble players all over the world want to see in terms of how our game is administered, around the world. Competitive Scrabble is key. I mean, if you look at, like I said in my manifesto, Josh, 30 years ago, 1995, the WSC prize pool was $29,550. And today, like 30 years later, you know, it seems that nothing has really changed in that regard. How do we explain that? How do we explain that? If you look at other sports, darts, for example, I don't know how popular darts is in Canada, but in the UK, in Europe, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they were probably in the same space, or in the same situation as Scrabble, you know. And now, if you win, I mean, the last world darts champion, like some guy named Luke Littler, he's only 17, 18 years, and he won £300,000 in prize money. I mean, if you look at if you compare our sport to chess, you're gonna see like the massive difference. It's not comparable. Like, you know, so I mean, I think some of the problems we've had in the past, like I asked you during the game, what you think about playing to one unified dictionary, across the globe, by all Scrabble players. I mean, we know there's a situation, but again, my opinion is that we need to start taking steps, to kind of put Scrabble where it should be. We can't just, continue to accept the norms, like I always say to people, you know, it's necessity is not the mother of invention. They're refusing to accept things the way that they are. Like if we all accept Scrabble as it's being played, like people, some people playing to TWS, some people playing to CSW, you know, I mean, we playing the highest Scrabble, prize, top prize, probably in the last 10 years or 5 years is, I mean, maybe $10,000.
Yeah.
If I'm traveling, if I'm coming to the United States, to even play the July 4th tournament, right?
Hmm.
It's gonna be costing me, if I'm talking flights, if I'm talking hotel accommodation, if I'm talking, spending money. I mean, it will cost me,
At least
nothing less
2,000.
than. No, it's gonna cost me more than that.
Yeah.
If I'm playing July 4th, I'm spending 5 days. Hotel accommodation will probably in the region of maybe 700, 800. Now flights, so yeah, like you said, maybe at least 2,000 if I'm being
Yeah.
conservative enough, right? So, and if I come second, what do I get?
Yeah.
Is that,
Okay.
I mean, like, so
And that's a big ask, right? There's so many players. Yeah.
there's so many players, and like, apart from that, I feel like, Scrabble, this is not everybody's, I mean, doing the best that they can. like look at what streaming has done to our game recently. 5 years ago, I mean, at that point, did we have anything like this? 5 years ago. So we're moving in the right direction. There's no question about that, but we need to do more, right? We need to, especially in terms of administering the game, globally, we need to do more. We need to, get people to do more. I mean, we have, like, I've said to people, and like I said in my manifesto, we have resources, within the global Scrabble community. We have people, who can, contribute financially. We have people who can, contribute. Look at the Woogles that we play on, today. Scrabble players, build that. So we have the resources. It's just, to coordinate the resources, and we have the bubbling of this world, the John Shreve of this world. But I think what is missing is proper coordination. In terms of how the game is administered. How we
I
come
agree.
together, as a group. To kind of push the game to where we really want the game to be. So I think that's what is missing, and I think that is what I've actually highlighted in my manifesto, and I'm going to be working with people in within the community globally, to deliver the change that we want.
Yeah, coordination. I fully agree. There was so many people just putting everything into this game, but there's so many like barriers. And if we could do something about that, if we could just come together and use all the resources that we have, those that have money, those that have skills, those that have vision, like that would, I think, propel our game into where it should be. Honestly, I think we both agree that like this is
And
a beautiful
accountability
game.
is key.
Accountability.
Let me put it this way: accountability is key. Transparency is key. Like I've lived this. Like, say, when people, when the entire global Scrabble community, when they see, like, my belief is that at this point, you know, if anybody is coming to lead Wespa, an organization like Wespa, you should be able to say, this is my vision for the game. This is the blueprint. This is where I want to take the game to. And what happens is when you have accountability and transparency, and when people see that you have a blueprint that aligns with, the vision of most Scrabble players around the world, they key into that blueprint, they key into that vision, they support you. So this is where say, it's a collective effort. People will key into the vision, people will support, from across the world, from Asia, from Africa, from, North America. And that's how we can move, fast, in taking the game to where, we want to take the game to.
Yeah, that's very well said. Honestly, you might have won my vote, Lukeman, with that speech. Honestly, it's great to hear someone with such a clear and strong path. Want to take a leadership role. I mean, it's not easy to devote yourself entirely to something like this, and if we have leaders that really want the game to grow and know how to do it and know how to coordinate and are accountable and transparent, that I think can go a very, very long way. So hopefully hopefully there's good things on the road for our game, and I know that you will play a very, very large role in that, regardless of what happens, because I know that you are giving everything. You're doing your best, and you're organizing so many things. So many of us are operating at a loss. Like we're giving all of our resources just to create the grounds for the future of our game. So yeah, I really appreciate you coming on here and giving us your vision, Lukeman. And if people agree with you, when can they cast their vote? Can they cast their vote? How is the process?
anyway, I mean, Scrabble players generally don't vote. It's the associations, the member associations that will vote. The NASPA, the uh, Pakistani Scrabble Association, Nigerian Scrabble Association. It's so for me, the reason why I put out the manifesto is like, I mean, I know that players won't vote, but I feel it is very, very important for me to, share my dream, my vision for the game. If you belong to NASPA, and you kind of align, with my vision for Scrabble, and so what players can do is to kind of reach out to their national associations in whatever way, that they can do it. But again, I have to say this, Josh, right? you know, in taking Scrabble to where we want to take the game to, I still maintain that it's not something that one person can do. Even if I become the Westboro chairman today, if I don't have the support of the global Scrabble community, in terms of, because I'm not gonna do everything. I'm not gonna say, oh, we want to. So the number one thing that is very, very clear that needs to be done is constitutional reform and review, right? It's been, the constitution has been there, since Westpar, since this inception of Westpar, and nothing really has been, done to review, or kind of, amend the constitution. I mean, and like when that document was actually drafted, we didn't have live streaming, we didn't have, like, virtual play like the wogus and all of that. So Scrabble has evolved, and the constitution for Westpa actually has to accommodate the involvement, what's the current things that we are experiencing in Scrabble. Otherwise, we're gonna be living in the past. So basically, what I intend to do is to actually get the entire community, to key into the vision, and to let us work together. Whoever can support with their time, just like you guys are doing, whoever can support with their money, whoever can support with their technical skills, administrative skills, that is how we can actually move, very rapidly, to get to where we want to get to. I mean, leaving everything to one person, the chairman, or the secretary, or any one person, it's not going to get us anywhere. We just have to be very, very honest with ourselves about that.
Yeah, well put. So yeah, okay. As you heard it here first, if you're part of a member organization and you agree with what Luke was saying here, if you've seen the work he's done, the work he's put into MGI, the work he's going to continue putting in to Scrabble, and if you agree with all that, yeah, talk to your member associations, try and get people aligned, and yeah, we'll see what we can do with our great game. In any case, I mean, I guess this is the conclusion of this awesome stream, this great stream. Thank you, Josh, for organizing everything, for having me on, for having everybody on. It's been really cool. I hope people that are watching have enjoyed the coverage, have learned something, have gotten just a little bit more interested in Scrabble, compared to yesterday. Maybe that's maybe a little bit too much to ask, but there's some great games, some great commentators. Lukeman, it's been a pleasure. I'm sure we'll talk soon about all these things, and I'm here. I'm ready to give everything for this game. I know a lot of you are as well. I know Lukeman is. So yeah, really appreciate all the time and the platform. Lukeman, you have a lot of work to do, but I can't wait to see what's next. I have a lot of work to do as well, but yeah, you're running a huge tournament.
Everybody has a lot of work to do. That's the thing. So I mean, I'm just gonna use this opportunity to thank Josh as well, and everybody that has actually contributed to this streaming, in terms of, like, I mean, this is huge, International National Scrabble Day, and I mean, even the players who agreed to come, together to play, that's very huge. They could be doing some other things with their time, and that's what I'm talking about. If people didn't agree to come out and play, there wouldn't be anything to stream, right? Is I mean, it's their time, and that's really good. That's what we want to see, replicated around the world. Give your time, give your skills, give whatever you can afford to give Scrabble, and then we can keep moving, in the right direction. So thank you guys.
Yeah,
And
thank
anybody
you.
that has any, I have my contact details in the manifesto. If you have any question, if you want to, if you need further clarity on any point in the manifesto, just reach out to me, and I will do my best to answer your questions.
Great. Awesome. Thank you, Lukeman. Thanks so much. Talk soon. Best of luck with everything. And thanks for coming on. And thanks again to Let's Play Scrabble. Thank you, Josh Greenway. I hope everybody has a good evening, good day, wherever you are in the world. And, let's play Scrabble.
See you some other time, guys. Bye.